Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as a supreme being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth, and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Oath or affirmation. Announcements by the President.
Honourable Senators, I have granted leave of absence to Senator the Honourable Kazim Hussain, Senator the Honourable Avinash Singh, and Senator Damian Leida, all of whom are out of the country, and to Senator Helan Francis. Honourable Senators, I have received the following correspondence from Her Excellency the President, Christine Carla Kangaloo, OR, TT. The Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, by Her Excellency Christine Carla Kangaloo, ORTT, President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, to Mr. Ndali Young. Whereas Senator the Honourable Kazim Hussain is incapable of performing his duties as a senator by reason of his absence from Trinidad and Tobago, now therefore I, Christine Carla Kangaloo, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(a) and Section 44(4)(a) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, do hereby appoint you, Ndali Young, to be a member of the Senate temporarily with effect from the 19th of March 2024 and continuing during the absence from Trinidad and Tobago of the said Senator the Honourable Kazim Hussain. To Ms. Yukima Betelmi, whereas Senator the Honourable Avinash Singh is incapable of performing his duties as a senator by reason of his absence from Trinidad and Tobago, now therefore I, Christine Carla Kangaloo, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(a) and Section 44(4)(a) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, do hereby appoint you, Yukima Bethelmi, to be a member of the Senate temporarily with effect from the 19th of March 2024 and continuing during the absence from Trinidad and Tobago of Senator the Honourable Avinash Singh. To Dr. Tim Gopeesingh, whereas Senator Damian Leida is incapable of performing his duties as a senator by reason of his absence from Trinidad and Tobago, now therefore I, Christine Carla Kangaloo, President is aforesaid in exercise of the power vested in me by Sections 44(1)(a) and Sections 44(4)(b) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Leader of the Opposition, do hereby appoint you, Tim Gopeesingh, to be a member of the Senate temporarily with effect from the 19th of March 2024 and continuing during the absence from Trinidad and Tobago of Senator Damian Leiter, given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the office of the President St. Anne's this 19th day of March 2024. Honorable Senators, Senators are required to take the oath.
I, Andala Young, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do solemnly affirm that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities of the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
Having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by Almighty God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
I, Tim Gopeesingh, having been appointed Member of Parliament, do swear by the Bhagavad Gita that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives. The Property Tax Amendment Bill 2024 in the name of the Minister of Finance on the supplemental order paper.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. President. In accordance with Standing Order 62(1)B, I beg to move that the next stage of the bill be taken later on Monday, March 25th, 2024.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the next stage of the bill be taken on Monday, March the 25th, 2024. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The next stage of the bill will be taken on Monday, March the 25th, 2024.
Papers.
Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in my name. The Annual Administrative Report of Queen's Hall for the fiscal year 2021. The Ministerial Response of the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts to the 10th report of the Public Accounts Committee on an examination of the concerns raised in the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year 2021, with specific reference to the administering of government grants, and the ministerial response of the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts to the 15th report of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee on an examination of the audited financial statements of Tourism Trinidad Limited for the financial years 2018 to 2020.
Minister of Trade and Industry.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the order paper in my name. The annual administrative reports of the Trinidad and Tobago Fair Trading Commission for the financial years ended September 30th, 2017 and 2018. Thank you.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in my name. The annual report of the Trinidad and Tobago Civil Aviation Authority for fiscal year 2023, the ministerial response of the Ministry of Works and Transport to the 13th report of the Public Accounts Committee on the examination of the reports of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statement of the Public Transport Service Corporation for financial year 2014 to 2018, and follow up on the implementation of the recommendation made in previous parliamentary committee reports, and the ministerial response of the Ministry of Works and Transport to the 12th report of the Public Account and Enterprise Committee on the examination of the National Infrastructure Development Company Limited audited financial statement for the financial year ending September 30th, 2015 to 2017, including follow-up examination on the implementation of the recommendations made in previous parliamentary committee reports. I thank you.
The Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in my name. The 44th Annual Report of the Ombudsman for the year 2021. The 45th Annual Report of the Ombudsman for the year 2022.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in the names of the Minister of National Security, Minister of Finance, Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, Minister of Social Development and Family Services, Minister of Public Utilities, Minister of Education, Minister of Sport and Community Development, Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, Minister of Youth Development and National Service, Minister of Health, and the Prime Minister. The statutory instruments as follows: the Immigration Amendment Regulations 2024, the Immigration Amendment Number 2 Regulations 2024, the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Extension of Period Order 2024, and the Property Tax Deferral of Assessed Tax Application Form Regulations 2024.
The notifications of the Minister of Finance in respect of the following: the appointment of Mrs. Patsy Latchman-Atterbury to the office of Director General of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority, the appointment of Mrs. Helen Thomas Browne to the office of Deputy Director General, Domestic Tax of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority, and the appointment of Mr. Riyad Juman to the office of Deputy Director General, Customs and Excise of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority. The reports of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements as follows. The Trinidad and Tobago Housing Development Corporation for the financial years ended September 30th, 2014 and 2015, the Agricultural Development Bank of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ended September 30th, 2019, the Sport and Culture Fund for the years ended December 30th, 2010 and 2011, and the second report of the financial statements of the Point Fortin Borough Corporation for the financial year ended September 30th, 2004. The annual administrative reports and annual reports as follows. The Trinidad and Tobago International Financial Center Management Company Limited as at September 30th, 2022. The Trinidad and Tobago Postal Corporation for the fiscal years 2015, 2016, 2017, and 2018. The Accreditation Council of Trinidad and Tobago for the fiscal year 2020. The National Energy Skills Center for the fiscal year 2018. The San Fernando City Corporation for the fiscal year 2018, and the 118th report of the Salaries Review Commission of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. The annual audited financial statements as follows. The Export Centers Company Limited for the financial years ended September 30th, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2020. The ministerial responses as follows. The ministerial responses of the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries and the Ministry of Health to the 10th report of the Joint Select Committee on Local Authorities, Service Commissions, and Statutory Authorities, including the THA, on an inquiry into the efficiency and effectiveness of the Pesticide and Toxic Chemicals Inspectorate. The ministerial responses of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services and the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government to the 18th report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on an examination of the provision of flood relief grants by the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. The ministerial response of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services to the 16th report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on an examination of food security in Trinidad and Tobago in alignment with Sustainable Development Goal 2, Zero Hunger, and the ministerial responses of the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Youth Development and the National Services, the Ministry of Youth Development and the National Service, and the Office of the Prime Minister to the 5th report of the Joint Select Committee on Human Rights, Equality and Diversity on an examination of the implementation of the recommendations of the report by the independent investigation team appointed by the Cabinet of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago to investigate reports of child abuse at children's homes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Reports from committees.
Senator Dr. Paul Richards.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Mr. President, I have the honor to present the following report as listed on the order paper in my name. The second report of the Joint Select Committee on National Security, 4th session, 2023-2024 of the 12th Parliament on an inquiry into the safety, security, and protection of citizens with specific reference to the factors that contribute the prevalence of illegal firearms and gun violence in Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you.
Urgent questions.
Leader of Government Business. Senator Mark.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. To the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries. In light of the oil spill in the Vista Bella River, which originated from a Heritage Petroleum Company Limited pipeline in Taruba, can the minister indicate the measures being implemented to prevent oil from seeping into the Gulf of Paria?
I'm advised by the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Energy, who has herself been advised by Heritage Petroleum, that immediately after notification of the leak in the Kokia area, absorbent and containment booms were deployed at strategic locations along all of the watercourses leading to the Vista Bella River to contain the oil. Similar booms were also installed along the Vista Bella River at strategic locations to prevent any oil from reaching the Gulf of Paria. Vacuum tankers have also been deployed to extract the oil that has been contained in the booms. The leak has also been repaired, so barring unforeseen circumstances, it is expected that no more oil will be released to the environment from this location.
Senator Mark.
Yes. Can the acting Minister of Energy indicate what impact this oil spill in the Vista Bella River has had on the ecology of that particular area?
Acting Minister.
The Emergency and Oil Spill Response Team has been on site from the 16th of March and will remain on site until the repairs, cleanup, and restoration operations are completed. Air quality monitoring has confirmed that current levels are within safe parameters, and this monitoring will continue until the work is completed. The Environmental Management Authority and all other required authorities have been notified of the incident. I would expect that in the near future, a full report will be prepared with respect to the impact on the environment, but this is the information available at this time.
President, can the Honorable Minister indicate what effect this oil spill in the Vista Bella area has had on residents living alongside that area in San Fernando?
Acting Minister.
In addition to what I've already said, a leak was reported to the 12-inch bursting 2-point-a-pair trunk pipeline at the buried section at St. Andrew Street behind Republic Bank at South Park. Crude oil entered the box drain adjacent to South Park and has made its way via the storm drain to the river at Agnes Street, Vista Bella. Surveillance has been conducted all the way to the mouth of the river. However, no oil was seen entering the sea. I have just spoken about air quality. I have been advised that the air quality is now safe. With respect to the impact of the actual petroleum on any resident, as I just indicated, the authority should be able to give a report in the very near future.
Senator Mark, next question on the order paper.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the Minister of Public Utilities, in light of the water crisis facing approximately 28 communities in the Penal-Debe area and the non-release of relief funding by the relevant authorities. Can the minister indicate what steps are being taken by WASA to bring relief to these communities?
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as is customary, the Water and Sewerage Authority has developed and has already begun the implementation of a dry season plan to mitigate the impact of this dry season. The plan involves several water management strategies, including the continuous monitoring of water availability, rainfall, storage levels, and production for effective distribution to customers, the optimization of water production and distribution through mitigation measures, the intensification of water trucking in all areas affected by water shortage, water scheduling and monitoring, and conservation measures. Specifically with respect to the Penal-Debe area, these areas have a deficit between supply and demand, coupled with dry season conditions at this time. With respect to immediate measures, WASA has already ramped up production at the Caroni Water Treatment Plant from 35 million imperial gallons of water daily to 40 million imperial gallons of water daily to meet the schedules in the Penal-Debe supply zone. Additionally, the Water and Sewerage Authority has ramped up water production at the Navet Water Treatment Plant from 18 million imperial gallons of water daily to 20 million imperial gallons of water daily to meet the demands in the same areas as mentioned already. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Mark.
Can the minister indicate to this honorable Senate, in spite of WASA increasing its supply from 35 million imperial gallons to 40, is the minister aware that thousands of residents in that area of the country have been without a regular supply of pipe-borne water for weeks? And how will this...
Senator Mark, you have a question?
Yeah, I'm asking the honorable minister, how has this increase in the pumping of water, 35 to 40, impacted on the supply, because people are without water?
Minister.
Mr. President, I am to inform this Senate that significant relief is anticipated within the next 24 hours to the situation described in the supplemental question. WASA has already ramped up production at the two treatment plants indicated, Navet and Caroni. Over the next 24 hours, San Francisco, Tenant Trace, Centano Road, Antilles Trace and surrounding areas, and afterward, between 24 to 48 hours, subsequently, Quarry Village, Bacano Hill, Ramdas Trace, Skinner Trace, and surrounding areas. And after that period, between 48 hours to 72 hours, there's anticipation of improved availability in the Digans Village, Sign, and surrounding areas. So that is what is scheduled, that is what is anticipated in terms of relief over the periods as indicated in my response. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Mark.
Can I ask the Honourable Minister that in light of the challenges faced by the corporation in getting funding to assist in ramping up the supply of truck-borne water for the residents of this particular community or these communities, can the Minister advise this Honourable Senate what is being done to facilitate the quick release or the speedy release of much needed funding for that particular purpose?
Minister.
Mr. President, I'm not in a position to validate or verify or confirm any of the reports that the member is seeking to introduce by way of that supplemental question. All I can say at this stage, this is with respect to his claims of funding deficits and so on. All I can say at this stage is that we have the assurance of the Water and Sewerage Authority that within the next 24 hours, significant relief will be experienced by customers and clients in the areas as mentioned, and scheduled relief is rolling out to other communities in this particular affected area. Thank you, Mr. President.
Questions on notice. Questions for oral answer.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, with respect to questions for oral response, the government is in a position to answer question number 19, question number 20, question number 21, question number 72, question number 73, question number 74, 100% of the questions for oral response. With respect to questions for written response, the government is in a position today, and answers will be circulated for questions number 71, 75, 81, 82, 83, 85, and 86, and we request a deferral of 2 weeks for question number 64 for written response. Thank you, Mr. President.
Honourable Senators, the request for deferral is so granted. Senator Mark.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question number 19 to the Prime Minister.
Minister of Social Development and Family Services.
Thank you, Mr. President. In light of May 2023 report that several girls under the age of 18 years and resident at state care institutions have become pregnant, can the Prime Minister advise as to what action is being taken to address this situation? Over 500 children are accommodated in children's homes across Trinidad and Tobago. Private organizations mainly operate these homes. The Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago has responsibility for establishing and monitoring the quality of care at these homes. The authority handles reports regarding pregnancies of girls below the age of 18 who are residents of state care institutions with utmost caution and discretion. In these cases, the authority promptly notifies the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service as part of its established procedure. Regarding the reports received in May 2023, checks at the authority revealed that these incidents took place in May 2022 and January 2023. As it relates to the children involved, the first course of action that the authority took was to conduct a psychosocial investigation to safeguard and treat with the needs of the children. This included conducting interviews with the children and staff at the home to understand the child's current needs and the risk to other children. Support services were provided to the children. One of the girls turned 18 and is no longer in state care. She was reintegrated with her family, where she is receiving the relevant support to take care of herself and her baby. The other child remains in state care and was placed at another home, where she continues to receive the necessary intervention and support. The investigation found no evidence to suggest that the other children residing at the home were at risk of abuse. Preliminary investigations conducted by the authority have indicated that none of the home staff members are responsible for the girls' pregnancies. It is important to note that the authority's investigation does not negate the ongoing criminal investigation conducted by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service into these incidents. The home in which both incidents occurred has taken steps, including hiring additional caregivers, to increase the effectiveness of supervision of the children. It should be noted that 2 children's homes have been specifically designated to accommodate pregnant teenagers under state care while pregnant. Additionally, as of July the 1st, 2023, the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago has ensured that all 33 children's homes are licensed and continues to provide monitoring and oversight to ensure that the highest standards are maintained. The Children's Authority remains committed to pursuing the somehow I can never pronounce this word, reunification of children with their families wherever possible, or providing alternative placement options such as foster care or kinship foster care as deemed appropriate and in the best interest of each child.
Honorable President, can I ask the Honorable Minister, having regard to the effluxion of time in this particular matter, can you advise this Honorable Senate whether the Children's Authority has generated a report on these incidences involving the pregnancy of these teenagers under state care?
Yes, sir. The Children's Authority has reported the matter to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. So they would have generated a report to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service.
Senator Mark.
Mr. President, can the Honorable Minister indicate whether she can share with the Senate what is the current status or status of the police inquiries into this particular matter? I know that you're not a police, but at least, Mr. President, we can get some status report on where we are with these investigations.
And I don't have that information. The substantive minister will be able to answer that.
Mr. President, through you again, can I ask the Honorable Minister, what measures or steps have been taken by the Children's Authority in conjunction with this particular home to mitigate the incident of such reoccurrence taking place in the future? What measures have been taken, Mr. President?
Mr. President, that was answered already. They hired additional caregivers, and also there is a specific home for persons who are pregnant. And also the information is that this did not take place. No staff member was involved in this situation. But they have hired additional caregivers, and they are actually more vigilant with regards to the care and of the girls.
Mr. President, can the Minister confirm that the police has confirmed that no members of staff within the home was or were responsible for the pregnancy of these teenagers? Can the Minister confirm that the police has confirmed this?
Senator Mark, that question
does not arise. Okay. Can I go on, sir?
Yes.
Yeah. Mr. President, I go on to question number 20 to the Honorable Minister of Education.
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the Ministry of Education continues to liaise with the Teaching Service Commission and the denominational primary school boards to identify and fill all vacant teaching and administrative positions. The Ministry of Education has taken the following measures to fill vacant teaching positions at the primary schools. Regarding Teacher 1 primary and government-assisted primary schools, the Ministry undertook a recruitment exercise in collaboration with the Teaching Service Commission commencing January 2023. This exercise resulted in a priority listing containing 520 successful candidates for Teacher 1 primary position at government-assisted primary schools. The Teaching Service Commission approved this priority list, and to date, 83 vacancies have been filled for Teacher 1 primary in primary schools operated by the various denominational boards. 45 vacancies still need to be filled, And as the Ministry of Education continues to receive recommendations from the various denominational boards, they will fill these remaining vacancies.
Senator Mark.
Honourable Minister, can you tell the Senate through the President, what role, if any, the denominational boards played in selecting teachers for the primary school level where there were vacancies existed? Could you advise this, Honourable Senator?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. The denominational boards are the ones who make the recommendations based on those who are on the order of merit list having passed through the recruitment process.
Senator Mark.
Mr. President, can the Honourable Minister indicate that the process involving the recruitment of teachers to the primary school level controlled by denominational boards, can the Minister indicate to this Honourable Senate whether the process has changed or is it the same as in the past?
Senator Mark.
Mr. President, I'm trying to get from the Honourable Minister whether there has been a change, because the Minister made it very clear that the Ministry of Education, in conjunction with the Teaching Service Commission, advertised and recruited. I'm just asking the Honourable Minister whether she can indicate whether that has been the process used in the past or whether there has been a change, Mr. President,
Minister.
in the status quo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, that is the process. There were some adjustments to the process that were discussed between the Teaching Service Commission and the denominational boards and the Ministry of Education, and this is the agreed process, and this is what has been used to fill the vacancies.
Senator Mark.
Can you, through the Honourable President, indicate to this Parliament, if you can, what were these adjustments that were agreed upon between the parties so that the population can have an idea?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. The main adjustment was the advertisement of all Teaching 1 primary positions to the national public for denominational schools.
Senator Mark.
I want to just ask the Honourable Minister is, when does the Honourable Minister expect all the vacancies existing in primary schools at the denominational level to be filled, Honourable Minister? Can you tell us?
Minister.
Thank you. These positions are filled on the recommendation of the denominational boards. So as the boards send in their recommendations based on the existing persons on the order of merit list, the persons are filled at the school.
Senator Dr. Gopeesingh.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Honourable Minister. Out of the 45 vacancies that exist for the Teacher 1 in the denominational boards, which denominational board has the greatest amount of vacancies and how much?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have that breakdown with me, Minister. Well, Senator.
Senator Mark.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Question number 21 to the Minister of Health.
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and good afternoon to all. I am informed that this matter is before the Court of Appeal, case number CA S154 of 2023. Therefore, it will be improper to comment on this matter.
Mr. Mark.
Mr. President, through you, can I ask the Honourable Minister, is this matter before a judge and jury, or is it before a judge? Seeing that you rose and you told this Honourable Senate, it is before the court. Can you now elaborate for this Senate and the Honourable President? Is it before a judge and jury, or is it before a judge? Honorable Minister, can you explain?
So Senator Mark won't allow that question. Next supplemental.
Mr. President, I want you to rule on this matter because the reason you cannot have a situation where a minister abuses the standing order by indicating to this Honorable Senate, because a matter is before the court, he cannot answer. We know that if it is before a judge and jury, that is the sub judice. But if it is before a judge, Mr. President, nothing debars the minister from answering the question. And that is an abuse of power. So I'm asking you to rule on this matter. And that is why I asked the question, Mr. President, whether it is before a judge and jury or whether it is before a judge.
So, Senator Mark, question has been asked and the question has been answered. You are now invited to ask another supplemental if you'd like.
Well, Mr. President, can the Honourable Minister indicate to this Parliament, seeing that he's aware of what is before the court, can the Minister indicate how long this matter has been before the court?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. President. As I indicated, the case number is CA S154 of 2023. So the 2023 is indicative of the year of filing. Thank you.
I ask the Honourable Minister if he can apprise this Senate, Mr. President, of the status of that particular matter. Where is that matter at this time? Is it pending, Mr. President, in terms of a hearing, or has hearing begun in this matter, Mr. President? Because I think we need to have clarification on this matter. What is the status of this matter that is before the court?
So I won't allow that question, Senator Mark. You have another supplemental?
No, I'll rest my case.
Senator Dr. Gopeesingh.
Mr. President, Honourable Minister, I don't think this question is before the court, but for public education, as of September 2016, a release from the Ministry of Health indicated that there were 413.
So Senator,
yeah, I'll ask the question.
So it's a supplemental question to the original question, and I'm listening for a specific question as it relates to the original question. So far, you're sounding as though you're making more of a statement than a question. If you have a question, it's framed very specifically. So I invite you to ask it now.
Aware of how many mothers who were pregnant have been affected with Zika babies?
So I want to allow that question, Senator Gopeesingh.
No.
Senator Professor Gerard Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question 72 to the Honourable Minister of Social Development and Family Services.
Minister of Social Development and Family Services.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Ministry of Social Development and Family Services is working on several short and medium to long-term initiatives to strengthen each of the 4 stages of the continuum of care of the National Protective System for the socially displaced, including street dwellers. The stages include engagement, temporary care, primary care, and advanced care. In the short term, the ministry is focusing on promoting the voluntary removal of street dwellers off the streets, particularly in urban centers. Through routine street engagement, the ministry's social displacement unit's field officers provide street dwellers with information on the various available alternatives to street dwelling. Persons who appear to have chronic mental health issues are reported to the district mental health and wellness clinics for assessments to be completed with a view towards involuntary removal as deemed necessary. Additionally, persons 55 years and over are informed of and referred to accommodation options available through the Continuum of Care program. The ministry continues to render assistance through its non-governmental organization unit to organizations that offer housing accommodation to socially displaced individuals. Currently, the ministry provides an annual subvention to the Court Shamrock Center for Socially Displaced Persons, located at Rushwood Street, Extension, San Fernando, to assist in the delivery of targeted services for socially displaced males. Currently, the facility can accommodate 50 males in its main residential area and 22 males in its night shelter facility. The ministry is presently in discussion with the Young Women's Christian Association to repurpose its hostel facility for use as emergency housing for displaced single women and mothers with children. The ministry continues to establish the necessary relationships to enhance the continuum of care and engage with key stakeholders to identify the gaps within the framework. The ministry is finalizing a memorandum of understanding with a substance abuse rehabilitation facility to provide rehabilitation and reintegration into society for those who can live independently, concomitant with the long-term care referrals of persons who require supervision of their daily living. The ministry has engaged and partnered with key stakeholders, including the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, the Municipal Police, Ministry of Health, private sector organizations, regional corporations, NGOs, Ministry of Attorney General and Legal Affairs. In the medium term, the ministry is pursuing the establishment of adequate accommodation and/or care facilities in various categories for vulnerable individuals. The ministry is seeking to acquire, refurbish, and outfit facilities to cater to this cohort and also operationalize and oversee the management of these social housing and care facilities. The ministry completed refurbishment works and has outfitted a transitional living facility at CARICOM, and this facility is intended to provide emergency shelter for a period not exceeding 12 months for socially displaced persons between the ages of 35 and 55 who are unemployed or enrolled in training programs and have no place of abode or familial support. The Hernandez Place Sanctuary, which provides residential accommodation to outpatients of public health institutions, was also recently remodeled and outfitted. And this facility will provide long-term care for vulnerable persons between the ages of 18 to 54 who were discharged from hospitals but remain in the hospitals. The ministry is currently in the process of finalizing the operationalization of both the CARICOM Transitional Facility and the Hernandez Place Facility. Mr. President, the ministry is also completing the terms of reference for suitable organizations to manage and operationalize 2 additional transitional residential facilities, namely the Mary Jenny Poole Transitional Facility and the Penal Transitional Center. It is envisioned that the Mary Jenny Poole facility will provide a suite of services inclusive of assessment, care, plan development with tailored interventions and empowerment programs, case management, and psychosocial support to socially displaced males between the ages of 25 and 55 for a period not exceeding 6 months. Conversely, the Penal Transitional Center will provide emergency shelter for families and individuals who are in critical need of housing for a period that does not exceed 3 to 6 months. In the long term, the ministry has taken steps to strengthen legislation to stimulate greater efficacy in the system of engagement, treatment care, and rehabilitation of street dwellers. In 2024, the ministry commenced the construction of an official assessment center and temporary housing facility for socially displaced persons in Port-of-Spain, which is expected to be completed in 2026. It is envisioned that this 5-story facility will serve approximately 200 socially displaced persons. And this temporary accommodation will offer more than just a shelter for street dwellers. They will receive comprehensive assessment, guidance, and support to help them overcome their challenges. And they will be offered skills development programs and access to healthcare services through collaboration and consistent evaluation. Training and employment opportunities are also required to help them integrate fully as productive contributing members of society. And this is in keeping with Theme 1, Goal 6.3 of the National Development Strategy,
Minister.
Vision 2030.
Senator Hutchinson.
Yes?
Senator Nakhid.
Mr. President, can the minister give us the hard statistic of, given that all that we've been regaled with, what is the number of how many people are socially displaced right now?
Minister.
Until for the last street count that was conducted in November, we have 622 male and about 45 female. This was from our last street counts. Port of Spain area, 218 males and 17 female were counted. Arima, 34 male, 2 female. Sawan-Laventil, 42 males, 2 females. And this is from the street counts. What will normally happen from the time a street count is called and people hide and sometimes they migrate to different areas. But these are the figures that we have.
Senator Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Given the list of measures that the Honourable Minister has listed, can the Honourable Minister indicate how successful these measures have been, either in terms of reducing the numbers of the socially displaced or improving their lives?
Minister.
Okay, well, most of these measures are measures that we are ongoing, because right now the facilities that I mentioned, they are at different stages. So, for example, the center in East Port of Spain, that we just started to build that center, the 5-story building. The Carapo Center is at like 80% completion. Hernandez Place, 70% completion. But the measures with regards to us removing persons in the urban areas, it's not as easy as it appears because it must be voluntary. The Ministry of Social Development and Family Services does not have the legislative teeth to just remove persons out the street. There are human rights issues involved, and also it requires a collaborative approach. So whenever we meet persons on the street, and sometimes you call the police or you deal with mental health and so on, if persons does not respond, we don't have the capacity to force them to do it. So therefore, meetings are held, and we have been increasing that collaborative efforts to get them to understand that it cannot happen. It's not just the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. It must have a collaborative approach. We all must come together and be able to move the persons off the street. Because not everybody who on the street would be somebody who is mentally ill. There are persons who need rehabilitative care with regards to substance abuse. There are persons who definitely just want to move. For example, the persons outside the banks, our social displacement officers engage them. And the kind of reports we have, most of them refuse. We have their name, we have their numbers, we have offered them to move, and most of them refuse for different reasons. And some of these reasons would be like, I don't want anybody to control me. I do not want to go into any facility where I cannot leave whenever I want to. I have to be able to come and go whenever I want to. Some persons have no reasons. Another one said, like Tricia Gordon said, she's not interested in any accommodation. Terry McQueen, he gave no reason, but he said he's not going. Some persons said that they prefer to stay on the street and beg. Peter Gopal, he was one of the persons that we removed. He left, he went back on the street. So some of them are moving. So unless right now we are dealing with the legislation, because that is what will help us to be able to get them to stay off the street. Because even if they go into the hospital or they go into a mental institution, they walk back out. There's nothing to stop them. And so that's part of the problem.
Nakhid.
Mr. President, about a year and a half ago, in response to one of my questions, the goodly minister indicated to this chamber that there were over 200 socially displaced people. She has now indicated over 600. Can the ministry pinpoint why this skyrocketing of numbers from 200 to 600? Has the ministry been able to indicate and pinpoint why exactly from 200 to 600?
Minister. Mr. President, when I responded, I was speaking about Port of Spain. The 200 was the Port of Spain area. So right now, Port of Spain figure is 218 males. So it is still in keeping with the figure that I gave. The 622 is for the whole of Trinidad. Yeah. No.
Professor Hutchinson, Senator Hutchinson.
And with regard to the legislative process, are there plans in place to introduce legislation to facilitate a significant reduction in these numbers?
Yes, definitely, because actually we are in the process of reviewing the legislation, and we want to ensure that it is ready even before our socially displaced building is completed.
Okay. That's the end of supplementals. Next question on the order paper, Senator Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question 73 to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The Ministry of Health's implementation plan for the decentralization of mental health services includes plans for the expansion of mental health services for all children and adolescents. In addition to the current child guidance clinics at the Southwest and Northwest RHA, the government plans to establish and operationalize similar clinics at the Eastern and North Central RHAs. This will enable children to receive the mental health care they need by improving accessibility, reducing wait time for appointments, facilitating early assessment, diagnosis and intervention in community settings, and reducing the need for hospitalizations. These clinics will be led by specialist medical officers registered with the Medical Board of Trinidad and Tobago as specialists in the field of psychiatry, and staff will include medical officers, psychologists, psychiatric social workers, registered mental nurses, mental health officers, creative arts therapists, speech and language therapists, and clerical administrative staff, allowing for a multidisciplinary treatment approach. Further, Mr. President, in collaboration with stakeholders, a youth mental health chatline is being developed to provide children and adolescents with accessible and effective remote mental health services. This project aims to provide children and adolescents with one-to-one support, facilitate referrals, and provide information on mental health issues and available resources on a 24/7 basis, utilizing their preferred medium of mobile messaging apps. The findcare.com website, which currently provides access to crisis and emergency mental health and psychosocial support resources, is being expanded to include a mental health resource portal for adolescents as part of a wider adolescent mental health and multi-platform social media campaign and outreach initiative. Additionally, and this is most important, the Ministry of Health, in collaboration with the Ministry of Education and PAHO, conducted a train-the-trainer session in February 2024 to facilitate the training of both education and health professionals as trainers in a school mental health literacy project. This will be implemented in school districts across Trinidad and Tobago. The aim of this school-based mental health intervention is to equip principals, teachers, parents, and all other stakeholders in the school setting, including security guards, etc., to look for the distress signs and symptoms of mental health disorders in youth and manage where necessary in the school setting. The school-based pathway through care is expected to be implemented during the last quarter of 2024. The key benefits of this intervention in mental health include: 1, increased knowledge of mental disorders in children and adolescents within the school community, including parents; reduction in stigma within the school community; 3, increased capacity for early identification, referral, and support of students at risk for mental health problems or disorders in the school setting; 4, increased self-help efficacy for both youth and staff; improved cross-sector collaboration between education and health services in addressing mental health needs; and finally, reduction in perceived stress of both students and staff in the school setting. I thank you for the opportunity.
Senator Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can the Honourable Minister indicate how these services and these plans engage other stakeholders, such as the Children's Authority, and Student Support Services in the Ministry of Education?
Minister.
Thank you very much for the supplemental. So the mental health literacy with Trinidad and Tobago, just for background, is in collaboration with the Alberta Health Services. And those experts were down here recently, Andrew Baxter and Yifeng Wei. All persons were trained in the following disciplines to start off with. And this includes, as you said, the children's support services, some of the areas tackled, and the guidance counselors. What is mental health literacy? Mental health literacy resources, stigma of mental illness, functions of the brain, mood disorders, youth suicide, etc. What was, and I'm so grateful for this opportunity, what was revealing was a study done, and permit me, review of the 100 of the top TikTok videos on ADHD. ADHD, as you will know, is a serious problem in the schools. 52% of them were classified as misleading. So we are training people to recognize misleading TikTok ads. 27% were of personal experience, and only 21% were considered useful. So we are training people to recognize useful sites. What came out, Senator, is that non-healthcare providers uploaded the most misleading videos. So the layperson, the children, the parents, are uploading the most misleading videos on TikTok, whereas healthcare providers uploaded the higher quality and more useful videos. Just to give you another example of how this program is working, on the Find Care TT, the numbers are from January 2021 to March 19, 2024, 61,543 people visited. This was never available before. And for your particular question on youth and adolescents, the age group 18 to 34, which is a little beyond adolescence, they accounted for 61% of the hits on that site. And the most visited sites are 1, addiction support, 2, suicide prevention, and 3, GBV, gender-based violence. So this is what we are doing, and we are encircling all stakeholders, including the Children's Authority, the guidance counselors in schools, to help us with this train-the-trainer program. So we have trained some persons, and now they will go out there and multiply their training effort across all school districts. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Professor Senator Hutchinson.
Can the Honourable Minister indicate the process regarding admission to hospitals for the child and adolescent population, given that there are very few child and adolescent beds in the mental health system?
Minister.
Yeah, so that process is being led by Dr. Hazel, who is the National Director for Mental Health Admission. So we have very strict admission and discharge criteria. The actual criteria I don't have with me, but I can share that with you as colleagues. Thank you.
Senator Hutchinson, next question, order paper, if you're done with the supplementals.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question 74 to the Minister of Public Administration.
Minister of Public Administration.
Thank you, Mr. President. In respect to part 1 of this report question, productivity is multidimensional and multifaceted, with factors such as employee engagement, job burnout, work attitudes, job resources, leadership, and work-life balance impacting how employees produce and manage work. The Ministry of Public Admin has no specific mechanism at this time to measure productivity in the public service, but relies, among other things, on indices such as the Global Competitiveness Index and the Ease of Doing Business rank, which provides an overview of the productivity levels of Trinidad and Tobago as measured by the World Economic Forum and the World Bank, respectively. However, The ministry is part of the National Productivity Council, which was reconstituted on October 4, 2023, to develop, among other things, national policies, strategies, and interventions that target antecedents of employee performance and productivity, quality and competitiveness, and formulate a set of key productivity indicators for Trinidad and Tobago. In the meantime, staff supervision practices, the system of staff appraisals, rewards and recognition systems, the introduction of new ICT platforms to monitor and report an achievement of work targets in relation to divisional, unit, departmental and ministry objectives and mandates are among the areas that are receiving the ministry's active attention. With respect to part 2 of the question, there are established guidelines for treating leave of various types and categories based on the terms and conditions of employment. Each ministry, department, and agency has dedicated forms that employees complete for various categories of absences from the office, including inter alia sick leave, casual leave, maternity leave, vacation leave, and leave of absence with pay or without pay. All of these leave categories follow a review and approval process. All leave forms are populated into a repository, which may be electronic or manual in nature. The repository is maintained and managed by the respective HR management divisions of each MDA. The HR unit then tracks leave on an individual employee basis to ensure that the authorized leave limit per leave category is not exceeded. Where leave is unaccounted for or exceeded and therefore not authorized, employees must account in writing for such unauthorized absence from duty. Depending on the circumstances of the unauthorized leave, specific penalties or actions may be applicable, for example, offsetting leave against earned vacation leave or classifying the absence as leave without pay. In the latter instance, the number of days unaccounted for are deducted from the employee's salary remuneration. The approval of the permanent secretary and in some instances the chief personnel officer is required before such penalties or actions are applied. The various penalties and actions are captured in several guidelines and circulars emanating from the personnel department regarding the terms and conditions of employment of the various categories of employees, and also in the Public Service Commission's regulation regarding abandonment of employment, which may be triggered in instances of absences for continuous and prolonged periods. The Ministry of Public Admin is mindful of the importance of tracking rates of sick leave and other absences from work beyond an individual employee basis and being able to account for the same at the divisional, unit, departmental, ministry, and macro civil service levels. In this regard, the Ministry has acquired and is embarked on the implementation of modern, intuitive enterprise human capital management software that will be able to efficiently analyze and produce trends and periodic reports on such absences that can be incorporated into supervisory management practices to support performance management at both its strategic and operational levels across the civil service. And with respect to part 3, concerning the civil service, in keeping with the performance management and appraisal system developed and implemented by the personnel department, all ministries, departments, and agencies across the civil service are required to perform quarterly and annual performance appraisals for all employees within their remit. These appraisals incorporate standards of performance required, quantifiable assessments of whether the standards are achieved, identification of areas for training and development to address performance shortfalls or to improve performance, and an evaluation at the next performance review period of the success of the development and remedial actions deployed, with further recommended actions if necessary. The previously mentioned human resource software is intended to automate performance management with all persons along the performance value chains. In addition, the Ministry's Public Service Academy is focused on providing training opportunities for the entire civil service aimed at upskilling and enhancing capabilities towards improving job performance. It is noteworthy that one of the areas of training is focused on supervisory management practices to ensure that staff is supervised in a manner to bolster productivity. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Professor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is the minister, given all that she has said, satisfied with the level of productivity in the public service? Or in other words, are we getting value for the amount of money that is invested in the payment to the various levels of staff in the public service?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, I'm not at all satisfied with the level of productivity in the public service. We see pockets of real productivity and lots of pockets of lack of productivity, which is why we are treating with all the measures that I've mentioned to ensure that we can improve and measure the level of productivity for a better managed public service.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. And in terms of, as you described, the many areas where you are not satisfied with the productivity levels, what time frame have you considered to see the results of the various measures that you outlined?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is difficult to manage 60,000 public servants in a paper-based system, which is why the introduction of a properly functioning, fully rolled out HR management system is so important. We have targeted the end of the first quarter of 2025 to complete the rollout of that system. And as we do that, we are digitalizing records and re-engineering processes and putting other measures in place so that the coming together of the re-engineering and so on and the electronic system, we hope by 2025 to see an improvement in the productivity and, more importantly, to be able to manage the level of productivity and identify the areas that need remedial action.
Government business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. So, with respect to oral questions, the government has answered all. I wish to be clear with respect to written responses. We've obtained a deferral of 2 weeks for question 64. We have circulated questions number 71 and 75, which are due today. And the subsequent questions, which are not yet due, 81, 82, 83, and 85, as mentioned earlier, will be subsequently circulated when due. Thank you, Mr. President.
Introduction of bills. On the supplemental order paper, the Sexual Offences Amendment Bill 2024. Public business, government business, motions.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. President. I beg to move the following motion in my name. Whereas it is provided by Section 3.1 of the Development Loans Act that the government is authorized for the purpose of financing general development in Trinidad and Tobago, repayment of borrowings effected for such general development, or repayment of borrowings effected for general development by a statutory authority within the meaning of the Statutory Authorities Act, by an enterprise that is controlled by or on behalf of the state or by the University of the West Indies, from time to time, to borrow money externally or internally in a sum or sums not exceeding in the aggregate $65,000 million in the currency of Trinidad and Tobago. And whereas it is also provided in the said Section 3.1 that thereafter such sum in such currency may from time to time be specified by resolution passed by the Senate and the House of Representatives. And whereas it is necessary for the government to borrow further sums of money for the purposes stated in the said section, be it resolved that for the purposes stated in the said section, the government is hereby authorized to borrow money externally or internally in a further sum or in further sums not exceeding in the aggregate $10,000 million in the currency of Trinidad and Tobago. The Development Loans Act came into force in 1964. Its original ceiling was $30 million. In 1983, the limit under the Act was converted to Trinidad and Tobago dollars and revised to 5 billion TT dollars. In 1994, the limit was increased by $2.5 billion to $7.5 billion and by a further $2.5 billion to 10 billion TT in 2000. In 2003, the limit was increased by $3 billion to 13 billion and by 7 billion to 20 billion in 2008. Thereafter, the limit was increased 3 more times. In 2011, by 10 billion TT to 30 billion TT. In 2015, by 15 billion TT to 45 billion. And more recently, in 2020, COVID year, by TT 10 billion to 55 billion TT. Now, it is worthwhile to note that the previous increases in 2020 and in 2021, because there was also an increase in 21, were to counter the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic and the consequential collapse in oil and gas prices and petrochemical prices. We are still dealing with the socio-economic effects of the pandemic on the economy. Like most countries of the world, we had to increase our debt during COVID to bridge the gap created by plummeting revenues and increased demands for higher socio-economic expenditure to protect the vulnerable in society. As lockdown measures were instituted due to new waves of infections locally and around the globe. Further, in 2022, the global economy was confronted by a very costly humanitarian crisis triggered by the unprecedented war in Ukraine. This compounded the lingering costs associated with cushioning the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Although we in Trinidad and Tobago recorded a budget surplus in fiscal 22, due primarily to the spike in energy prices brought about by the Russia-Ukraine war, the high prices for oil and gas, particularly gas, which has since fallen in price by up to 80% in some gas-producing countries, such as the USA, were not sustainable. Additionally, the global economy continued in 2023 to navigate challenges such as high inflation, supply chain disruptions, and unprecedented policy tightening by central banks. In 2023, crude oil and natural gas prices declined significantly on average as a result of weakened global economic conditions. This dampened demand, and there was more or less excess supply of energy products. Revenue projections in Trinidad and Tobago for fiscal 23 and fiscal 24 were thus impacted as the plunge in energy prices was unforeseen by all of the established impartial international agencies that publish forecasts for energy prices, such as the U.S. Energy Information Administration and S&P. In fact, I recall when I presented the budget in October of 2023, oil was above our forecast price, and all of the agencies, whether it's World Bank, IMF, US EIA, the European Energy Agency, S&P, Fitch, all of the entities that forecast energy prices were forecasting much higher prices for gas and for oil in 2024. But that is environment where you definitely need a crystal ball. On the reverse, in 2022, the agencies got it completely wrong on the downside. So, in response to the challenges we have faced, we, like most countries worldwide, found it necessary to resort to public borrowing to soften the impact of the pandemic on our citizens and to continue to drive our development program to maintain economic activity. Like all of our neighboring CARICOM countries, we recognized very early that the pandemic would seriously disrupt economic activity with sharp declines in growth and the possible emergence of a financial crisis. We needed to act decisively then. If we had not done so, the disruption in credit flows from the financial system would have left households and businesses in dire straits with associated production and labor losses. Therefore, a package of fiscal stimulus programs supported by monetary accommodation was quickly implemented by the government, which enabled us to protect the most vulnerable and keep the economy ticking over. The COVID-19 relief and support measures that the government implemented between 2020 and 2022, combined with the phase and eventual resumption of business activity and the global economic recovery, paved the way for a recovery in all economic sectors. Indeed, the economy, which had contracted sharply by 7.4% in 2020, stabilized with a marginal contraction of 1% in 2021. And since then, we are now, as the IMF confirmed last week, in a period of gradual but sustained economic growth. However, the measures we took during COVID placed our debt ceiling under severe stress, as the implementation of the stabilization measures required us to increase government domestic borrowing. And I stop there to explain that there are three pieces of legislation by which borrowing can be done. The Development Loans Act, which is the act we are seeking to increase the limit. The Guarantee of Loans Companies, which is a piece of legislation whereby the government can guarantee loans by state enterprises and statutory authorities. And the External Loans Act, which is an act by which the government can borrow externally, foreign loans. The only piece of legislation where the government can borrow directly for the development program and for budget support is, in fact, the Development Loans Act. The other two pieces of legislation are very specific. So, our borrowing strategy mirrored the approach adopted by all advanced and emerging economies during COVID. And since the pandemic hit us and everyone else, and there was a global recession associated with it, governments around the world significantly increased their borrowing. And this was obvious because the pandemic generated enormous costs to the public health systems to treat and protect citizens and to provide vaccinations to combat the spread of the disease. Widespread restrictions on mobility and the closing of travel borders led to economic recessions that contributed to significant declines in government revenue. In that year, we in fact had our highest ever budget deficit of $17 billion. Further, the geopolitical tensions following the war between Ukraine and Russia fueled a rise in inflation and worsened investor sentiment, leading to the tightening of the money supply and currency devaluations in several countries around the world. However, unlike those countries, because of our proactive fiscal and monetary policies, we in Trinidad and Tobago were not faced with a currency crisis necessitating a devaluation. Against the backdrop of fiscal policy normalization after the pandemic, governments have faced the challenge of refinancing significant amounts of pandemic-related debt at higher costs because the Federal Reserve, and this is something not understood by many, the Federal Reserve only has one instrument to deal with inflation. It must increase interest rates. That is in the law in the United States. So when the inflation starts to spiral in the US, as we saw in the last couple of years, the Federal Reserve must increase interest rates to try and dampen demand. It has an adverse effect, of course. When you increase interest rates and you stifle demand, it causes problems for growth in your economy. But that's how they are. They are not as flexible as we are in Trinidad and Tobago. Our central bank is not required to use only interest rates to deal with economic growth. Our central bank has much more available to it and can look at many different factors when it is determining the repo rate, which is the interbank rate where banks borrow from each other. And you'll have noticed that our repo rate has stayed the same since the pandemic. We reduced it from 4.5% to 3.5% during the pandemic, and it has stayed there. It hasn't moved because the central bank is of the view that it was not necessary to increase interest rates to deal with inflation. And as we told the IMF recently, Trinidad and Tobago's strategy, particularly the central bank strategy, worked. Because for those of you who have been looking at economic statistics, our inflation spiked as well. We also hit 8% in that period. But in January, our inflation rate dropped below 1%, dropped to 0.3%. And I've just seen a report today, it's now at 0.7%, but still below 1%. So that our central bank did not need to increase interest rates and stifle the economy in order to get inflation down. They use a whole series of measures, like increasing the money supply and so on. So, going back to the issue at hand, public debt has increased worldwide. All of these crises I referred to, the pandemic, the Russia-Ukraine war, have caused global public debt to quadruple, significantly outpacing global GDP, which has tripled over time. In 2022, global public debt reached a record US $92 trillion. So that is 92,000 billion US dollars. Developing countries account for almost 30% of this, with China, India, and Brazil accounting for 70% of that. Many countries, both developed and developing, have increased their debt ceilings to accommodate increasing borrowings. In the US, in December 2021, lawmakers raised the debt ceiling by US $2.5 trillion. That is US 2.5 thousand billion US dollars, to a total of US $13.4 trillion to allow for the additional borrowing needed to fund government operations, all as a result of COVID. Thereafter, as a result of increasing expenditure demands, the US went further and did not just simply increase their debt ceiling, they suspended it. So at this time, there is no debt ceiling in the United States. It is suspended until 2025 to allow them to spend as they believe is necessary. In the UK, in 2023, the UK experienced an increase in debt levels in excess of 100% of its GDP, up from 35% just 15 years ago. And this was due primarily to huge spending in the UK to support the economy there due to the global financial crisis, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the 2022 surge in energy prices. In March 2023, the Executive Board of the IMF temporarily increase the ceilings on member countries' annual and cumulative access to IMF loans to help to support them to cope with a very difficult and uncertain financial environment. In the Caribbean, the IDB has noted that while Caribbean economies have largely recovered from the pandemic-induced recession, the legacy of COVID is public debt accumulation, and this was inevitable. Progress has been made in lowering the public debt throughout the Caribbean, but debt levels around the Caribbean and the world remain elevated when compared to pre-COVID situation. Increasing our borrowing limit, which is what this motion is all about, is in no way unique. Our neighboring CARICOM country, Guyana, has gone to Parliament 3 times over the last 3 years to increase its debt ceiling. They have increased their domestic debt ceiling by Guyana 500 billion. Sorry, increase it to Guyana 500 billion from Guyana 150 billion. And they've increased their external borrowing ceiling to 650 Guyana billion from Guyana 400 billion. These are increases of 233% and 65%. In Jamaica, these countries, well, Jamaica, Barbados, Suriname, etc., are under IMF programs. They have no debt ceilings because they are essentially told what to do by the IMF. So their fiscal consolidation strategies are imposed by the IMF. Their debt is now tied to fiscal targets. And as a result, they have to adopt onerous measures to achieve these targets. Other countries like Grenada, St. Kitts, Dominica, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, all have debt targets guided by their fiscal strategies. So in the world and in the Caribbean, increasing debt ceilings is nothing new. Bermuda has increased its debt ceiling to support its development projects and to recover from the pandemic. In Peru, they have completely suspended their debt ceiling, similar to what the US has done, due to their rising fiscal deficits. Brazil upped its debt ceiling in 2022 to account for a surge in emergency spending during COVID. We in Trinidad and Tobago, I don't think I need to belabor this, financed a number of different support programs during the pandemic, income support, grants, assistance to small business, food cards, reduction in interest rates, all sorts of things. And we had a consequential increase in general government debt. Our government debt reached 81.5% of GDP in fiscal 2020. And I remember there were predictions, including by a member of this Senate, that it would cross 100%. But because we had a very prudent debt management strategy, despite the very difficult countervailing headwinds, our debt levels have gradually decreased from over 80% to close to 70% as of today. Our debt to GDP levels, or level, is still lower than comparator countries such as Barbados, Bahamas, Antigua, Dominica, Suriname, Jamaica, St. Lucia, the Grenadines, all of them. And since the last increase in 21, our borrowings to support the economy and for our development program have been of the range of $3 billion per year. In fiscal 24 so far, we have borrowed to finance just approximately 6% of this year's originally estimated deficit. which leaves us with a headroom of just $2.5 billion under our Development Loans Act. Now, as I said before, it is the only piece of legislation by which the government can borrow directly, domestically. Now, there are tremendous advantages to borrowing in the local market. We get much more favorable interest rates. Remember, the Federal Reserve had to increase interest rates to deal with inflation. So interest rates in the United States went from below 1% to 8%. I mean, it really caused some issues in that country. And because whenever you go on the international market to borrow, your borrowing is pegged to the interest rates in the United States, essentially pegged to the Treasury bill rates. So depending on the tenor of your loan, whether it's a 5-year, 7-year, 10-year, whatever, you are linked to the rate of Treasury notes, and then there's a margin on top of that. So that within the Caribbean, for example, our margin is somewhere in the vicinity of 170 basis points. There are 100 basis points in 1%. So 170 basis points is 1.7%. So that when we go internationally, such is the reputation of Trinidad and Tobago, we just required to pay 1.7% more than the best rate in the United States, which is the Treasury bill rate. Other countries, such as the Dominican Republic, I recall we had to refinance a loan that matured, taken out in 2014, a 10-year facility. It matured in 2023, actually January of 2024. We did the borrowing in late 2023. And we were able to secure a very favorable interest rate, just 1.6% above the best rate in the world, actually, the Treasury bill rate. And the Dominican Republic, so our rate came in at about just below 6%. And the Dominican Republic went out to the market 2 weeks later and were forced to pay 11.5%. So that the margins that those countries have to contend with, the other countries in the Caribbean, are far worse and far more onerous than Trinidad and Tobago. But the point I'm making is that whereas we can borrow in Trinidad and Tobago at very good interest rates, 3%, 4%, 5%, and so on, from the time you go international, depending on how long the repayment period is, you're up in the 7%, 8%, and 9%, and so on. So it is not in our interest to borrow internationally at this time. When the foreign interest rate was 1% and 2%, it was, but it is not now. In addition, foreign borrowing is never a desirable thing. All of the persons who advise us, whether it is the World Bank, whether it's the Commonwealth Secretariat, whether it is the IMF, all the foreign advisors tell us you should concentrate your borrowing domestically. There are many reasons for this. Exchange rate risk, for example. So if your currency moves and your borrowing is in TT dollars, it remains the same. It doesn't change. But if you've borrowed in US, from the time the currency devalues, you have to find more TT dollars to repay that loan. Another very good reason is that when you borrow domestically, the money stays in Trinidad and Tobago, circulates in the economy, and you have the multiplier effect, which stimulates economic activity. When you borrow overseas and you have to pay back overseas, the money leaves Trinidad and Tobago. So that this government has focused its borrowing domestically for many, many, many different reasons, all of them logical, all of them very good reasons. As a result, the headroom or the remaining space in the other two pieces of legislation, the External Loans Act and the Guarantee of Loans Companies Act, the headroom is significant. Pulling from memory, the headroom in the External Loans Act is at least $12 billion, and the headroom in the Guarantee of Loans Companies Act, guaranteeing state enterprise loan, loans is also 12 billion, could be as much as $15 billion. So we eliminate exchange rate risk and refinancing risk when we borrow in Trinidad and Tobago. It allows us to manage a $1 billion loan portfolio with minimal risk. The other advantage of going local is that depending on liquidity and other factors that affect the availability of local finance, we can also borrow locally very quickly. So whereas if you're going overseas, you have to prepare a presentation on Trinidad and Tobago, because what you're doing, you're presenting the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago to foreigners. And you have to explain the country to them. It's more than a budget speech. You have to tell them exactly what's going on in Trinidad and Tobago. It's as if you're doing an Article 4 consultation with the IMF. You have to present them with all your economic data, economic statistics, the performance of various sectors of your economy, the plans for the energy sector, and so on. It's quite a grueling exercise. And you have to do it repeatedly with all of the investors. I remember back in 2016, when we went overseas to do some foreign borrowing, because we were advised that if you don't present yourself in the international capital market, then people just don't know who you are and what you can do and what Trinidad and Tobago is. So you have from time to time to go outside there. So you always have to, it's a balance. You don't really want to borrow US dollars because of the higher interest rates, exchange control risk, the fact that you have to repay in US, the fact that the money is leaving the country. But you need to have a presence outside there, because you never know when you may need to rely on external borrowing. So I recall we did a borrowing, $1 billion US, back in 2016. And we had to do a road show, and we had two teams. One went to England and also went to Massachusetts. I went to New York and I went to California. And we were doing maybe 20 investors a day. And you have to present Trinidad and Tobago to each one of them. So it was a 10-hour day. You have to do a half-an-hour presentation to each one of them. And then when you finish with that in New York, after several days of that in New York, you had to head to California and do it again. The whole process of preparing the investor memorandum, setting up the roadshow, selecting a foreign financial institution to manage the process for you, and so on, it took about 3 months. So in order to borrow that $1 billion, we had to start planning 4 or 5 months in advance. Whereas if we need budget support or we need to borrow money for a development program locally, it can be achieved in 3 weeks, sometimes in less than that, depending on the liquidity in the market. So that's another advantage to borrowing domestically. I'm telling you all of this because this is the reason why, when you add what happened in COVID and what a government normally does, this is the reason why we are close to the limit for the Development Loans Act, which is domestic borrowing, and we have a lot of headroom in the External Loans Act and the guarantee of loans for companies. Now, government borrowing is primarily for the development program. It provides funding for capital projects, for amenities such as hospitals, for social grants, for our defense force. And we don't simply borrow, in fact, we do this quite rarely, to ensure that we can meet our day-to-day operational expenditure. In most years, the borrowing is targeted towards the development program. And let me also explain that when a budget deficit is announced, like for example this year, our original budget deficit was $5.2 billion. All that is, in simple terms, is that that $5.2 billion is the difference between the revenue we expect to collect and the money that we expect to spend. That's all a budget deficit is. So you expect to collect $53 billion, and you plan to spend $58 billion, you have a deficit of $5 billion. But that deficit must be financed by borrowing. It's as simple as that. So budget deficits are always financed by borrowing. Now, 2.5 billion might seem a lot of money to some people, but contained within our original projections for 2024, we still have to borrow about $2 billion in order to finance our development program for this year. That would only leave $500,000 going forward. And we don't anticipate for the next couple of years that we will not be able to, or we will be able to operate without a deficit. We believe, like most countries around the world, and in fact, when we talk to the international agencies, Standard & Poor's, Moody's, IMF, and so on, they all recognize, and all countries are doing this, that in order to recover from the long-term effects of COVID, you have to finance a development program to stimulate sufficient economic activity, and that requires loan financing. So that it is not considered to be, at this time, by the rating agencies and the multilateral lending institutions, a bad thing to borrow as long as the borrowing is targeted towards the productive sector. So if we complete our borrowing this year for our proposed development program and our proposed deficit, we left with only $500 million, sorry, not 500,000, $500 million of headroom within our Development Loans Act. No country or government could operate with that very, very small margin. As we've seen with COVID, an emergency could occur at any time. In 2020, nobody predicted COVID. Nobody knew what would happen. Nobody knew that the price of oil would drop to zero. In fact, it was so bad that the price of oil dropped in the United States, dropped below zero. In fact, it was negative. In fact, the companies had to pay people to take the oil. They couldn't keep it in storage. They had to pay people to take it away. And we ourselves in Trinidad found ourselves in a similar situation where our local oil company, Heritage, actually sold no oil for a couple of months because it didn't make sense. It was costing in excess of $30 a barrel to produce oil in Trinidad and Tobago, and the world price was $15 and $20. So what Heritage did, and that was actually quite clever of them, is that they didn't stop production because they wanted to keep the engine of the petroleum economy running. They kept drilling, they kept producing, but they put it in tanks. And they waited until the price of oil went up back 30, 35, and then they began to sell the oil. So they didn't lose on it. So the point I'm making is that any time an emergency can arise. And to have just $500 million in headroom, which would run the country for about 3 days, that would be very irresponsible and reckless of us. We must have a level of flexibility to counter the effects of revenue contraction or unforeseen expenditure demands. May I also say that this government has never defaulted on any of our debt obligations. In fact, the country never has. Since we became an independent country, we have serviced our payments on time. Probably the only country in the world that has done that. Within the Caribbean, there have been very different experiences. Several Caribbean countries have had to restructure their debt and defaulted. In fact, when you look at the credit ratings of Caribbean countries, several of them have a rating of D, D for default. It means they can't borrow any money. And this is why they are all in IMF programs, because that's the lender of last resort. Unlike Trinidad and Tobago, many Caribbean countries cannot go on the international capital market and borrow money because their rating is default. SD, double D, and so on, believe it or not. In addition, revenue is not a constant flow. Our system of taxation provides for corporation tax and petroleum profits tax, royalties, supplementary petroleum tax, and so on, to be paid at the end of a quarter. So in any particular year, January and February would be what are called dry months. So you don't get much revenue in January and February. And then you get a bang in March, because that's when the corporation tax comes in, the petroleum profits tax comes in, the supplemental petroleum tax, royalties, and so on come in. And then you're back into 2 more dry months, April, May. And then you get another boost in June. And then you're back into 2 more dry months, July, August. So we don't have a constant stream of revenue, but we have a constant stream of expenditure. Because every month you have to pay $2 billion for public servant salaries. You have to pay debt servicing. You have to pay social grants, that's $500 million a month. You have to pay inescapable charges, salaries and wages every month. Every month we have to pay out at least $4 billion before we get to what we call discretionary expenditure, which is not really discretionary, which is goods and services and our construction program and our development program. So you have a constant demand on the Treasury to pay $4 to $5 billion a month, but you don't get the revenue like that. So that's another reason why the government goes to the market from time to time to borrow money. It's to smoothen out this sort of erratic pattern of revenue as compared to expenditure. So I don't think I need to belabor the point that we have, post-COVID and pre-COVID, focused on utilizing domestic borrowing in Trinidad dollars as the best, most cost-effective, most timely solution to meeting our fiscal deficits over the years. The additional $10 billion that we are asking for can't be spent in one day, because the government can also only spend what has been appropriated. So we have a particular sum appropriated for this year, and we can't just add $10 billion to that. I will have to come to Parliament to do a supplementary appropriation in order to do that, and of course that's not going to happen. So this increase, similar to the increase that was done in 2011 by the former administration, the increase by $10 billion too, was done at that time to give the government the flexibility, because you don't want to come to Parliament every week and ask for a $1 billion increase in the limit. It doesn't make any sense. We are hopeful that this $10 billion increase will last for quite some time. A couple of years, well, we believe so. So that this is the reason why we are seeking to raise the limit by $10 billion, as I said. By the end of this year, we'll only have a couple $100 million available to us, and we do not think that it makes any sense to come to Parliament every month to increase the limit by a small sum. That would be highly inefficient. Going back to the other loans, just let me give you some data. The headroom under the guarantee of loans, which is the state enterprise sector, in fact, it's 22 billion, not 12. And the external loans headroom is 12 billion. Borrowing under the Guarantee of Loans Act is also no way as efficient, certainly.
We have been having a bit of a struggle to hear the Minister of Finance. I have never seen him so subdued, and I understand why he is so subdued in his presentation. But we would like very much to hear this very important submission that he's making.
So
that will hit all of us in our pockets.
You were asking me to give way so that I could shout.
Okay.
No, but you know you
Hold
can.
on 1 second, Senator. Both of you all can't stand at the same time. So if you're seeking clarification for the Minister of Finance, allow him to respond. He has 5 more minutes. Minister of Finance, 5 more minutes.
Thank you very much. One of the reasons why I may be subdued is that I had to endure the opposition screaming at me for 6 hours yesterday in the other place, and I'm Not looking forward to the opposition screaming at me for another 6 hours today. So I am keeping calm. So I am sorry, Senator Thompson-Ahye, that I am not speaking loud enough, but let me just make the point. The government uses the Development Loans Act to borrow locally in Trinidad and Tobago dollars. It is considered by far, and it is, from all evidence, the best solution to borrowing. You get the best interest rates, you get the finance quickly, it circulates in the local economy, and you don't expose the country to exchange rate risk, and you don't have to find large quantities of foreign exchange to repay the money which leaves the country. And therefore, this is why we have significant headroom in the other pieces of legislation where the government can borrow, external loans and guarantee. And I was just about to point to what the Guarantee of Loans Act is all about. It is where a state enterprise, UDCOT, MTS, or anything like that, borrows money. The banks require a state enterprise to pay a significantly higher interest rate than central government. And the reason is they consider state enterprise to be higher risk. Even though the loan is guaranteed by the government, the first port of call, if there's a problem, will be the state enterprise. And the banks will have to exhaust all of their remedies with respect to recovering the loan from the state enterprise before they can come to the government for the guarantee. So typically, when you borrow money for a state enterprise, when the government guarantees such a loan, the interest rate is between 1% to 2% higher than it is for direct government borrowing. And secondly, the loan documentation has to be done by the state enterprise, who simply do not have the expertise that we have in our debt management unit in the Ministry of Finance. We have a specialized debt management unit with highly qualified and extremely experienced debt management professionals. So whereas the Ministry of Finance can prepare requests for proposals, go to the local market, borrow $1 billion and get the money in 8 days with all of the documentation done perfectly, it may take a state enterprise a month to do what we can do in a couple of days. So there are all sorts of reasons why it is not a good idea to borrow through state enterprise. It costs more and it takes longer, and there is the possibility of mistakes being made. So I think I have made it crystal clear why it is the headroom or the remaining space in the Development Loans Act is as little as it is, and why there is significant space in the External Loans Act and the Guarantee of Loans Act. I don't anticipate any government coming to this Parliament for several years to increase the headroom under the External Loans Act or the Guarantee of Loans Companies Act. There's more than enough there. As I said, there's $22 billion in guarantee of loans and $12 billion in external loans. But we do have an issue with the headroom in the domestic loans. And if I go back in time, it might have been a better idea in 2021 not to ask for such a large increase for external loans and company guarantee of loans for companies, and instead ask for a larger increase for the Development Loans Act. But that's hindsight. You know, hindsight is 20/20 vision. So although Senator Ahye may have heard me, I hope everybody else did. And I hope that in the few minutes I've been able to explain loudly why it is we need to increase this borrowing limit, that the point has been made. And with those few words, I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, I will now propose the question for debate. The question is, be it resolved that for the purposes stated in the said section, the government is hereby authorized to borrow money externally or internally in a further sum or in further sums not exceeding in the aggregate $10,000 million in the currency of Trinidad and Tobago. Senator Mark.
Mr. President, the Minister of Finance has spent his entire 45 minutes taking us on a journey to nowhere. To nowhere, like the highway they built recently in Komuto. A highway to nowhere. But this is a journey to nowhere. All over the globe. COVID, global crisis, war, energy prices. But, Mr. President, the minister has not explained in his 45 minutes what is the justification? What is the justification for seeking an additional $10 billion? $10,000 million. Why? What projects are you going to spend $10,000 million? Nothing, Mr. President. But we are taken on a journey around the globe. Up to now, the Honorable Minister cannot explain to this Honorable Senate what is the government going to do, Mr. President, to improve the quality of life of the people with those sums. Not only that, Mr. President, we are not even told by the minister, okay, you're going to borrow $10 billion. But how much you borrowed since 2015? You ain't tell the country that. Mr. President, this government has built nothing and continues to build nothing. Well, apart from nothing. Mr. President, the government of Trinidad and Tobago over the last 9 years, 8.5 years, would have constructed a virtual debt bomb in our country. Debt bomb, Mr. President, that will explode and will hurt and damage and injure every man, woman, and child in our nation. That is what, Mr. President, may I tell you, I listen with some degree of anguish and pain, listening to the Honorable Minister engage in the mama guy of the century. Mama guying and fooling the nation. Mr. President, may I remind the Honorable Senate, through you, that at the end of 2011, Trinidad and Tobago had an accumulated debt of $30,000 million. $30 billion. That is at the end of 2011 under the People's Partnership Administration.
When they come in, how much it was?
when the government of Dr. the Right Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley, Member of Parliament for Diego Martin West, came into existence and on the compound in 2015. Mr. President, where were we? Mr. President, in 2015, September, we were $30,000 million. And then come December, 3 months later, in a debate in this very chamber, if I recall, the debt, Mr. President, went from 30 to 45.
One time.
Mr. President, by December, this government just came into office, and in less than 2 months, they were in the parliament, and they increased the debt by $15,000 million. So we went to 45. Mr. President, listen to me carefully. In 2020, the government increased the debt, the PNM government increased the debt by another $10,000 million. So from 45 to 55. Mr. President, you understand the extent of the debt that we have incurred? And Mr. President, that happened in December of 2020. And Mr. President, before you could dust your shoes off the mat, in less than 6 months, July of 2021, they came back to the parliament for another $10 billion. $10,000 million. So we moved from 55 to 65. 65. In 2021, Mr. President, that is where we went. And then, Mr. President, the Honorable Minister, on his journey to nowhere, tells us now, give me another $10,000 million. So between 2011 to 2024, we moved from 30 billion TT dollars in loans, the ceiling, to where, Mr. President, today? 75, once this is passed, billion TT dollars. I want to repeat that, Mr. President. 75 when we were 30 under the PP in 2011 up to 2015. Mr. President, let me tell this Honorable Senate. It took 51 years and 14 different governments to reach $30 billion. I want to repeat. It took 51 years and 14 different governments to reach, Mr. President, $30 billion. And when Hurricane PNM arrived on the scene, Mr. President, it took us 8.5 years 8.5 years to reach what? 75. So, Mr. President, within 9 years, if you want to be generous, it took this government 9 years to increase our debt burden by $45 billion. Now, isn't that treason? Isn't that economic treason? That we should be charging this government for? In less than 9 years, Mr. President, every man, woman, and child. Mr. President, in 2011, every citizen, man, woman, and child had, Mr. President, to pay back at that time, 30 billion. Mr. President, $38,000. By 2015, that went up to what, Mr. President? 58 or somewhere there. $58,000 each man, woman, and child. And by 2020, it went up to 73,000 or thereabouts. Today, Mr. President, we are at over $300,000 per man, woman, and child. From $38,000 in 2011, we are now at $300,000 and growing dollars. And Mr. President, what is extremely worrying, troubling, disturbing, is that when we look at the motion talks about financing general development. It talks about repayment of loans that you would have borrowed. It talks about financing development, state enterprises, statutory authorities, the University of the West Indies, among others. But, Mr. President, how are we going to grow? How are we going to develop when the government comes to borrow $10,000 million and they do not tell the Senate how they're going to spend this $10,000? You know what is even ironic, Mr. President? The minister just admitted to us here, when the Honorable Minister went on his road show in the United States, the creditors up there, the Honorable Minister said he had to present a detailed plan because no creditors are going to part with their monies without they understand how you're going to pay them back. So you have to go in a room and properly explain to these creditors, if I'm going to raise $1 billion, how am I going to repay you? The report prospectus, 500 pages long. They have to go in a Hyatt Regency Hotel conference room to explain in detail, Mr. President, how they're going to repay these things back. You know, when it comes to the people of this country, total disrespect, total contempt, total contumely, Mr. President. Where is the prospectus? Where are the details? How are you going to spend our money? Where are the plans? Where are the programs? What are the projects? You come here, the Honorable Minister comes here, presents no plans, give us no program, no development strategies, and they want us, like blindfolded people, Mr. President, give support to what? Another $10,000 million, and they cannot tell us how they're going to repay it and what productive investments, Mr. President, we are going to engage in to ensure that the monies that we are going to invest will bring returns on the investments. Nothing. So we are to just accept what the minister is saying. So today, as we speak, the total public debt minus sterilization is $137 billion, according to the central bank latest report. $137 billion and rising. Mr. President, when the government came to power, Mr. President, in 2015, Mr. President, I'm getting a little noise in the back. Can I ask?
Senators, I'm getting a lot of okay, Senator Mark.
Mr. President, when the government came into office in 2015, you know what was the debt to GDP ratio? The debt to GDP ratio, Mr. President, was 46%. You know, as we speak today, you know where it is at? Not what the minister just told us. The minister, Mr. President, with the greatest respect, owes this Parliament an apology. He just told the Parliament that our debt to GDP ratio is closer to 70%. Mr. President, the minister gave his approval to the IMF to produce the concluding statement on their 2024 article, which was published on the 11th of March 2024. The minister approved this. You know what the minister approved? Mr. President, may I tell you, the debt to GDP, according to the numbers exposed to the IMF, is 73.4% and not 70. Not 70. So why would the minister come to this Parliament and mamagai and fool the people and fool the Senate? He has to apologize to this Parliament for deliberately misrepresenting the facts. That is what he has to do, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to indicate that when we talk about financing general development, and we cannot get from the minister any idea. All he's saying, Mr. President, you see that 200 million, 400 million remaining from the 10,000 million, that is not enough headroom. So we have to get 10,000 million to do what we have to do. But what do you have to do? What do you have to do? And then to come and mamagai us again to tell us the 10,000 billion, 10 billion rather, is not going to be authorized or to be used by the Honorable Minister and the government because the budget has already been approved. But all of us know that in the month of May, Mr. President, the government is going to come with a mid-year review. And in a mid-year review, the minister has the authority to supplement the budget. So if he wants to call a snap election, he can use his $10 billion to supplement the budget. So why you come here to mama guy us to say, see that 10,000 million? That will not allow me to come back here for years. Mama guy! So, Mr. President, this is highly disturbing. How can we, the alternative government, support a motion that is going to allow this government to engage in reckless abandonment? It is irresponsible. Is the government saying, Mr. President, that this $10,000 million is going to be used as part of their war chest to prepare for the next general elections? What is it? Because you're not telling the Senate exactly what you intend to do with the $10,000 million. Mr. President, financing general development, we are told in the motion. And the question that we have to ask, for who? Who is this $10,000 million going towards? It cannot be the people, because the people are not benefiting from what you are doing. You're not doing anything to help the people. What I can tell you, Mr. President, is that what we have seen over the last few years, outside of April of 2023, when the government proclaimed the procurement legislation, prior to that period, the government of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. President, used funds, used the $45 billion, excluding this 10 that is coming. But they used the $35 billion to finance general development. And what was this general development that they financed? And how did the people of Trinidad and Tobago benefit from it? Mr. President, procurement legislation, as I said, only came into being a few months ago. But prior to that, we had leakages of tens of billions of dollars because of the absence of procurement. So you had a lot of waste, mismanagement, squandermania, nepotism, corruption. And we are being asked to continue to finance these kinds of irregularities without any sort of accountability and no transparency, Mr. President? How can we do that? Mr. President, this government used this $35 billion that they extracted from loans that they borrowed over the last 8.5 years to finance a number of activities in which there were huge cost overruns for Trinidad and Tobago. And I want to ask the Honorable Minister of Finance if he could explain to this country how 2K class patrol vessels that cost the Australian Navy $300 million TT dollars happened to cost Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard and the government $600 million. 100% increase. Is that what we are approving here? Is that what we are being asked, Mr. President, to support? Mr. President, where are the efficiencies? How are we gaining when we approve these things as a country? How are citizens gaining from it? Where is the accountability? Mr. President, we talk about 45, but it's 10. Never forget, Mr. President, that this government raided the Heritage and Stabilization Fund, you know. All that was part and parcel of COVID and falling prices. And they got a lot of money, hundreds of millions of dollars from abroad in loans and grants. So when you put all those things together, Mr. President, you are talking about tens and tens and tens of thousands of millions of dollars. And we have an unemployment rate of not 3.2%. That is artificial. You're talking about close to 120,000 people unemployed in this country at a minimum, Mr. President. So the minister must come and tell us what this money is going to be spent on. He has to give us a detailed account. Mr. President, you cannot expect senators to take and to make informed decisions without critical information. Mr. President, we need critical information so that we can make decisions. What are we going to hold the Honorable Minister accountable for at the end of this exercise? If we have to call back the minister, Mr. President, upon approving this 10,000 million in 6 months' time, what are we holding him accountable to? What? Because there's nothing before us except old talk from the minister. But when you go to the United States to raise capital, you have to give the creditors concrete, written information on how you're going to guarantee their returns. You have to show the economy is stable. You have to show, Mr. President, what projects you are going to invest in. That is what you have to do, Mr. President. The minister must tell this parliament, in the wake of our tottering economy, how is the government, in accordance, Mr. President, of this motion before us, that is repayment of borrowings effected for such general development. Mr. President, the government must admit, Mr. President, and share with this parliament, given this kind of money that they intend to borrow, they have to tell this parliament how they intend to repay what they are going to borrow. Mr. President, I say this against the background of the following. The government knows that the lifeblood of this economy is natural gas. They know that the lifeblood of this country is the foreign exchange that we need to import all that we need, Mr. President. But the main lifeblood of our nation is on decline. Mr. President, do you know, as we speak, natural gas production is down to some 2.5, 2.4 billion standard cubic feet of gas? Do you know what Moody's is predicting? By 2025, 2026, if we do not discover and pump new natural gas into our reserves, we are going to be down to 2.3 billion standard cubic feet of natural gas. Mr. President, if we are talking about repayment under this motion of the borrowings that we are engaged in, the minister must explain to this parliament, how are we going to repay? Because we are not increasing natural gas production. Natural gas production is declining. And Mr. President, if you don't know, you know, oil production is at its lowest for 85 years, the last 85 years. We are producing less than 54,000 barrels of oil per day in Trinidad and Tobago. You know the price of the basket that have been used to gain a better price for our natural gas and Atlantic LNG products. You know those prices have collapsed. The minister has admitted that, and the Prime Minister have also admitted that. The price of natural gas and liquefied natural gas all have collapsed. The price of oil is stuttering all over the place. So our main products, energy products, Mr. President, is not fetching the monies that we anticipated. But you come here to borrow $10,000 million, but you tell us, Mr. President, how you're going to repay it. Mr. President, do you know that at last methanol will be shut in its doors, according to a newspaper report, and no one has denied it, by the end of September 2024? You know what that would mean? It would mean almost 1 million tons of methanol products will not be produced and exported. What impact that will have on our revenue streams? What impact that will have on our foreign exchange? What impact that will have on employment levels in Trinidad and Tobago? How will that impact on our ability to repay our foreign debt, our domestic debt? The minister is not coming and telling us that, Mr. President. All of these prices, urea, ammonia, methanol, they are soft. They are soft. And Mr. President, do you know Atlantic LNG down in Point Fortin is operating at just about 65% capacity, according to my information? And out of 18 plants at the Point Lisa's industrial estate, my information, and the minister can deny or confirm, only 9 are in operation out of 18 plants, Mr. President. And the bulk of them have spare capacity. You come here to borrow $10,000 million in this kind of environment, and you are not telling the Senate how we are going to repay back that money? How are we going to repay the money that you want to borrow? And what are you using it for? I don't want our money to be used to establish debt squads.
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
Mr. President, thank you. Mr. President, $300 million in the last budget was used as a supplementation to bump up the SSA. Now we are hearing, Mr. President, the SSA has a death squad, a mongoose gang, a Tonton Makut, and they're killing people in the country. So that is what you're asking me to approve? No. To give the SSS more money to kill more people? No. How can we support that?
So, Senator Mark, that particular point that you're making is not relevant to what is in front of us. Continue.
Mr. President, I understand what you're saying. I won't hold back. Mr. President, let me just go to another point because we have a few more moments. Mr. President, you know what this government has been doing with our debt? Kicking the can down the road. You know, in the review of the economy that I read for 2023, 2024, they showed that the government raised almost 10 bonds on the local market. 6 of those, amounting to close to $12 billion, were used for what? Refinancing loans. I want the minister to tell this country which companies were involved. Was it Global Finance?
Probably.
Who benefited from the refinancing of these loans that you borrowed money to refinance? And then you borrowed money, Mr. President, to also give, I think, $3.2 billion to repay VAT refund and 2 others for budgetary support. That is what was in the review of the economy. But the minister must tell this country the 6 loans that were raised in order to deal with the refinancing of our loans amounting to close to $12 billion or thereabouts. You tell us if it was 8. Tell us if it was 6. Tell us if it was 12. Mr. President, tell us. But also tell us who were the financiers. Mr. President, I want to say in closing, the PNM government has weaponized of their friends, their financiers, and their family. I want to refer you to Act number 7 of 2016. When they brought a bill, they brought an act here called the Finance Act. To do what? To give certain government officials the right to build multi-family residential dwelling units in Trinidad and Tobago. And Mr. President, when they build those multi-family dwelling units, they put in the legislation, once you sell it to the Minister of Public Utilities, and Sunny living in one.
Mr. President,
46.
1 second. No. Raise a standing order.
1 and 46.6, please.
So, Senator Mark, yes, 46.1 is upheld. You already withdrawn? Continue.
Simply saying that we must not be used by the government to raise money through borrowing for them to feather their own nest. They are telling people they must pay taxes, but they are not paying taxes. And we have evidence of it.
Mr. President, Standing Order 46.6 is imputing improper motive.
So, again, Senator Mark, the last statement. Again, there's a slight imputation there. Be careful.
Mr. President, let me wrap up because we will deal with them on the platform. Yes. We have all the evidence. We will deal with you on the platform. Mr. President, let me say in closing, under no circumstances, the alternative government, the incoming government, will ever support that motion that is before us. It is reckless. It is irresponsible. It is dangerous. It is troubling. It is disturbing for us to support.
Senator Mark, time is up. Your time is up. Thank you. Have a seat. All right. Senator Maharaj.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Like my colleagues, Senator Thompson-Ahye, I didn't have full benefit of the minister's articulation, and I missed his normal ebullience. So, but I think I caught enough to come to the position that, regrettably, the minister failed to meet the standard for public transparency on a very important issue. I will assume that the minister is using the modern version of 1,000 million is a billion, so he could have spared us, and we could talk not about 10,000 million, but 10 billion. So we're talking here about 10 billion. I don't know if it's language that helps his case, that it's easier for people to hear million than billion. We're talking about billions. It's a huge ask of the public purse, and therefore I think at the very least, the public of this republic deserves at least the respect he would give to any investor, any borrower, anywhere in the world. We need details. We need details, we need clarity, we need to be convinced that money borrowed under the Development Loans Act is truly about development. If we do not know what it is, we will catch ourselves in the position, as the minister himself mentioned, of hindsight having to be 2020, but not 2020 when you make the decision. He talked about the impact of COVID on the extensive lockdown of the country. That is definitely an area of review for the government to consider. How valuable? Was that the right decision? Did we put the economy under extreme and unnecessary pressure? And we are now paying the price for what that cost Trinidad for being one of the countries to stand alone in the world to lock down its barriers, its airports, its ports, while leaving other parts of the shoreline open to the Delta virus. So, yes, it is, in fact, Trinidad, the maps were all there of what different stages of lockdown different countries did and for what long period. Trinidad was almost possibly the only one at that time that endured a complete lockdown for that period, for that length of time. We can always go back and review the government's handling of the COVID crisis. So, and because the argument here is, does the minister want to ask me a question or make a comment? I will give way. No? Okay, thank you. Oh, I will sit. He has something, he's dealing with you?
Again, you have the floor for a certain period of time. If somebody wants to give way, they'll raise and ask for you to give way. Continue. Conversation was going on there, and I am not a rude person, so thank you very much. So, throughout his presentation and his argument was one that sought to allay our concerns that there is anything different, unique, disturbing. A lot of this is normal. Everybody else in the world does it. We are doing so well. A lot of it was not even a comparison of all oranges and apples, but more like balata and yam. In the Caribbean, we are and have been and was for a long time the standalone oil and gas economy, constantly being compared to islands that are dependent on sun, sea, and sand. And when you shut down, when the world shuts down, they have nothing. Tourism, they have nothing. The world is still trading, even throughout COVID, in fuel. Ships were going up and down, spending long time on the sea, all parked up, burning fuel. So even though the global economy slowed down, we still had income. To be talking about us and comparing us to Dominican Republic, I could understand why Guyana is going and raising their ceilings 3 times. Because you know what, they're on a fast track coming from, they're a country of limited infrastructure and they've got a flush of money and they want to build out massive infrastructure and they know where the money is coming from. Exxon is pumping the money back in. To an arguable degree, but they know where it's coming from. The question is, where do we know where ours is coming from? And this is
The minister may have a solid argument, but I wish I could have heard it. All I'm hearing is that the law, in fact, why didn't he go and use the external if the figures are so good there? Well, I'm pretty sure that he needs that to. The laws, I think he explained to us that there was more leeway in two other laws. One was external borrowing, and in the Development Loans Act, he just has about a headroom of about 2-point-something billion, and therefore it makes good sense to have that raised now so that when if something comes up, some emergency, or for other development reasons, I'm suspecting that his revenue figures are not being borne out, and therefore he needs to fund a number of things that he doesn't have the money for, so he's going to be doing that. So I think that's the point of coming to and asking for this, but you need to bring a little more than that. This is not VEX money that you put aside, you have a few dollars in your pocket and you say, when, in case something go wrong, well, I can jump in my taxi and go home. This is $10 billion that is going to be on the books for us, for every taxpaying citizen in this country, and for your children. And therefore, we deserve the respect of more. We deserve not to be snowed over with easy talk. No, this is the country's business, and it's the public money. So for those reasons, I cannot support this. It will pass, no doubt, but that would have to be my position. I want to also, the reason I raised the importance of finding out, of knowing whether this money is really going to go into development funding, because I heard the minister said, in choosing to go on the domestic market, so many good things were associated with that, and in fact, the government has been encouraged for a long time, go and borrow on the local market. Well, if that was the advice, why haven't you been doing that all the time? Why have we run up the foreign loan bill to the extent that we have? But there are issues about coming on the local market. First of all, the assumption that the money, you will spend it here and will circulate here, is a flawed assumption, because a lot of what you're going to spend it on, you're importing it in, so it's somebody else importing. If it's a contractor, they will be importing a good bit of that money, of the materials and infrastructure and fittings and all of these things. So we need greater specificity when we are talking here, so that we can put our hand up for something or put it down for something. And in the absence of information, what we are doing is buying cat and bag, which is not something that anybody here should be wanting to do. So I would want to know, for example, when we raise the ceiling, how does the debt to GDP what is the impact on the debt to GDP ratio? In the budget, you said it was almost 71%, and that you don't want to go beyond 75. So how much closer to 75 is it? That's an easy figure for the minister. He has the figures. He could just say, well, this moves it to 71.2, whatever. But tell us, right? Then the idea that how does this square with projected income for the rest of the year, or the rest of the 2 years, as you say that you do? What are your projections for repayment if you used it? You said you don't expect this money to be used for the next 2 years or so. Is that money that you're putting down, earning some form of income? What is the impact of borrowing to that degree on the local market on the local economy? Is there a case? Is there a possibility of government borrowing to that degree affecting interest rates in the local market? Is it going to crowd out to any degree private borrowing? Now, I don't know the answer to these things, but I would like more information so that we can assess the impact of these things. So in that case, I have to say to the minister, I think some of these questions had been previously raised, and I had hoped that the various lacunae in his argument would have been addressed, and he would have come to this House with a more informed and informative statement than he did today. He did not. I feel that we have been left to live with the fact that this ceiling will be raised. We don't know what the state of the economy is going to be. We cannot say for sure. We are in this period of our economic growth that we are not quite certain how the future is going to pay for the present. We are hopeful. We are pursuing gas. We are pursuing dragon. We are trying to hustle up now with a non-energy sector. But will these phases fall in the sequence that we need them to fall, so that by the time certain payments are due, some things, economic activity is ramping up and it saves the day? The government has been very stoutly taking the position that it will not fall into the hands of the IMF. Well, I don't think governments like to fall into the hands of the IMF. And one reason they don't like to is that if they can stay out of the IMF hands and they can manage it, they don't have to ask of themselves to do the things that the IMF would ask them to do. The IMF will put conditionalities, and you're going to have to live with it if you give yourself a certain amount of space from that by figuring out how you're going to meet your credit commitments. And I think the minister has been very astute in prioritizing his servicing of foreign debt, because it keeps the credit rating, it keeps our credit rating reasonable. We can go and get, fairly decent rates, loans at very decent rates, so we can keep borrowing. But keeping borrowing, having to furnish that, first of all, is the amount of foreign exchange that is having to go towards that in a country, and we see the consequences of the foreign exchange problems all the time, because so much of it has to go to debt. Right? So that you have to, this period has to be of uncertainty. We are in a period of economic uncertainty where we are hoping for the best. We are working hard. I want to give the government the benefit of that. They're working hard. They may not always be working smart, but they're working hard. That we have to be careful in this period that we can rein in certain things and not give in to certain temptations until we can be more certain that, yes, the gas is coming in. Yes, the global climate crisis does indeed mean that gas will be a transition fuel for as many decades as we are claiming, because the world is moving so fast. Assumptions that have been made about fossil fuels are changing almost by the month. So we are in a period, we do not have enough built up in the non-energy sector to survive any development in the energy sector that is untoward. And we could very quickly, that could very quickly slip against us. We have to be really careful, and for us to be careful, we need information to make informed decisions. And that is where I felt the minister's argument in this case failed today. I regret it, but that's the only position I can hold. We need more transparency when we're dealing with the public purse. Thank you.
Senator Lezama-Lee Singh.
Thanks very kindly, Mr. President, for this opportunity to join this debate, to lend my voice in support for this motion brought by our Minister of Finance to raise the debt ceiling loan by $10 billion TT. Mr. President, Let me say from the get-go, this is going to be a very brief intervention. I am not feeling 100%, but I feel it is absolutely necessary to respond to some of the balderdash that was brought up earlier by not the previous speaker, but the one just before that, Mr. President. You know, it's really funny. I've said it, and unfortunately I'm going to have to say it again. We come to this house, in this chamber, and we can easily predict what the senator is going to present to us. We can predict the rant and the rave. We can predict the wild and ludicrous storytelling. We can predict the deliberate effort to create uncertainty, instability, and try to create hysteria within the population, Mr. President. And it's really rather annoying, and there are other words I'd like to use to describe it, but it would probably be very unparliamentary if I were to say how pathetic that behavior is. No, Minister, no. Mr. President, I want to just refer to something Senator Maharaj talked about insofar as the government working very hard to make sure that the country stays out of the jaws of the IMF. And speaking about the conditionalities that the IMF puts in place, all we have to do is look at the situation that happened with Jamaica in the 80s when they had no choice but to do structural readjustments under the IMF. Jamaica, for decades, reeled and reeled under the pressures of those strict conditionalities, Mr. President. There was mass public severance of the labor force in Jamaica. There was a great removal of the social programs that buffered a large percentage of the population in Jamaica. And the country is yet to really find itself in stable ground. And I wouldn't go further than Jamaica because we're talking within the Caribbean. There are other and similar countries. And there are other countries in the Caribbean as well who have had to accept the conditionalities for structural readjustment under the IMF. But those are the same countries you see, Mr. President, that when a hurricane hits them, a former prime minister and their leader would stand up and say, if I help you, what's in it for me, Mr. President? And Trinidad and Tobago, could you imagine if Trinidad and Tobago has to go to somebody because our economy is in such a bad situation that we cannot help ourselves in the wake of a national emergency or an act of God or something? And we go to one of our CARICOM neighbors or anybody and they say to us, what's in it for me? What does that do for the citizens? What does that do for the country? And what does that do for the relationships that we have built? I also want to thank Senator Maharaj. She talked about the government working hard but not necessarily smart, and I beg to differ. The government works excessively hard and the government works excessively smart. It is because of the wise and prudent decisions taken by our Minister of Finance, and I want to publicly applaud him here today, that we have been able to keep our heads above water. Mr. President, the UNC still probably does not believe that the COVID pandemic was something real, Mr. President. Here we are. Last week would have been 4 years since the introduction of COVID into Trinidad and Tobago, the first case present in Trinidad and Tobago last week, 4 years ago, Mr. President. Well, Mr. Vice President, I'm sorry, and welcome to the chair and welcome to leading the sitting for this part of the proceedings. And over the course of the 4 years, we have seen, Mr. President, this Minister of Finance work literal magic. Restructure, remove, readjust, and do everything that he needs to do to make sure that not one public servant lost his or her job, Mr. Vice President. Every single person on the government payroll received their salaries in full and on time, Mr. Vice President. It was because of his wise and prudent handling of the economy, Mr. Vice President, that we were able to put into place a number of programs to help buffer the very vulnerable in society, Mr. Vice President. The Ministry of Agriculture had its food box program, the Ministry of Social Development for all of these small and micro enterprises and all these different grants and loans. I remember one of my friends who's a self-employed athletic person messaging me with absolute glee and joy that he was able to receive his grant, and it helped him so much because he was unable to go out and do what his profession is at the time. And so this government must be complimented for all of the measures that it would have put in place to ensure that the people of Trinidad and Tobago were cocooned, not by a dome, were cocooned and buffered safely throughout the perilous times of COVID-19, Mr. Vice President. And even though we have gone well past the lengths of the severity of the situation, Mr. Vice President, insofar as the reality of the virus coursing through the public and the loss of so many lives, and we again commiserate with the families of all the people who lost their lives to COVID. Mr. Vice President, we are still reeling economically from COVID. And who doesn't want to accept that living in La La Land? And this is Trinidad and Tobago, and this government will continue to look after the business and the interests of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, you know, when I was preparing for this debate, I chuckled because I went back to some media stories and I looked at a story in The Guardian. It was not written by any specific author. It was just a little information blurb put into The Guardian in 2011, on the 6th of September 2011. And I'm very glad that the Minister of Finance presented the three different types of loans that the government can look at, which is the Development Loans Act, the Guarantee of Loans, and the External Loans Act. And let me just permit me, please, Mr. Vice President, to place on the record this article here. Dukaran looks to up borrowing limits. Two financial matters will occupy the attention of members of Parliament at a sitting which begins at 1:30 p.m. today. This as Finance Minister Winston Dukaran seeks approval of two motions. One, to increase the legal limit for borrowing under the Guarantee of Loans Companies Act from 38 billion to 70 billion. And the second, to raise the limit for borrowing under the Development Loans Act from 20 billion to 30 billion. Meanwhile, former minister in the Ministry of Finance, Browne, said it would be a no-no to increase borrowing for recurrent expenditure. Mr. Vice President, yesterday I heard the word hypocrisy being used in the other chamber. And Mr. President, that word hypocrisy, just like the word tottering, is endemic over on that side. It is unfortunate that they would come here and rant and rave and carry on about the government should not be going and taking this loan, and they need answers, for this and that, and pie high and buffering the armor of the election, buffering the treasure chest for the election campaign, etc. But it is passing strange that in that one sitting, the UNC comes to borrow both from they bring a motion both for the Development Loans Act as well as for the Guarantee of Loans Act, Mr. Vice President. So while it might appear that the ceiling might have been lower at the time, it was actually 300% more than what we are asking for here today, Mr. Vice President. And then I just printed out another article, which I also got from The Guardian, and it is dated the 4th of December 2015, and it's written by Richard Lord, and the title is PP Maxed Out the Loan Limits. And he talked about the fact that the existing limit was used up completely by the government, and they had to increase it by Parliament. So this is not something that is new or strange to any government, and the UNC continues to live in its own place, and they continue to be very hypocritical in their approach to everything in this country, and everything is politics and a big joke and a big game for them. Mr. Vice President, in 2013, the Auditor General's report said that billions were spent without documentation. This is not me. This is the actual report from the Auditor General of 2013. Billions were spent without documentation. So therefore, it's passing strange that they are here. Well, it's not passing strange. It's typical of them that they're here ranting and raving. I want to address a few points raised by Senator Mark. He talked about it took 51 years and 14 different governments to reach 30 billion. Mr. Vice President, it took the PP less than the 5-year term that they served to reach way past 30 billion and to waste in the vicinity of possibly $100 billion in this country. And I want to talk about that squandermania, and I want to point out exactly how and where that money would have been wasted, Mr. Vice President. He talked about the money is to be used as part of the war chest for the next general elections. You know, they're constantly screaming about elections. They're obsessed with elections, but I wouldn't be obsessed with elections if I have 11 losses under my belt. In no way, no how would I want to come here and be screaming and trying to buff up and hype the government for elections. The election will come when the election is due, Mr. Vice President. We know that. We know that. And the licks book. They're here today talking about what is treacherous and what is treason, Mr. Vice President. Treason would be when you write international agencies to complain about your own country and to make up stories about things that happen. And yes, the Australian government and other people wicked for spite, Mr. Vice President. And, but so that is what is treasonous, Mr. Vice President. It's things like that. You know, you talk about we raided the Heritage and Stabilization Fund for COVID, but according to them, you know, the COVID was fake, but COVID was all really about a dome and rum, Mr. Vice President. You know, rum is supposed to be the remedy for COVID. Mr. Vice President, I heard Senator Mark talk about foreign exchange as part of the lifeblood. In May 2014, Mr. Vice President, the PP government was in charge. In May 2014, that was when there was the first real exacerbation of a foreign exchange shortage in Trinidad and Tobago. And in May 2014, the acute foreign exchange shortage was blamed on a newly introduced auction system that was introduced by the then central bank governor, Mr. Vice President. So when you want to talk about foreign exchange shortage, I want you to look back and see what role you played and what you encouraged and what you allowed to pass by to see where we are at this point today. And it's a situation that we're still trying to recover from. And Mr. Vice President, I don't know anything about any death squad in this country at all, but what I do know is that this country lost a lot of money when there was a state of emergency called because of the Jonestown massacre in Arima in 2011. And over 4,000 boys who looked like me and my relatives were locked up, and most of them unnecessarily. And how much money, how much the state was sued for those things. That is what we talk about wastage. When you want to talk about death squad, I think that is a death squad. What have you done to the reputation of the young boys? What have you done to their futures? What have you done to their children and their mothers? Mothers bawling down the place with genuine concern because there was actually nothing that their son should have been locked up for. 4,000 of them. And they unconscionably sit here without remorse for what they have done, spoiling an entire generation of young men in this country. Picture Trinidad and Tobago 20, 30 years from now. Those boys have been tarnished, their children have been tarnished. Imagine what the country could potentially look like if the correct remedial actions are not taken. But thank God that this government is here, and thank God that this government continues to invest soundly in the people of Trinidad and Tobago and provide programs for all of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, regardless of color, creed, race, status, educational background, Mr. Vice President. I want to talk a little bit, Mr. Vice President, about what $10 billion looks like, Mr. Vice President. And I want to just go through some numbers here and some figures, what $10 billion under UNC spend looks like, Mr. Vice President. I'm going to talk about youth and sport. Under the PNM, $10 billion could invest in so many more youth aquaculture projects, youth camps, youth training programs, MyLat and MyPat, and all these different programs that we have for the young people in Trinidad and Tobago under this current Ministry of Youth Development and National Service. And instead, what you get if you were to invest money in the youth under the UNC, problems like life sport, hoops of life, and wild mismanagement at Sport TNT with $411 million spent unfinished or unused sports facilities, $2.3 billion spent in projects that were not completed, $7.5 million in legal fees for staff dismissal, and $2.5 million for incomplete and deteriorating facility in Grand River in Toko. Grand River Toko is where Kishore and Walcott came from. They produce outstanding nationals and athletes. So why it is you're going to go up there and mama guide the people and tell them you're building a recreational facility and then you leave it to rot, Mr. Vice President? Under national security, let me talk about wastage and how money is misallocated and spent. A fire truck fall off a road, $6.8 million to retrieve it. And that 6.8 is a discount from the original $10.2 million that was spent there. The blimp that the government paid $15 million for, the security blimp, the deliberate attempt to dismantle national security apparatus, Mr. Vice President. The blimp that cost us $15 million was sold for $50,000, Mr. Vice President. $50,000. That is unacceptable, and that is wastage. We want to talk about $1 billion, 3 letters, SIS. $1.2 billion in the Beetham wastewater plant. $1.2 billion. And not forgetting that the SIS bid was $400 million TT over the bid of the nearest competitor. $400 million over the bid. We talk about the Kirap interchange, Minister Sinanan will tell you that whatever the original price was, I want to say it was $400 million for the Kirap interchange, along that price, $421 million, and the PNM government, a responsible PNM government, was able to deliver on time and under budget for half the price. So that's $200 million that would have been unaccounted for. We adding up to $10 billion and telling you this is what UNC's $10 billion looks like, Mr. Vice President. We're talking about Ministry of Works and Transport. You remember something called the Children's Life Fund? I remember clearly Caribbean Airlines handing off a huge check to contribute towards the Children's Life Fund. And while, Mr. Vice President, it is a noble cause, how can you give millions of dollars in charity if you are suffering $700 million in losses in 2012? How is that rational? How is that prudent? How is that saving this country money, Mr. Vice President? What about the Point 14 highway? $7.2 billion. There are 3 letters. 3 letters seem to be something over there as well. There are 3 letters that terrify this nation almost as much as the letters UNC terrifies this nation. You see those 3 letters, OAS, Mr. Vice President? In April 2013, workers had to down their tools because they said the workers at OAS working on that highway in April 2013 said that they were being exploited. There were unsafe working conditions, and they claimed that there were violations of local laws, Mr. Vice President. $7.2 billion already spent, and we all know the magic joyride that OAS has taken this country on, and we all know OAS disappeared September 6th. 2015, the election was September 7th, OAS disappeared on or around September 6th, Mr. Vice President. And that would have contributed $7.2 billion. $7.2 billion. We done past $10 billion, Mr. Vice President. We done past $10 billion, and we're nowhere near where we even need to be. I remember, Mr. Vice President, watching my TV. I had very young children between 2010 and 2015. I had all 3 of my children. So I had a lot of late nights, and I would watch recaps of news at that time, Mr. Vice President. And all the time I like local TV, and I really like news, Mr. Vice President. And all the time I'm watching this, and I'm wondering, what is this happiness campaign? What is this about? I said, are they targeting me? Something going on with me? What is this happiness? Because it's constantly showing up. It's showing up on my social media, and it's showing up on my TV, happiness campaign. Only to find out NGC funding something, and that would have been money towards somebody's election war chest, Mr. Vice President. NGC's funding donations, which is supposed to be something spread across the country, right? You're not exclusive to one particular area. NGC's funding donations as at March 2015, Mr. Vice President, In Couva South is a constituency very dear to me, Mr. Vice President. In Couva South, they received $18.8 million in charity funding from NGC, 18.8. Tabaquite got 11.2. Toko Sangre Grande got 9.7. St. Anne's East got 0. Laventille East and Laventille West, and they're beating their chest all over the country. They love the people of Laventille and they're there for the sufferers in the country. Laventille East combined with Laventille West got a total contribution of 80,000 TT dollars from NGC. You want to talk about discrimination and you want to talk about things that are happening all across the board? Mr. Vice President, this is what we call absolute wastage and unfair sharing of the resources. This government is very deliberate in how it allocates resources across the country, Mr. Vice President. And Senator Maharaj also talked about we have to prioritize and rein in the Senate in our spending here in these times. In January 2015, the then Prime Minister came up with this idea, or was pushing this idea, this concept of a constituency fund, which she wanted funded for $410 million. And the Prime Minister is quoted as saying it was urgently necessary, Mr. Vice President. The then Planning and Development Minister, who unfortunately found himself in the doghouse shortly after and continues to be a castaway because he tried to bring sense and reason to them, said, "This is not a priority, it can wait." So when we want to talk about election war chest, $410 million, I'm sure, and we know, based on how NGC's devis would have been, we know constituencies like St. Anne's East, Laventille East, and Laventille West would have gotten probably $5,000 each coming out of this constituency development fund, Mr. Vice President. And so we know what PNM will do with $10 billion, what PNM will not do with $10 billion. We wouldn't take money to take anybody who is a sister nurse on a joyride on several state trips, identifying as personal holidays, Mr. Vice President. We wouldn't encourage women, particularly the young mothers, to make babies, to get a one-off grant of $1,000 towards baby milk. $1,000 can probably buy you 3 months' worth of baby milk, depending on what type of children you have. My children have severe allergies. I needed specialized milk. Very expensive, Mr. Vice President. This PNM government is not irresponsible, Mr. Vice President. We're very, very serious and deliberate about what we do. So when the Minister of Finance comes here this afternoon to talk about raising the debt ceiling by $10 billion, it is not because he just feels like going on a spending spree. It is because of deliberate thought, accurate reporting, accurate reconciliation of what has happened in the past, and accurate and deliberate plans for taking this country forward, Mr. Vice President. And so, Mr. Vice President, I just want to end my very, very brief contribution, as I said to you, my very brief contribution, to ask the members of this House to please lend their support to this request from the Minister, who will, in his wrapping up, continue to enlighten us as to the purpose of all of this request and what will happen. I can guarantee this country, Mr. Vice President, through you, the listening audience, that when this government says it will spend money on a certain developmental program, it will be done. And this is done for the benefit of each and every citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, bar none, Mr. Vice President. I thank you.
Senator John.
President. Mr. Vice President, I thank you for recognizing me as I make a brief intervention with this motion before us.
Yes.
And I don't know if, well, I really want to congratulate Senator Mark for his exceptional contribution. Again, you really are a national treasure, Senator Mark. I thank you so much for your work on behalf of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. When no one else will speak up, Senator Mark speaks up. Right? However you do it in your style, you do it. Mr. Vice President, I just want to reiterate, because I wasn't sure that Senator Mark had done, with respect to the motion, which which states, whereas it is provided by Section 3.1 of the Development Loans Act that the government is authorized for the purpose of, and I just want to interpret as I see it, because it is prefaced by the Development Loans Act. And it went on to explain, not only in the motion, I have the law right here before me, that it's for the purpose of A, financing general development in Trinidad and Tobago, B, the repayment of borrowings effected for such general development, or C, repayment of borrowings effective for general development. One, if this general development is by a statutory authority within the meaning of the Statutory Authorities Act. Two, by an enterprise that is controlled by or on behalf of the state, or three, by the University of the West Indies. Mr. Vice President, by the lowest bar, the minister did not cross this threshold. As a matter of fact, Senator Sunity Maharaj, in trying to put him out of his pain, said this is like buying cat in bag, and I tend to agree with that. There was absolutely no explanation. Now, Mr. Vice President, we know that countries will have to engage in some level of indebtedness, but really and truly, particularly when it comes to debt financing, which is critical for development. But certainly, when you borrow for these development, what national development is, it is the capacity of a country to raise the standard of living of its residents. That is to be clear. It can be achieved by providing individuals with basic livelihood requirements and which supplies them then with employment, etc. Development is a process that creates growth, brings in progress and positive change. Now, different people put it in a different way, but by and large, we'll end up at the same space. And really and truly, when you look at what was said here today, there was nothing that told us how this loan, which is sponsored by the Development Loan Act, will do any of these things. I mean, the minister told us, he patted himself on the back, that he was not going to any external lender because you had to provide explanation. So he doesn't say much to the banks inside here if they will just let him come to him every 8 days, $1 billion, doesn't say much for them. They just hand it over. So if it is your reason for not borrowing externally is because the threshold, the local threshold is much lower. But more than that, you are saying, I really don't care whether you borrow from RBL, FCB, RBTT, Rand Credit Union, it could be a Susuhan. We need to know what you're borrowing it for. What are you going to borrow it to do? What is the development that will create the growth that we so badly need, that it brings progress, and that will bring positive change to Trinidad and Tobago? Senator Mark did was very, very good and thorough in terms of giving us the backstory to where we are, starting in 2015 when the government would have moved in, and that the ceiling was 30 billion. And today, should the government be successful, we will be pushing 75 billion. And again, I reiterate, governments must borrow for development. But if the money is approved and is expended, we must see a bridge. We must see some, right today, I think I saw somewhere in Penal, that there's a major complaint that the corporation, they have to find money to provide truck-borne water, because in 2024, you have entire communities that are not receiving pipe-borne water. So this government really has nothing to show for that 65 billion of the 45 of borrowed money, 35 gone already, done borrow and spend, and 10 today after today, and all you are seeing is woulda, coulda, shoulda, billboards. You know, that's all they have, billboards. All today they have to somewhere in the east putting up billboards, right? But love don't cost a thing. I don't know what billboards cost. I don't know that billboard costs $10 billion. So after 8 years in government, Mr. Vice President, after spending close to 500 billion through the, the consolidated fund, Trinidad and Tobago today, in 2024 really, is literally back to the future. Back to not one drop of water in the taps. It's not me saying, this is what is happening all over Trinidad and Tobago. Back to mothers in supermarkets. Really, they will take up goods, and when they get to the cashier, they have to put back half of the goods. That is our reality. Why? Because the development is probably not there. It's not enough of it is not there to create the kind of jobs that people are looking for. People are looking for handouts. People are looking for a hand up. They are looking for opportunities to earn a good wage. In 2024, just last week, we are reading this horror story that a young little girl was found buried in a shallow grave at the back of her house. No one knew she was missing after 7 years. That is development as opposed to PNM style. Who don't care their tagline is who live, and who dead, and know who missing. And don't jump up, sir. Right? Mr. President, 500 billion spent, but not on anything to save that poor desperate girl's life. And unfortunately, as this government floats merrily down the prodigious path of perdition, many more will die and definitely go missing. And these are the facts. I'm not making it up. I mean, last evening I'm driving down Charlotte Street, right in front of Shafford Court. Where do you think you saw? There is some, all the Trinidadians, all the Portuguese, they flambeau. In Tobago, where I'm from, maybe not my good Senator Hazel up there, they're from Tonga, I think. From Shafford, we just say it's Bullifay, right? So you have all these Bullifay, you say Bullifay too. All right, good, right? So we don't say flambeau, we say Bullifay. So you have this thing lined out, Bullifay. You're not celebrating. It's because of the massacre that had occurred over the weekend. It is what it is. Facts are really stubborn things. And you see, this is after having spent $500 billion and borrowed $35 billion, and you're here today looking for 10, and we must not complain because there is absolutely no explanation. I've never seen a minister waffle so. As a matter of fact, for the first time, he was asked to speak up because even to the minister, he sounded as if he making sense. Even to the minister, he sounded as if he making sense. And that's why boys also. That's how smart man does come. You understand? When they know, they're making no sense, the boys gone now. You understand? So, Mr. Minister, Mr. Vice President, after this $500 billion, that is what's spent, and $35 million borrowed and spent without anything to show for it, little children are being shut in their beds because that is what you do with developmental money. You know. You develop infrastructure. You develop opportunities that will create jobs. You develop humanity. You develop civility. People will not be in a space crippled by poverty, that they have to turn to crime, that the gang leader is more attractive than the teacher. This is not development, and we have to take it as it is. And if we can't say it here, where will we say it? Because here is where the government has come to borrow $10 billion, and we are saying no like that. We are saying what it is you are going to do with that. How is that going to help the people who have been murdered while driving, while going to school? Right now in the schools, I mean, maybe the PNM don't see these things. I'm not a social media person, but it just lands on your WhatsApp. You are seeing little children in knives fighting each other, this kind of barbaric behavior. That is as a result of backwardness. That is not a result of development. So that is why we are saying, how did this $500 billion and $35 million borrowed enable, or how will it disable that behavior? Because that is what you take money to do. You take money to buy something. It's not to buy Benebol and Tulum and come here and waffle through, and people telling you that your voice is low. That is how you talk when you don't know what you're saying. So, Mr. President, I said every single day you hear about villages without water, people begging for water, and the same Minister of Finance didn't see it fit to release any funds to the corporation. So children can't go to school. Mothers, fathers can't go to work because they can't bathe, they can't cook, they can't do any of those things. So, and after spending $60 billion of the $500 million, about $60 billion of that was spent in the healthcare system. And everybody knows somebody who have been in that hospital waiting for 3 days, and nobody, you can't even hear, like they say, somebody touch me. They just don't have care because the barbaric behavior, pain travels down. Everybody just gone crazy in this place. You understand? Because when they're killing 5, I remember I seen this thing on Saturday, all these images coming across. So I text someone I know in the area. I said, what is going on? And they say, Sister John, this is not murder, this is a massacre. I cannot talk. I cannot talk. How can we in all good conscience as a country tolerate these things. We have to ask, how would this 10 billion help the people of Hart Place? Because they are saying, because there are good people in Hart Place going to work every day minding their business, and they are saying, in whose name you're borrowing this money? Is it I? Is it my name? Or am I going to benefit from that when I have to lock up and put old pan in front of my house road that whomever, the savages can't come? These are the things we have to think about, Mr. Vice President, when 500 billion just gone with the wind. Because when, for instance, the San Fernando Teaching Hospital, I remember when we got that mandate at UDCOT to convert this office building to this 216-bed tower. What did you do? It included facilities such as specialties such as for maternity and childcare, pediatrics, medical, general surgery, diagnostic clinic, urology, neurosurgical, and orthopedics. Why? Because San Fernando take care of about 60% of the healthcare needs of this country. And people were in the corridor of the hospital, lying down the same way. And a prime minister, with some sense in their head, said, people can't live like that. And some empathy. You have to have empathy. If you have no empathy, everybody, you can't talk in this country, because what they do, they go on some platform and try to insult you, right? But a prime minister with some empathy went and said, I need this building converted, and whatever, and the paperwork, you did the paperwork and so on. And what came up is this 216-bed teaching hospital, which is still there for all to see, and that is what you do with development money. That is how you do development. It had to fix something. Somebody had to benefit from it. That is what you have to ease suffering. People have to have access, right? And the same for the 230-bed Coover Children's Hospital that they didn't know what to do with. And of course, COVID came and they found the keys. Over 60 billion, and I'm happy that Senator Gopeesingh is here, spent in education. And yet children were still going to school, or are still going to school in mosques and temple and schools up in churches. Even this one that they're fighting over a name and a name and a name, because everybody PNM just get involved in all kind of foolishness. Who name it should be, well, that is a matter for them. But the same Ramai Trace Hindu School, that school, they spent 8 years and left it there untouched. Until God, parents complained and argued and protested. All this time, children were graduating with certificates saying, Ramai Trace Hindu School, and never sit down in the school, Sat in some temple somewhere. From nursery, you understand? From nursery to 11 years, exactly. So this is what we are talking about. We are talking about how is this money going to help the children who are fighting viciously. This must disturb us and trouble our conscience. And I'm sure Dr. Gopeesingh will talk about the 106 schools that he built. And you literally have to take the PNM across the country to show them when they argued that it wasn't because, you see, they can't do that, right? And they feel that nobody else can. But you see, the secret is education is a crime mitigation strategy. That is what it is. Jobs is a crime mitigation strategy. Sports is a crime mitigation strategy. So change under this PNM government, Mr. President, has been a long time coming. And it ain't going nowhere. Yesterday I see in the parliament a very senior gentleman on their side saying that he willing to fall on the sword for property tax. Like he knows something that they may know, they're giving every time. Everybody watch that fella very closely. Right? Watch that fella very, very closely. When you hear this man saying that, listen, I'm going to fall on the sword. You understand, for this property tax. He is in the departure lounge. He knows just what he did. At the end of the day, we are bright people. All right? You understand? Mr. President, notwithstanding 500 billion spent and 35 borrowed and spent 10 billion to come, every single citizen protesting for better roads. And of course, when the rain finally comes, the floods take over. Because over the hundreds of millions spent in consultation and drainage plan and so on, somehow it's not been preemptive and proactive in saving people's lives and livelihood. That has been washed away. Now these are serious things, There are people very poor, they have no insurance and so, and then they will disparage people and say, well, why you build on that bank and why you did that? That's what they could afford. Nobody choose to go and build on no bank for the house to wash away. People don't do that. It's what they could have afforded. So what we have to do as responsible people, and when you have power as a government minister, you have to ensure that these people one home that they have doesn't wash away when the flood comes. And of course, when people beseeching the Honorable Minister of Works and saying, try your best to make this season. You know it coming for sure as night follows day. What you tell them? I am not Jesus. That's how the people behave. I am not Jesus, or call me Jesus. And the minister is right in his claim that he's not Jesus, because in this holy month, and just preceding the holiest week, because we are well aware that he's not Jesus. Because Jesus, after all, had empathy. He was humble. He exhorted us to do unto others. He told us to do unto others. And according to the scripture, Jesus walked on water. And all this minister facilitating us with a car, and he also float away in flood water. That's all he facilitates. Right? Don't Jesus. You should be ashamed. I've never seen that. No, son, President, I said, Father, forgive them. And this week before the Holy Week, they know not what they do. They don't know people suffering. And if you have the power to engage and to alleviate that suffering, that is what you have to concern yourself about. Now be sure, everybody they want to try and insult and badger and beat tongue and play that them is one big thing. The people are waiting for you all. Yeah, the man said my bags are packed. Yeah. And I ready to go. And if property tax taking me out, let it take me out. All right? When that man say that, listen to what he has to say. All right? Listen. Our country, Mr. Vice President, is not progressing by way of developmental growth or progress, and there is absolutely no positive change. In fact, we are failing in every possible sector. The 10 billion asked before us today is the least of our trouble, quite frankly. The number we have to be mindful of, that after borrowing and spending that 35 billion and coming for 10 billion more, the one that we have to look at is that Trinidad and Tobago is one of the 10 most dangerous countries in the world. That is development PNM style. Yes. That is what they bring us to. That is historic past, right? 5 is number to watch, because now they're killing you one at a time and they're killing you in crop, right? Called on the front page of the Sunday papers is a massacre. These are the statistics that you have to look at as we become this backward wasteland and suffering under this dictatorial government. And even they realize they're dictatorial because man start a ball and say, I go fall. I ready a ball. You know what I say? The Californian say, I want a ball, because he knows that his bags are packed. Right? So today, Mr. Vice President, the same failed government with no plans, with no vision, right? They had to ask this Minister of Finance to speak up, because he knows he has nothing to add. He has no answer for anything. He come here with no plans, he come here with no vision. With the two hands swinging, right? And with no evidence of work ethic, no fierce urgency of now, none. And I watching Bully Fair in front of Trafford Court, I driving. I'm looking at this thing, and I allow it to hit me. I'm passing straight and say, well, that was this and that. I make no cast no aspersion, I don't know. But it is sad when you see these young lives just going, the blood just going, you just watch these pictures on social media. That is what we have to be engaging ourselves. That is what developmental is, bringing civility. Right, so Mr. Vice President, the owners of small and medium-sized business are asking in whose name this 10 billion is being asked for. Right? The maxi taxis, they want to know for whose benefit. Security guards, recently they got a $3.50. They're across the thumping their desk because they feel that is plenty. Poor people must never get nothing. You understand? It's plenty. Look at it. You're getting $300 more a week. Be happy. What's wrong with you poor people? You understand? Because they don't wind down low in the exclusive fete and so on. They can't go there. They can't feed at the table and so on. But what is happening? I spoke to a security guard. I talk to people. In UNC, we talk to everybody. You understand? I spoke to a security guard very recently. You know what he told me? He said, prior to the minimum wage being moved to 20.50, he worked 6 days a week, right? And 2 Wednesday meeting. But what has happened? Since the raise, the employer cut them to 5 days a week. So you're back to the same place, on the treadmill, treading up the wine press, and you carry bell, because this PNM, from the biggest to the lowest, feel they could insult everybody. So everybody just batting in the crease and trying to survive. Sunday I saw a lady, but she's there, the cashier, and she's watching, she counting. Every time they cash, she look in her purse to make sure. That is what is happening in our country, Mr. Vice President. So the desperately scared people of Half Place want me to ask for the benefit of whom? As 5 of their residents were murdered over the weekend, and none of their government officials have showed up. Even though, it's the constituency of one who calling people big mouth.
Mr. Vice President, I'm enjoying Senator's presentation, but 46-1, please. It's making it a crime debate.
Senator, the topic of development is extremely wide. Proceed, please.
Thank you. That's the point. The point is they don't get it. You understand? They don't get it. You see, Mr. Vice President, empathy, hard work, industry, feeling for people, doing unto others. Creativity. Is a UNC thing. They wouldn't understand. It's a UNC thing. Y'all wouldn't understand. You understand? It's absolutely a UNC thing. Empathy is a UNC thing, or they wouldn't understand. And it's okay. Crime. It's not only about the perpetrator, it's the victim also. So many young lives. And if I'm saying, perhaps development is a tool. If there are more opportunities, we create more opportunities, whether it's the government on the way out, or the opposition about to get in, whomever. My grandmother used to say, if the devil bring it, it's God send it. It doesn't matter. This is our country, and we want our country to prosper, because when the country prospers, we all prosper. So it's not this foolishness, they like all these buzzwords, who is patriotic and who is patriotic, but anyway, I'll so, Mr. Vice President, the government's track record clearly showed that it is not for the development. All of these things, it's not for the development of the majority of citizens of this country. Notwithstanding how they beg or borrow, there's absolutely nothing to show. Only last week, a United Kingdom-based investment bank said that the government economic outlook not good. Some obscure bank you know about, just now ran credit union on Abercrombie Street wouldn't lend them a penny. The rate at which they are going. Right? Everybody's saying this government, that credit rate worthiness is very shaky. You understand? So it is high time the government account for the money spent, or at least give us some vision of where they are going, what has been achieved to date, and present a credible plan of action for moving forward. So far, the scorecard is saying development nothing. It's absolutely development nothing. Mr. Vice President, sorry. Just over a year ago, the ruler of Dubai, I'm just doing some comparison here, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. He tweeted. Now he does use, we have tweeters in here, but he uses his tweet to make sense. And he tweeted. And when Sheikh Maktoum tweet, somebody, his words mean something. And he said, Dubai aims to double the size of its economy in the next decade and become one of the top 3 economic cities around the world. That's credible. He said, Dubai will rank as one of the, that's what you expect to hear when you come in here, When you hear 10 billion is on the table, you say, okay, fine. Let us hear to what will it enable. Sheikh Maktoum said, Dubai will rank as one of the top 4 global financial centers with an increase of foreign direct investment to over AED, that's the money they use there, $650 billion, or approximately US $176 billion over 10 years. That is firm goals. And based on where they are, it is very realistic that they are going to achieve it. That is big man talking. You understand? People who get up and work. You understand a security guard who drives around in a Range Rover, no security guard. Why he could do that? Because you don't trust. All he does is work hard. He ain't buffing everybody up, so he ain't afraid of nobody, as it is. So Dubai is they have over 300,000 global investors helping to build Dubai into the fastest growing global city. Why could they attract 300,000 global investors? Because if you watch their crime rate, it's probably 0. Crime, when you have crime and this oversized crime, people are afraid to come. And even if businesses, some will say, okay, I'll still go, tourists will not come. Because what they're coming for, to get their neck locked, to get their purse taken. So, Mr. Vice President, this vision of this gentleman is bold, it is brave, it is credible. Yes, it is ambitious, but it is believable based on their past. And 50 years ago, you know that was a little port, eh? 50 years. Senator Lutchmedial wasn't even born as yet, when Dubai was a port. And look at them today. They are competing in their niches with the biggest economies in the world. And that is what you do with $10 billion. You put us on a path of growth, right? Whoever, if the devil bring it, is God send it. That's what I'm saying, right? We wish everybody well, and we want you all to do well, because when we get in, it's going to be easier. But at the rate of going, oh gosh, man, you all are making it very hard for when this government changes, when they send you all out. Watch the man who pack in the bag. So Trinidad and Tobago's, that experience vary, again, because all of this money has been spent over 9 budget. And as you know, skyscraper, we have not alleviated the flooding as best we could. Now the saying called, you have a friend in Jesus. And in this primitive manner, we are lighting Buldife to, I don't know if it's celebrate or mark, whatever it is, the death of young black men. So, Mr. Vice President, when you use this act as a government, it must be out of absolute necessity. It must be for projects that are identifiable and which will immediately improve the lives of citizens, and it has nothing wrong with that. So after 8 years, 500 billion one way, 35 the other way, with 10 coming, we have to ask ourselves, are we better off? Are we better off? I mean, they could talk their talk, you know. Oh, everybody knows the truth because they are living the life. They know it ain't no water in their taps. They know they're afraid for rain to fall. They know that they can't come out when 6 o'clock. We have had meetings, and you see 6 o'clock, everybody pack up and they're going. And you say, what? Why are you leaving? Because it has a curfew. It has a curfew. It's an informal curfew, but it is even more serious than a government-imposed state of emergency. You know, you can lose your life. And you see, because our government floating somewhere out there, they understand the reality on the ground. You know, they come here and they talk all kind of, I wouldn't say foolishness, Mr. Vice President, but they talk things that really is devoid from the reality. And we will forgive you if you come with the reality. We may even join with you to help, because at the end of the day, it is affecting the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago negatively. So, Mr. Vice President, 2015, when the Minister of Finance came to this House to first raise the debt ceiling, he said, and I quote from the Hansard, "This government intends to conduct a borrowing program in a highly efficient manner, a transparent manner, managing the country's revenues and expenditures so as to minimize the government's borrowing for budgetary support, and providing government guarantees to state enterprises only for those projects with the maximum potential to reap maximum economic, financial, and social benefits for Trinidad and Tobago." Mr. Vice President, who could be vexed with this? This is words, but now we want to see the deeds, and you want to see the outcomes. You understand? That sounds nice. It sounds straight out of the World Bank or IMF policy manual. Today, 9 years later, and 45 billion lined up more. Where is this promised transparency? Where are the maximum economic, financial, and social benefits for Trinidad and Tobago? Right now, tonight you could go become an MVP and bury it, so you might have more body for Charles Street. Go and see for yourself. You know, it's not easy to look at because you know what it signifies. Where's the proper management of the country's revenues and expenditures to minimize the government borrow? Where? So, Mr. Vice President, the people of Trinidad and Tobago deserve a clear understanding of the reasons behind this move every time the government does so, and a comprehensive plan detailing how these borrowed funds will be utilized for the benefit of our nation. Because only recently, one of our senior business, what do you call it? Tycoon. Well, no, I hope you're not a tycoon because you have to explain why he's a tycoon. Right? But a senior business professional, he's not practicing no more. The former chairman of Republic Bank, Ronald Harford. You know, he emphasized that it was imperative to recognize that the government serves the people, not the other way around. He said he called on citizens to remember their crucial role in holding the government accountable. He said, we belong in this country. He put a word before, a little bit of a strong word. And the politicians are here to serve us. And when we see things going wrong, it is your money that is going wrong. That's your tax money that is being wasted. And he said we can no longer be spectators. We must be citizens and assume the rightful position and responsible to guide this country. Well, who tell Ronald Harford to say that?
They're both two.
Right? Yeah, yes, exactly. You know, he was told by one energy minister, Mr. Stuart Young, that whenever somebody becomes a farmer, their mouth gets big. Mr. Vice President, and I'm quoting from the Express, please. I think 14 or 15. Well, he might get big just now because he must watch his boss, who's very close to him. He must know what is happening. So he noted that he was astounded. You know, so people cannot speak up in this country. And in a democracy, it is important that there is transparency at every level. If the citizens of the country not talking back to you, how will you know what is going on? When you're in a car with your glass wine up and you have security guard guarding you, you cannot know. You are insulated. So when it is somebody like Ron Harford he has to speak up. He has worked a long, he has had a long career. He has gotten to the top of the mountain. From the ground, he has worked all the way up. But with this PNM, there is no bar that is too low for them to go. Exactly. You understand? To try and destroy people who have made contributions to this country. Them alone made contributions. But I must say the Express did us well this morning. Mr. Vice President, with your permission, the opinion of today, right? They are saying, and just allow me, the National Joint Act, I think this is important we put this on the record because this is a habit of this government. The NJAC was among the first who recognized early this administration's tendency to publicly berate, dismiss, attack, and rage against any individual or organization who dare to criticize its governance of the country. Now, it's a democracy, and based on this democracy, we are saying we want to develop it. Well, through development and money. You understand? That's what we do. And we have a system where you have opposition, you have government, and you have citizens. They have an input in what happens also. So they are saying from very early, they flagged that. And the Express went on, I'll skip a little. It was predictable, therefore, that multi-purpose Minister Stuart Young, who has enjoyed the favor of the Prime Minister, I'm reading, of the Prime Minister since the People's National Movement assumed office in 2015, would wash his mouth on Mr. Ronald Harford, one of TNT's leading and respected retired bankers, for the latter's audacious call for citizens to hold government accountable for expenditure of taxpayers' money, and for nothing that there is no evident oil and gas plan or strategy. So if Ron Harford, from who ran the biggest bank since he was 18, now he was 79 years old, yes. If he don't know, who will know? He must know that things are not going well. So he spoke up, and he spoke up in an apparent place. He wasn't on a political platform. He was in some chamber of commerce, whatever it is. Now, Mr. Vice President, rather than responding with the sought-after plan or policy, Mr. Young went on an egotistical excursion of chest-thumping about deals he signed and the amount of media coverage he had received. Mr. Harford's point about accountability and the absence of a known policy for oil and gas production remain unanswered. And Mr. Vice President, I recommend that you read this whole thing, but I'm going off to the last piece. The Express editorial said, by contrast, government ministers rise to the... Well, let us talk about the PNM one. They should have qualified that. That is the only problem I have with this editorial. By contrast, government ministers rise to their positions generally through membership in the party groups and insertion of themselves into the line of sight of their political leader. Since the PNM's election victory in 2015, Mr. Young, whether as National Security Minister, Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, Minister of Communication, Minister in the Office of the Attorney General, Minister of Energy and Energy Enterprises, or PNM Chairman, remains undistinguished.
That's to put it diplomatically.
Senator.
So, because
Senator John, you have 5 more minutes.
So there he was, up and down. You understand? Upset that nobody is patting him on the back for presenting nothing. You understand? Because yes, sir.
Order 46-1. There's no relevance of this to the motion at all.
Senator, and in your last 5 minutes of wrapping up, I asked you to keep it a little tighter. Over the last 2-3 minutes has been veering a little bit off. Yeah?
Give him up my time, please. Eh? Yes, undistinguished. Yeah. So, with respect to the development of the country and the development of the sector, the oil and gas sector, Mr. Young said that he went to Libya. Some Libya vice minister read about it, some big project he's doing in the international press, and sent him a message saying, "Great news, brother. Wish you all the best of luck and success." So you see, people lighting flambeau, Bully on Charlotte Street, next to this gentleman constituency office, and the minister who's the massacre occurred, and he's interested in keeping up with the overseas travel, just like keeping up with the Kardashian. That's all he's interested in, that nobody congratulated him. And that is the wastefulness of the PNM. So, Mr. Vice President, today I want to join with the Express to advise the government to slow their roll. And if their policies, programs, and practices are not in alignment with the dreams and aspirations of our citizens, to develop our dreams and aspirations, which is to develop Trinidad and Tobago into its fullest potential and benefits for all, and you all cannot take the heat, then do just like the other gentleman saying. He ain't afraid to lose. All right? Pack all your Georgie bundle and get out of here. Thank you.
Senator Thompson-Ahye.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. When I was a young girl, many, many moons ago, I used to sing and dance. There's a brown girl in the ring, tra-la-la-la-la. And there's a part that says, girl, show me your motion. I'm not a brown girl in the ring and never have been and couldn't be. And neither is the Minister of Finance a brown boy in the ring, brown girl in the ring. But he is showing us his motion. He has spoken to that motion. It is about borrowing money to meet certain responsibilities. Now, I did say that when he was presented, he didn't have his usual bravidanger stance. He was a bit subdued. And perhaps I thought it is because he is a man who practices his religion and he's familiar with the Bible. And he would have read Deuteronomy chapter 15:6, which says, if you are faithful and obeying God's commandments, you will be blessed and able to lend and not to borrow. And chapter 28:12, you will lend to many nations and not have to borrow. So maybe he was a little concerned about whether he had done anything wrong, and that is why we were in this position today where he had to borrow. Now, I'm sure also that the minister had a classical education and would have encountered Shakespeare's Hamlet, Prince of Denmark, who said, Polonius said to his son, neither borrower nor lender be, for loan oft loses both itself and friend, and borrowing dulls the edge of husbandry. What does this husbandry mean? One definition is that it means management and conservation of resources. It has been said that low borrowing demonstrates astute husbandry of resources. So we are not talking about low borrowing here. What are we therefore to make of high borrowing? Is it that there has not been astute handling or husbandry of resources? The minister has said to us that this government utilizes its borrowing judiciously as a tool to preserve the gains that we have made and the jobs that we have, while at the same time supporting a development program without compromising our ability to service our debt. He says that he wishes to emphasize that the proposed adjustment to the debt ceiling will not impede the country's debt sustainability. Every year we have a budget. We've had mid-year budget reviews, and the government has come to the parliament and asked for more money to deal with what has to be done to manage our economy. Now, is it that the Minister of Finance, subscribes to the view of Artemus Ward, who died since 1867. And he was reputed to have said, "Let us be happy and live within our means, even if we have to borrow the money to do it with." Now, last year, any Caribbean government minister coming to Trinidad and Tobago to attend the crime symposium and then the celebration to mark the historic anniversary of CARICOM, the latter of which we graciously hosted at the request of the then head of CARICOM, PM Roosevelt Skerritt of Dominica, they would have received not only nourishment for the brain regarding solutions for the crime situation, and also an opportunity to review what has happened with CARICOM, but they also ate well and drank or wine and whiskey, and will be shocked to learn that we have to borrow money to pay bills regarding the development of Trinidad and Tobago. Swallow sang about Trinidad being the Caribbean godfather, and evidently some people did believe this, and they danced to the tune, but today our shoe is beginning to feel the pinch. Did we properly manage, and do we continue to manage our economy? If it is that we have problem with financing, why is it that we spent so much money on carnival celebrations, increasing the prize money for calypso singing, and all over, a lot of money was spent. We certainly didn't look as though we were in need of financing. Are we properly managing our economy? Do we do all that we can to capture the money that is out there? We have heard that the Revenue Authority will capture $10,000 million that is still out there. $10 million. Do we do all that we can to capture the taxi drivers, the sole traders, people who are in the informal economy, the recently deceased Jumbo? We have doubles vendors, bacon shack vendors who make a living through informal industries. We have heard time and time again about persons who evade the tax net, while others, like public servants, are captured like cavalry in the Revenue Authority fisherman's net. We shoot ourselves in the foot by not doing what we can, as when we close down the Taxpayers Assistance Program and leave taxpayers at the mercy of persons who, many of them retired Inland Revenue people, who purport to assist taxpayers and do otherwise. There is a lot of fraud that is happening. We do not properly investigate sometimes wrongdoing in Inland Revenue Department, and we're hoping that the Revenue Authority will do this. When we have allegations with people working within the department and working against the department. So all of those things we need to look into. We must be ever mindful of incurring debt, which is going to be the legacy of our grandchildren. There are some grandchildren that are pretty well heeled. A teacher told me that he came into the classroom one day, and the young boy in a private secondary school in the West said, "My granddaddy bought a house for me today." There is another one who spoke to me and said, "You know, my husband has brought apartments for all the grandchildren, and he's not treating me as well as he wants." So there are some grandchildren that are going to do pretty well, and some who will suffer. We must be mindful of that debt that we are putting ourselves through. There are tax provisions which obscure the real intent and throw a curtain over goals, but some people are benefiting and some are not. We really need to do the best we can. But the fact is, there are things that need to be done, and we have to do it always with the benefit of the population in mind. We have spoken about COVID, and we know that we lost a lot of money trying to to assist our citizens in Trinidad and Tobago. And we are very grateful. We did not have to pay for all the medication. We didn't have to do a number of things because the government was there for the people. So there will always be things that need to be done. There will always be money that needs to be spent. But at the same time that we are borrowing, we must also do what we can to fill the gaps through which people can pass and do not do their duty to the government. And we must ensure that people who are assisting those people to get away with doing their duty, that they are punished as well. So we have reached a point where the Minister of Finance is here, and he is saying to us that the country needs this money because the war that is going on, we've lost. But at the same time, he has said to us that our economy is in fact improving. He said to us that we're getting favorable reviews from international monetary agencies. So we wonder sometimes, how do we balance what is said about things that are happening good and this situation that we are today to say that we need this borrowing ceiling? Now, we have to be careful also. I've heard the arguments about borrowing locally and the fact, of course, that the interest is higher. But I remember once on a flight, a Caribbean Airlines flight, I was eating a sandwich. And I said, this sandwich is not really of the best, but, it could pass. And I was told, but you know something? The same sandwich, you will pay much less outside than we pay. Because once people know it is government that they are selling to, the price goes up. People don't think that it is our money, and it's our government, and we are in fact robbing ourselves. So all of these things, we can't just say, well, yes, give the government a blight. We realize that this is necessary. The government doesn't want to come. The government is not saying that we need all this money now, but what the government is saying, we want to have that facility that when we need it, we don't have to come back to the government, to the parliament every day. So we understand the position, and there are times when we feel we have to trust the word of the government, but yet we must always be vigilant and hold the government to account when we see things going awry. So we have heard the arguments today, and we trust that what we have heard are the facts, and we still have a responsibility to be very careful and always hold the government to account and help the government to see where they're going wrong by being open and being very vigilant to see that things go in the right direction. So with these few words, I take my seat.
Minister of Works and Transport, Senator the Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Yes, Mr. Vice President, I'm pleased to be given the opportunity to contribute in this debate brought by the Honourable Minister of Finance, which is simply to increase the borrowing limit under the Development Loan Act. And Mr. Vice President, the reason for this motion and this act is simply to allow the government, to give the government the authorization to borrow money for the general development of this country. This act was created in 1964, and it has been utilized by almost every single government since then, including the ones opposite who are criticizing the government here today for doing something that they did. They increased it from 38 billion to 70 billion in 2011 under the loans, the Guarantee of Loans Act, and from 20 billion to 30 billion in 2011. So what we are doing here is nothing new. to this country. The difference is that this time around, we have a responsible government seeking the interests of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Vice President, if you listen to my colleagues, some of my colleagues opposite, you will think borrowing is a bad thing. Well, I would like them to show me which government, and I'm sure they may come up and say Dubai and so, which government in the Western Hemisphere, in the developed countries, don't borrow? Which government and which country don't borrow? Which successful businessman don't borrow money? It is all about what you do with the money. That is what it is all about. We can raise the ceiling here today by $100 billion. That does not mean when we go out for loans that we will be able to get that money. What the Minister of Finance have demonstrated and what this Minister of Finance have demonstrated is a proper management of the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Vice President, this government have gone out on the markets on several occasions to raise funding. And on every single occasion, the government request was oversubscribed. And there's a simple reason for that, and it is called confidence. It is called confidence. And that is why Trinidad and Tobago is one of the few countries that can go out there and raise as much money as is required, because the lending part of the financial institutions have every confidence that this government is a prudent government with responsibilities who will never hang its hat where its hand can't reach. And that is why we can always borrow money at a way lower cost than the average country in our hemisphere. So we must never forget where we came from in 2015 and the challenges we had as a government. Where the outgoing government then, apart from spending every cent that was left in the treasury, leaving the overdraft within days, remember that. Minister of Finance reported to this nation that he was advised by the then governor of the central bank that he had days to operate, where companies like the NGC, 14 billion was spent. We were owing contractors billions of dollars, and they were all lining up by the attorneys to sue us for money. We keep talking about how much schools we built. The previous government, what they did not tell the population, that the Minister of Education said it in another place a few days ago, close to $3 billion in outstanding money for some of these schools. We must never forget what this government was met with. On top of that, a collapse of the energy sector. So today, I want to congratulate the Minister of Finance and his team for a brilliant job of stabilizing this country in the face of the challenges that we faced when we came into office. And today, if this government could go and raise money on the international market, on the local market, all it says is that it was prudent management of this economy and this country over the last 9 years. So there's nothing wrong in borrowing, because you can borrow as much as somebody wants to lend to you. Because if there's no lender, there's no borrowing. And the fact that we can borrow at rates that is very competitive and even more competitive better rates, lower rates than the average country in the world today says a lot for us, and for the Minister of Finance, for this cabinet and this government. Mr. Vice President, the Minister of Finance, and just to clear up some points that was made earlier, something, Senator Mark always starts his statement, and it hurts my heart when I hear that. And I think Senator Mark will never learn, but one day he may feel, because an election will be called soon. And you see, those people who we always tend to refer from nowhere, this highway to nowhere, Senator Mark, there are real people living out there. I know Senator Mark, like myself, drives from Valsayn to Port of Spain. But Trinidad exists outside that for him. And the PNM understands that. And part of our development program is to ensure that the entire country is connected. So government is building a highway to the eastern quadrant, and that is somewhere in Trinidad and Tobago, with real people. Some of them vote for you. And I always see a group of you up there begging the people to vote. You must tell them sometimes, well, we only come up here because it's election time, but you all are really living nowhere. I want to hear you tell them that.
Be reminded.
Yeah. Mr. Vice President, I've heard the last speaker on the opposition bench talk about Mr. Harford as this big, and I agree. Mr. Harford have done a lot of work in this country. He have been the chairman at the Republic Bank for years. But like Minister Young, I too cannot endorse Mr. Harford's statement about there's no gas and energy policy in this country.
Absolutely rubbish.
That is rubbish. Because Minister Young have done human service to the energy sector in this country. And that is why we are one of the first, if not the only country, to renegotiate gas contracts and negotiate with Atlantic LNG and so, where today we can have shares in train 2, 3, and 4. All that is a program and a policy to ensure that we have a future in the energy sector. We have been negotiating for cross-border gas because we recognize that we do have a depleting product there. And that is a policy to try to get the cross-border gas here. Because the facilities are here for the processing. So, I know everybody loves to jump on a bandwagon when they hear a little bacchanal, because that is what politicians do. All right? But they're supposed to know better. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Vice President, we are in a position today to go and borrow money, and we should be proud of our country, because the IMF said that we are on the right track. We are not a country where the IMF indicates to us what we have to do and what we don't have to do, but there are guidelines. And they just left Trinidad, last week? And they were quite pleased with the process that the Minister of Finance is using to manage the economy. We have Moody giving us similar Standard & Poor. So this country is a model country, considering we came out of a crash in the energy sector, a COVID pandemic that members on the other side still don't want to recognize that really happened. And the world have told us, the head of the WHO came to Trinidad and said that Trinidad handled the pandemic in a way that most countries could not have done. So I want to compliment the Minister of Health and his team for the job well done, so that all of us inside here can be here today, because there are some countries in the world, there are a lot of people in the world who did not survive COVID. There are a lot of people here in Trinidad who did not survive COVID as well. It could have been a lot worse. So let me reiterate for those who think borrowing is a bad thing. Go and ask Mr. Ron Harford if borrowing is a bad thing. Right? You go and ask him if that is a bad thing. Go and ask all the successful businessmen in Trinidad if borrowing is a bad thing. Go and ask the United States of America. Go and ask all the developed countries in the world if borrowing is a bad thing. And then you'd realize that borrowing is not a bad thing if you use the money for the right reason. And all the indicators from the financial institutions who we all look for guidance have indicated that Trinidad and Tobago is on the right trajectory in terms of the future of this country. Right? Mr. Vice President, after the presentation by the Minister of Finance, I thought we might have had one speaker on the opposition, one speaker on the independent, and we would all say, great presentation, Minister of Finance, because I think he did everything to convince us why we should allow him to increase the ceiling. But we are in the era where we will have an election probably within the next year, two. So everybody wants to get their little play. And I will just present to you where some of the money was spent in the last couple of years and where we intend to spend some of the money going forward. All right? Mr. Vice President, we were able, in the Ministry of Works and Transport, we deal with the infrastructure and the transportation. We also deal with things like the maritime sector. And when we say transportation, we mean land, sea, and air. Land, sea, and air. And the maritime sector, we deal with places like the airports and so. A lot of money was spent between last year and this year in terms of the road infrastructure, because the Prime Minister did indicate to the population, we did have some cash flow. We had the COVID pandemic. Prior to that, we had the crash in the energy sector, and the cash flow was not where it should be. And that is why you had borrowings taking place. Because everybody will tell you, don't borrow. As a matter of fact, the UNC said, don't tax, tax. Don't borrow, no money. They also said, don't renegotiate, no energy contracts, right? Don't try to get the cross-border gas. Remember when they went to the US, when they said, don't do anything. They don't want no gas, no new tax, right? And don't borrow. But they wouldn't tell you where not to spend money. Where not to spend money. What I can tell you is that in terms of our road infrastructure, a significant amount of money was spent on the road infrastructure within the last 2 years. We continued with the highway from San Fernando. And we are very proud to say that we have delivered the highway from San Fernando to Point Fortin. They will come and they tell you all kinds of things. No, they have a fault on the creek. That's all they could say. What they wouldn't tell you is that what happened in 2013, a similar fault took place in 2013. It happened in 2014. It happened in 2015. What this government recognizes is that we had to find a solution for why that was happening. Right? And we have engaged, the University of the West Indies. We have engaged foreign consultants. And we have engaged all our local engineers to come up with us, find why it happened. 2, if there was any fault of anyone. And 3, what is the solution? And we have accomplished that. And very soon you'll see that work restarting. Not like what they did. Just say, put more dirt. Put more dirt. Election come in. We didn't do that. We went to find out exactly what it was. So we delivered on the highway from San Fernando to Point Fortin. While we were building out the highway network, we also started work on all our secondary roads in Trinidad. We have a massive road program taking place. Day and night we have road rehabilitation going on. But it is not just about repaving road, it's about rebuilding roads. And that is where a lot of funding has to go into our road program. Because if you want to develop the country, you must have proper connectivity. You must have proper connectivity. And if you look at what happened since we opened the highway from San Fernando to Point Fortin, Point Fortin have started to boom. Land prices went up. It is easier for businesses are doing better because you get from San Fernando, it's easier to get from
Connectivity.
San Fernando to Point Fortin than they get from Grand Bazaar to Chaguanas. A lot of people are taking advantage of that. So we would have spent a lot of money on our road program. We're spending a lot of money now on traffic alleviation. And those are the three areas that we tackle the road program on. We have, within the last year budget, we targeted 500 road programs. We were able to accomplish 500. This year we're targeting a lot again, but it's based on the availability of funding. It is based on the availability of funding, and that is why the Minister of Finance is saying we need to borrow money because we have to spend money on the infrastructure of the country. And that is what I will speak on. Other ministers speak on their portfolio. We have delivered to this country the Curep interchange at half the price that the UNC were trying to deliver it at. As a matter of fact, the project was so mad in corruption that ministers was fired. Ministers was fired for interfering in the project. They could not even get it off the ground at double the price that we did it for. That had to be financed from the Ministry of Finance. We delivered on the Valencia to Toko Highway. Now these projects, the Valencia to Toko Highway, the Komoto to Sandy Grande Highway, work is going on apace on these highways. They have to be funded. What it does, it opens up. Senator Mark always talk about a highway to nowhere. Well, let me tell Senator Mark, that highway leads to 1/3 the landmass of Trinidad. And 1/3 the landmass. But some of us only think Trinidad is where we live or where we go to work. That is not Trinidad. That highway opens up 1/3 the landmass of Trinidad. And we are delivering on that. We are hoping that this year, 2024, we will have access to that highway that will take you into Sandy Grande. The Valencia to Toko Highway, we have completed phase 1 and work is going on until we can have that first-class road all the way to Toko and an upgrade from Toko to Matlot. That takes money. That takes financing, and that is investment in the infrastructure of this country. What we are doing is to build a network of roads around Trinidad. And if you go to Manzanilla, from Sandy Grande to Manzanilla, you'll see upgrade on that entire road. And when we go to Manzanilla, complete the new Manzanilla road, that will continue to Mayaro. And then we start from Mayaro all the way back to San Fernando. While we work on a highway from that talked about highway from San Fernando to Mayaro, work is ongoing on the existing road network, because the intentions are to bring the existing road network up to a certain standard and to be able to connect the entire country, where no town or no city should be more than half an hour apart when you're driving. And that road infrastructure is ongoing. You go now to Valencia and drive on that new stretch of that road, which will take you all the way to Toko eventually. You go to, very soon you'll be driving from Wallerfield all the way to Sandy Grande, and then from Sandy Grande to Mayaro on a new design road, and from Mayaro to San Fernando. You take the highway in San Fernando, you could go to Point Fortin, or you could come back to Port of Spain. You go to Diego Martin, you see the new interchange. Long overdue. This government was able to deliver that. You go down to Chaguanas. Our intentions is to continue the highway to 3 lanes all the way to San Fernando. But that takes money. It has to be done in phases. And that is why the Minister of Finance is saying he wants to increase the level of borrowing so we could continue the infrastructure. Right now, as you go from Shagonas to Chase Village, 3 lanes on the highway. So you don't come off 4 lanes on the Grand Bazaar interchange, 2 underneath and 2 on top, go into 3 lanes up to Shagonas, and then go into 2 lanes all the way to San Fernando. San Fernando is a real place. San Fernando is part of Trinidad and Tobago, and this government will ensure the highway goes to San Fernando in 3 lanes. Mr. Vice President, as I said before, the government is investing heavy into the infrastructure in this country. We are rebuilding almost every single road that has to be rebuilt, but on a phase basis and based on the availability of funding. And I'm sure, and I have confidence in the Minister of Finance, that once this is approved today, more funding will be available for the infrastructure in this country, where we need not only road rehabilitation, we need serious drainage infrastructure, because it makes no sense we're rebuilding road, we're repaving road, and we don't have proper drainage. So that is part of our program. Road safety is an area where the ministry have invested heavy in terms of our guardrails and basic infrastructure for road safety in Trinidad. That is what your funding is going to go into once the Ministry of Works and Transport get our allocation. Mr. Vice President, we have something that we are all aware of now in Trinidad. It's taking place around the world. It is called climate change. What climate change simply is telling us is that we have to be prepared for what is the new norm in the weather pattern. We have experienced some major changes right here in Trinidad with our rainfall and rain pattern, where we have seen the soil in many areas where landslips, some areas have been prone to landslips. Right now in Trinidad, we have over 300 landslips. These are large landslips around the country. This is going to take a significant amount of money to repair. We have adopted several different ways of doing landslip. It's not just concrete landslip. We have used several different methods. However, it is going to take us a while to get to all the landslips. And we have now engaged several different systems where we have the maintenance, we have temporary showing up while we address the larger landslips. And this year on our program, we have 70 landslips. 70 landslips. That is a lot of money. And it can only be achieved if the Minister of Finance have the wherewithal to finance us. Because unfortunately, a lot of these landslips occur in the central area in Trinidad because of the clay soil. And to my colleagues on the other side, most of it are in constituencies that you represent. And we want to fix all. We want to fix all because that is a problem that you are faced with. And we want you to support us to get the funding to help you. All right? In terms of our drainage program, Mr. Vice President, you know, just a couple days ago, I was asked a question in the other place, Lower House. And the question was, what am I doing about 5 rivers somewhere in Caroni? And the answer was so good. The answer was so complete that the member said, so are you guaranteeing me that there'll be no flooding? And I had to tell him, I can't guarantee you that. How could I guarantee no flooding? Which country in the world could guarantee no flooding? I had to say, but you know, the only person could probably guarantee that is probably Jesus. Maybe I should have said Bhagwanji. Because like he took offense when I said Jesus. You know, nobody could guarantee there'll be no flooding. What we will do is we will do, our program includes desilting, it includes river mouth cleaning, it includes structural work in the watercourse, widening, doing the embankment, rebuilding embankment. Last year, we accomplished over 600 desilting programs, over 600 and about 250 other jobs, meaning walling, riverbank widening and things like that. This year we want to do the same, but that can only be achieved if the funding is available. And that is why the Minister of Finance have indicated to increase the ceiling. There's nothing wrong with that. Again, most of the flooding happens in the low-lying area, in the central area, in some of the areas represented by the opposition. But that doesn't mean we're not going to do the work. We're doing the work throughout Trinidad and Tobago. Help us to help you. Mr. Vice President, in terms of drainage, this is the first time in this country, Mr. Vice President, sorry, President. Sorry, President, I'd not say. So, President, this is the first time in this country we have a national drainage plan. First time in this country. Right? And that was funded, because I'll tell you why. When I came into office in 2015, early 2016, the Drainage Department came to me and said that we were engaged by the previous government under a loan, the IDB loan, $1 billion, $1 billion, 1 billion TT. And they were doing this program. When the IDB came to fund that program, the IDB said, this is rubbish, this can't work. But we had spent a lot of millions to come up with this plan. When I came into office, they came back. Everybody wants to do a plan. And we saw about 7 plans in the ministry done over the last 20 or 25 years for drainage. No implementation, none. We just pay people to do plans. I was approached by the Andean Development Bank, who again wanted to do a plan for us. And my statement to them was that, look, we have all these plans here. Nobody funding it, no boots on the ground. Take all these plans, you invest into a plan, and once that plan is approved, you fund the plan, and we will implement it. And we did that. We brought in foreign consultants, local consultants, all the experts, and we finally came up with a national drainage plan that can be implemented in Trinidad over the next 10 years to help us with flooding challenge. That has to be funded, and the Minister of Finance has to increase the ceiling level in order for us to do the work on that, and that includes river mouths, rivers, exactly what we have to do, and it's a comprehensive plan going forward. It's a work in progress as we go along, because certain things could change, but finally we have a plan to move Trinidad into a better position in terms of flooding, to deal with the climate change, and to assist us with the way forward in terms of our water courses and so. Mr. President, our pumps and gates in Trinidad, and I'm still on the drainage part, have been outdated for years. We have pumps operating at 5,000 gallons per minute. We have moved that to pumps 30,000, 25,000, but we have to continue the work, because there are a lot of areas in Trinidad that are very low-lying areas, and most of the water flows into certain rivers. On the east-west corridor, the water flows into the Caroni River through tributaries, but they flow into the Caroni River. South, you have similar challenges, but there are low-lying areas that you have to pump water from. We are on a drive to upgrade all the water pumps, all the pump sites in Trinidad, and we are well on that program. That is part of the development program in terms of drainage. But all these things have to be funded, and this is where some of the money from the $10 billion that the minister is asking for will go into. The Ministry of Works, we are not a revenue earner. And the minister and I always have bantering about that, because we can spend as much money as he can make available to us. Because we recognize that the infrastructure in Trinidad has to be rebuilt. We have to make sure that we cater for the new norm, which is a major downpour when we get rain in a shorter space of time. We have to be able to manage that because we can't do much more with the channels that we have. But that calls for money. That calls for money. So we are really pushing forward on our program. However, financing going forward will be a challenge. And if the minister can't provide us with the funding and we have to prioritize, then that will mean that certain areas will continue to be affected. It will take longer for us to bring relief to them. In terms of our coastal program, we know what is happening around the coast in Trinidad. Coastal projects are very expensive. Both in Trinidad and Tobago, we have serious problems on our coastline. Those projects have to be funded because it is not only the coastline is being affected, a lot of our rivers, the mouths, having challenge. That will cause flooding inland. So we have to address the coastal problem that we have around the country. It is happening at a very fast pace, and these are very expensive projects. Right now we have we have the Maruga Coastal Project, Otaheite, Little Rocky Bay, the South Manzalina Shoreline, Paria Main Road, Macquarie, Cap de Vale, East Guayari. Those are projects we're working on right now, but there are several more to do. Several more. If we as a country can't protect our coastline, then something is wrong. Because we know the Trinidad map is drawn a certain way. We wouldn't like to see in a few years from now, the map changes. Because you are seeing signs of that already. So coastal protection. Mr. Vice President, again, because of climate change, most of the bridges in this country that were built 20 or 25 years ago will have to be rebuilt because of the volume and the capacities. And we in the past, we built bridges 1 in 25. I know Senator Timal will understand what I'm speaking about here as an engineer. You build bridges sometimes for a 1 in 25 year storm. We recently went to 1 in 50 years. And the cost almost doubles when you do that. Now, developed countries are talking about building bridges 1 in 100 years. For catering for that 1 in 100 year storm. Now you can imagine the cost of infrastructure. If we have to do that, that'll be impossible for us to afford. But most of our bridges are undersized in this country. We have a bridges program where every year we target about 10 or 12 bridges to be rebuilt. But that has to be sustained. And that calls for funding. That calls for funding. Because if we don't, the effects will be a lot worse than they are. And that is why our bridges program has to continue and it has to be sustained. So what we need, the funding for the development program to the Ministry of Works and Transport is something that has to happen, or else as a country we will pay the price for that. The worst thing to happen for our country is where the infrastructure has collapsed on you. And we are doing our part, and we are supporting the Minister of Finance.
5 more minutes,
Sure.
Minister.
Sure. Mr. Vice President, Mr. President, I apologize again. Mr. President, at the Ministry of Works, we can go on. As I said, we have things like the airport. We have to continue the development program in the airport because we have to keep the international standards. In the airport, funding will be required because there are a lot of development work that have to take place there. In the maritime sector, but the maritime sector and the aviation sector is 2 areas that we at the Ministry of Work, we are concentrating on. We want to bring these 2 areas where they can be revenue earners because there are a lot of potential in those 2 areas. There are a lot of potential, but a significant investment has to be made into them. And the additional funding, some of that will go into these 2 sectors to ensure that those 2 sectors, because Trinidad has a competitive edge in those 2 areas, the maritime sector and the aviation sector. And we intend to explore that. However, funding will be needed to go into these areas. the port of Port of Spain. You know, and I'm happy when I saw some figures coming out of the port. In 2023, we got 317,000 containers passing through the port of Port of Spain. And I would tell you in 2015, it was 298. Now, what that says, to me, that says that our economy is doing well. Because in 2015, prior to COVID, we were 298,969. 2023, we're up to 317,322. That's the right direction. What that tells me is that this country has a lot of potential. We have a Minister of Finance, a government, a Prime Minister who have been doing what is required to make sure that this country is stabilized and we are on a growth path. I want to take my last couple of minutes to congratulate again the Minister of Finance for a fantastic job in stabilizing this country and keeping us on that growth path. I want to congratulate the Minister of Energy, because I don't think many of us understand what the Minister of Energy is doing to ensure that all of us have a bright future in this country. The Minister of Energy, most times when you call him, okay, he might be out of the country, but is always working for the citizens of this country. And I want to congratulate him for that. And I want to congratulate the Prime Minister of this country, Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, who took us in 2015 when the UNC collapsed this country, when we had about 3 days of funding at the central bank, to today when we can go to any financial institution and have the opportunity to borrow money at a very good interest rate. That to me says more for us as a country than what the UNC trying to portray when they respond to us about everything negative. This country has a lot to be proud of. Mr. President, I thank you.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we need senatorial reform, that when my colleagues on the other side are unprepared to debate, that the time should be given to those of us who require more time to present arguments that are meaningful to the population. Mr. President, well, I am flabbergasted. I had to take off my glasses because I'm in shock. I came here and I listened to the Honorable Minister of Finance debate why he's just asking for an increase in the limit, 10 billion extra loan capacity, debt burden up to 75 billion, but he can't appropriate it because the appropriation has already been made in the budget, and he's not coming here to ask for money to go and spend it, and it is only 500 million. So in order to be able to be comfortable in making decisions, he needs to increase this limit by $10 billion. But the Minister of Works and Transport just spent out all already. So he didn't debate he didn't discuss with the minister that they're not to spend it, that it can't be appropriated, that it could go on for years. The minister now spent out the 10 billion right here in his contribution. So next time I would say to my colleague, consult with your minister before you open your mouth, because the story jump out. Because all the independent senators, everybody confused now. Because the Minister of Finance said, this cannot be appropriated. It cannot be spent. We're not coming here to borrow 10 billion. That any government coming in the next few years will have the capacity to borrow to do. The Minister of Works spent out on highway, drainage, implementation, airport, port. He spent out all already. So that was a little bit shocking for me. But I just want to tell the citizens that they're paying attention, TV, radio, and so on. All them potholes you go in and bust your tire in your rim, all them bad road, all them things you nearly fall off road, fall off cliff, all them bridges that fall down, all you are rarely seeing that, because the Minister of Works and Transport say everything outside is nice. So I just want to let them know that all is good. So what they're seeing, what they're feeling, and what they're paying for when they bust their tire and they rim dent, that is not true according to the PNM. And my Honorable Minister of Works and Transport, he said, there are no national drainage plan, and so never mind they call us the box drain government. That he implement, they had plan after plan and after plan, and 8 years, he boasts that he came in September 2015, congratulations. But since he did, first of all, a little heavy rainfall, 42 minutes, you get flood. Now we down to 18 minutes rainfall and Goodwood Park and all flood. Rich people scampering down so. So I'm not sure what he implement. Because when I go fishing in the Diego Martin River looking for snook, when I put on my rod, is a foot and a half, silt all up to the top, right there, where nothing could flow out, but he implements. So I want to know where the money gone. But he also spoke about the infrastructure, that at least he admitted it after 8 years under his watch, the infrastructure is in a deplorable state. But I wonder if he speaks to the Minister of Public Utilities, because clearly he did not speak to the Minister of Finance before debating and selling out the whole story, that they really come to raise the limit to spend out money. And he talked about election 4 or 5 times, and we know if it's one thing this minister knows about is election in Grandy, right? We could deal with that at another time. But I wonder if he talked to the Minister of Public Utilities, because since 2017, 4 billion gallons of water per month is wasting under our infrastructure through leakage from 4,200 leaks and at the latest count 2,400 leaks. And that water is decimating our infrastructure. So if we could have a word with the Minister of Public Utilities to fix them leaks, then maybe our roads will improve and he will not need to go into the loan money that our children have to pay back already to fix the roads he's talking about. I am glad that the Minister of Works is not my friend. Because, boy, I'm glad. Because I want my friend to be able to defend me to the hilt with facts, with figures, with information. He tried to defend the Minister of Energy, who is the biggest and most incompetent minister in the history of energy. The energy sector decimated. And his defense was not a defense with a big stick. It was more of a defense with a small pin. He could not say what the energy plan is. The man, Mr. Ron Harford, spoke. He said, I am a businessman. I don't see the energy plan. Do you know what is the energy plan of the Honorable Minister of Energy? He said, look at it on Reuters. Look on Bloomberg. They're talking about, I'm having conversations. I'm over in Venezuela talking, and I'm conversing, and I'm speaking. That's a plan? When is the last time talking make money, except if you're on a TV show or a radio show? There is no plan. Furthermore, that Minister of Energy, who the Honorable Prime Minister boasted of in 2017, negotiated, according to the Minister of Works and Transport, negotiated gas price in Houston, completed negotiations. Mr. Jerry Brooks, who was the then chairman, had to run and resign because that Minister of Energy, the member for Port of Spain, St. Anne's, went and usurped the authority of those with brain, negotiated a poor deal, and the upstreamers like EOG and BP announced 67% increase in their profitability in a zero-sum game. If they go up, somebody go down. And unfortunately, you know who had to go down? Us, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, because we sent people like the Minister of Energy now, who was not the Minister of Energy then. They left the Minister of Energy, the Honorable Franklin Can, home, took that fellow to negotiate, and we make 67% less, and they make 67% more. And the PNM is celebrating that. The shareholders of the upstreamers should be celebrating that. A year and a half after the negotiations, NGC make a loss for the first time in history. Under Kamla Prasad Biswas and Kevin Ramnarine, the NGC was making $2.1 billion US profit. They made a loss in 2019 and 2020 after the negotiation that the Minister of Works is trying to defend the Minister of Energy. And let me tell you something. It really is cowardice of the highest order to come in this parliament where it's privileged. You see me? I could debate here, but I could also go outside and say what I have to say, especially if we're in a banter and a political battle in the Gael. But when there's a citizen out there, a gentleman who does not get involved in politics, I know the gentleman, but I know of his, I've seen over the years pictures in the paper, big thing, business awards and so on. When a gentleman simply says, listen, it's our taxpayer money, the government must be accountable. And we are energy, gas sector economy. Show us a plan, show us something. We're just seeing the Ryder Scott report, the horizon going down. We're seeing Point Lisa's capacity down from 74% to 28%, 11 companies shutting down, no steel plant, no refinery. Please show us some sort of plan. The man is attacked in the parliament with the cowardly member using his privilege to attack a citizen out there. That is so cowardly. That is the kind of thing a bully would do. But let me tell you.
Just careful with the adjectives being used to describe another member. Just temper the...
Okay, sir. Thank you. But it's cowardly, to say the least. So Mr. Harford obviously does not need defending. But his comment was fair comment. Where's the energy plan? Trinidad and Tobago has been involved in oil and gas since 1908. We are now at our lowest ebb. Our oil production per day has gone down to 38,000 barrels. It's now at 48,000 barrels per day. The Honorable Minister of Energy downstairs told what can only be considered untruths, that under Kamala Prasad Bisesa and the People's Partnership government, that the oil production per day went down from 98,000 to 78,000 barrels. It was the reverse. When we came in May 2010, it was 78,000 barrels. Kevin Ramnarayan got it up to 98,000 barrels. By the time the PNM came in September 2015, by 2017, due to lack of payment, lack of maintenance, lack of investment, the oil production went down to below 45,000 barrels per day. Then the consequential shutdown of Petrotrin without any advice. The dishonesty that came to say that the board told them to shut it down when the chairman of the board went in the labor court and swore on the Bible that he never told the cabinet to shut it down. The McKinsey report, the Lashley report, the Solomon report never said shut it down. It's been shut down 5 years now, and Trinidad and Tobago, for the first time in 117 years, is not a producer, is not a leader. We have ministers of finance here boasting that our credit rating is higher than St. Vincent and Antigua and Barbados and Bahamas, who have sun, sea, and sand only. Well, I would be ashamed if God blessed me with oil and gas and natural resources, and I have to compare myself to countries who are doing extremely well with what they have. That is the shame and the incompetence of the PNM. So I think they should leave Mr. Harford alone, because the man just talking sense, and more citizens should be brave enough to talk the truth. I saw Senator Ahye, I want her, she's not there now, but she could hear me probably in the tea room. I want to make sure to let her know that she will hear me clearly. I'm not coming to whisper like the Honorable Minister of Finance today, and I have listened and enjoyed debating that minister. Very intelligent, very sharp. His policies are poor. It is a failure as a Minister of Finance, but debating is very good. But today was his worst. You could see the fear, you could see the confusion. He knew that he had no argument to make. He knew that he could not justify what he came here to discuss. Imagine this PNM government come here. The most adjournment to a date to be determined. I've never heard that so much in any government in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. And I dare them to go and check. They always adjourning to a date to be announced because they have no plan, they have no legislative agenda, and we're not here to debate something to help the population that is fearful out there with criminality, no legislation to improve gender equality and create jobs, no legislation here for child protection, to improve the justice system so that cases could get going, increase the use, nothing. We only come to the Senate dress up nice. When the PNM feel that there's an emergency, some international body is going to blacklist us, or when they want to increase money, say they ain't going to spend it, and then the minister of works, the big minister, tell the truth, but he go get both later, right? You know, today I was lucky and privileged by fluke, because school finished early, and I picked up my daughter, and she got to drop me here to the Red House. First time she got to see it. And when we arrived, she needed to use the bathroom and said, well, come in, and the officers let her come in. And she came in, and looking at her face when she went into the ladies' bathroom, seeing it, I just saw like, she looked back and you could hear her go, wow. And I realized that coming here and being a parliamentarian, I'm quite jaded because I come here and the passion and the realism and the belief that you would have had as a child growing up to be in the parliament and the Senate, to debate at the highest level and so on, that I have become despondent and jaded because of the poor contributions and really the government's incompetence and inability to move the country forward. But to see my daughter's face, and then she came out and I took her to the parliamentary chamber and took a picture, and she was so excited. I am saying to this government, lift your game, lift your level. My goodness, for ministers to be debating without researching, without information, without facts, without policy, just regurgitating things from a fake book that they have for the last 8 years that have been proven wrong, and they keep repeating it because they say if you repeat nonsense enough times, enough people would believe it. Do the work and get the country going. Our country is moving fast towards a failed state, and these PNM have their heads buried in the sand, and this must stop. But I empathize with these PNM ministers. As I listen to the Minister of Works and Transport trying to defend the Minister of Energy, I listened to the Senator Laurel, Lezama-Lee sing, quoting a set of old statistics, false nonsense. I could not believe. Yes, but I empathize with them because they all know that when they go to cabinet, they have no say. They all know that they are the haves and the have-nots in the government, and those who get told good morning, and those who policies get through, and those who can move forward. So lots of people who have brain in the PNM, they have to stay quiet because they don't get to travel all over the place. Look, even the Minister of Works and Transport, while defending the Minister of Energy, had to admit that he always outside the country. He always in Venezuela, but we ain't get a cent yet. We ain't get $1 yet. They have an election in July 28. In Venezuela, but the leader of the opposition is debarred from going after getting 92% of the vote because Maduro say, the Supreme Court, his cousin say she cannot go in. And that's who the PNM is holding there too and holding close. So when that sham election occurs in July 28, and right now as we speak with Donald Trump, who was christened Tropical Trump by the Prime Minister of the PNM, when Tropical Trump, as our Prime Minister described, Donald Trump may win the presidency on November 5th, 2024, what's the position with Maduro? What's the position with all our eggs in one dragon gas basket, that the dragon cannot dance, that there is no money coming, that the discussion about an energy plan is that the minister is talking. They talk about Atlantic restructuring. Atlantic LNG is operating at 72% of its capacity. We had a percentage in Train 1 where they wasted and flitted away $233 million over a 22-month period to maintain it after the company said it's not going up, we're not using it again. They then maintained it for another 2 years, and we have not heard that bill yet. But then they come to negotiate, a Chinese partner gives up 5%. They go and they negotiate and get the 5% of the Chinese company, and Chinese companies, as far as I know, they look for profit motive like any other company. So for them to leave a 5% of a profitable industry is really ludicrous. So they left it because they know it was dead and dying because the PNM have put all our eggs in one basket. Gas production is low and declining, and we cannot attract investment for a 30-year period in order to create foreign direct investment. For the last 5 years, we've suffered negative foreign direct investment. Poor Minister of Trade and Industry. Negative foreign direct investment means people are taking their money out of Trinidad and Tobago, the beautiful country with land of milk and honey, and looking elsewhere. That is not good, but that is because of PNM, lack of planning and lack of management. There's no... Now the Minister of Finance, he said, we can't spend, we asking but we can't spend, we won't spend. So we are here. That's what the Minister of Finance said. Now the Minister of Works and Transport contradicted him, but the minister also went on to state why he's going to borrow. The PNM is going to borrow locally. But this is nothing new. The PNM has been borrowing locally in very questionable conditions, in a situation where the principle and the economies of scale that normally apply to democratic countries with corporate governance, which would state that, for example, a financial institution with a long track record and a huge balance sheet of investment and assets and so on, of hundreds of billions of dollars, would be able to provide funding at a competitive rate over and above a small company on Arapita Avenue. But since the PNM came into power in September 2015, and a certain super minister saw in his brother's company that was in receipt of zero public sector financing, zero as of September 2015, within 4 years, by September 2019, had public sector work to the tune of $4.2 billion at 4.6 to 7% interest. And the minister comes here, the PNM minister, to boast that we're going to go local, we're going to get local, and we're going to borrow. We're not really going to spend it because you can't appropriate it. Even everybody knows mid-year review could come and the minister could appropriate and change anything that he wants to. And the Minister of Works told the country that. But can we look forward to more certain companies with connections to the government getting contracts? How come mathematics changes with PNM? Because a big company supposed to be able to give you low interest rates because the economies of scale. But in Trinidad and Tobago, somehow a little small company could beat a huge financial institution and win tenders. That's interesting under the PNM. This reminds me, when we come here, and I must say, I read this motion. Now, with all due respect, this is a motion to give a government the ability to borrow $10 billion, not of their own money, you know, not of their based on their private assets, not of their private investment, for the people and the citizens to pay back. Look, just the amount of words here is disrespectful to $10 billion. You know what this reminded me of? Back in 2013, when the West Indies Cricket Board wanted to thwart and damage the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force from the T20 competition. And they created something called CPL. Nobody knew what was CPL. There were rumors that it was some Sri Lankan businessman, Digicel had something. Nobody knew anything. And they came with a document like this, 18 pages, 16 words per page to the Minister of Sport. I was in that portfolio at that time, to ask for $6 million of taxpayers' money without any accountability, without any information, without any audited reports, without any plan, just a PowerPoint nonsense. And I told them, listen, you all had to be mad. Please come out of this office. This does not even qualify when people are asking for medals and trophies for their sports day in the community and so on. They do detailed reports, pictures, how many children, what was done, how much food, what food they bought, how much they paid the DJ. It's taxpayers' money. So for government to come and just increase a limit of $10 billion, and the wording of it says, whereas of the Development Loans Act that the government is authorized for the purpose of financing general development in Trinidad and Tobago, repayment of borrowings, and they could do it by any statutory authority or even the University of West Indies that has just announced the lowest enrollment in the last 18 years, by the way, under this government. And they say we could borrow further sums of money for the purposes stated in the said section, but the section says nothing. The only minister who said what he's going to do, when he's going to spend the money, and how he's going to spend it was the Honorable Minister of Works and Transport. And he might get fired by this evening. It then says the government is hereby authorized to borrow money externally or internally in a further sum or in further sums not exceeding in aggregate $10,000 million in currency of Trinidad and Tobago. When I read that, I said, well, I'm coming here today to listen to the Honorable Minister of Finance. I don't like to. I don't enjoy listening to him. In fact, I feel quite nauseous sometimes. But I said I'm going to listen because I want to hear what this Honorable Minister who swore on a Bible to represent the people of Trinidad and Tobago, what he wants, this $10 billion, what he wants to do with it, what's the reason, what's the payoff, what's the yield, what's the investment, what's the potential for growth in the youth. What I was waiting to hear something. And for 42.5 minutes, the minister spoke, and waffle turned to pancake, and he said absolutely nothing. He even told us some fantasy that he's come here just today to not really do anything. We won't spend it, we can't spend it, we can't appropriate it. So what we doing here, what all these public servants come out here for, why they cook corn soup and food downstairs if we came here to approve something that is irrelevant? But the cat was let out of the bag by the Minister of Works and Transport. You see? And borrow for what? The Minister of Works and Transport had the audacity to talk about the mosquito crack. And nothing happened with the mosquito crack. He spent $233 million and the mosquito crack opened up wide and nearly swallow up car and truck together. Up to now, it's not fixed. But they come in to talk about the UNC and the UNC. Right? They come in to build, they're talking about investment and from what they want. What does the Minister of Works and Transport said borrowing is not bad? That's true, borrowing is not bad. But P&M borrowing is bad. Because when P&M borrow, they build a Skinner Park and turn it from a football international field into a small sweat. They fix up the stadium for $90 million, and when you sit down on the chair, if you don't tilt left, you have to look so to see if the goal correct or if it's lopsided. They spend $185 million in Diego Martin for a road that only 8 cars is used per day. And all it does is enable you, if you're in Diego, you could go Westmall to shop quick. But if you die in a heart attack, you still have to go quite Mukurapo and come back to go West Shore. That's what the P&M does. $185 million of wasted. They build car park in San Fernando, $144 million. Not a car in park. They have to advertise to encourage people to park during Christmas, to tell them they go get an air-conditioned shuttle if they park there. They want to build a next park in Port of Spain. The two that they have empty and are cockroach. My first ex-wife gets stuck in the elevator for 16 minutes last week in that end. What tell she where you went and park in P&M thing for? Shouldn't have parked there, right? They come now, they build a $148 million office, beautiful around the savannah. Gorgeous building. To administer the health sector where people, when it rain, you have the orderly lifting up the nurse while he pushing a wheelchair. It's a rat running down in Mount Hope Hospital. There are no Panadol. But one thing though, to administer the no Panadol, the office nice if you see it, oh gosh, you could go and take picture. That's P&M spending. So borrowing to waste money, borrowing to give contractors who are friendly. So Balize House could continue to go up miraculously by selling raffle tickets. That one has hurt here, President.
That one has gone across the line of imputing improper motives. So we don't do that. Again, just be careful.
To know that, you see, if I have a car coach or anything anymore, I want to be a raffle entrepreneur. That's all. I'm going to sell raffle tickets. That's lucrative.
And start up to you.
Yes.
Start up to
yes. And then the P&M says, and they talk, and the more they talk, it's amazing. The P&M have an ability to be failures and then talk like they're heroes. So it's like Usain Bolt run 9:59, the P&M run 12.2, but when they come in the mix zone, what we blow away Usain Bolt. Y'all didn't see that? We were fantastic. They came downstairs, they talk here. They say, look at this, we not going to the IMF because there's 6.2 billion US in the reserve requirement. We holding that 7 months cover, and they thump the desk. But you know, when Kamala was there, it was 12.26 billion, 14 months cover. The last time I checked my calendar, 14 months is longer than 7 months. The last time I checked my calculator, 12.26 billion Kamla is bigger than 5.8 billion. But this PNM they're boasting about the Heritage and Stabilization Fund at 6.2 billion US. Kamla left it at 7.6 billion US in 2015. It's supposed to grow by 1.2 to 1.3 billion US per year. 8 billion or 9 billion plus 7 should be 16.5. Them boasting about 6. They're 10 billion short and come to borrow next 10. Borrowing by the PNM is bad. Borrowing by sensible, intelligent people who could run a country is good. They come now, the PNM say, no IMF. Now again, discord. Because the Minister of Finance said, the IMF came here and they did their checks and so on, and the economy is growing. Now amazing. When you look at the economy from 2015 September, $180 billion of TT GDP, they shrink the economy down to 120, 60 billion less. And it goes lower and lower. And then when it reaches rock bottom underground at 114 billion, and then it comes up to 118 billion, the PNM go and drink champagne in Balize House and say, great is the PNM. We increased our GDP. You're still 68 billion short of Kamla. That is jobs. That is money that you could spend. That is investment. That is safety. That is security. That is foreign direct investment that will be attracted because money, brings investment. But when you decimate the sector, the Minister of Tourism, I'm glad he went close there to be right here to hear me because he's trying so hard. I'm so proud of him. He does videos of a vessel, a cruise ship. 750 people came 4 days ago, and he says, yes, man. And simultaneously, I'm watching Antigua, Prime Minister. Yes, here we have 6 vessels, average 3,443 per vessel, about 20,000 tourists a day. But my boy have to celebrate 750. Today, he just posted up about an hour ago at 650 reach, right? But in Nepal, but I feel sorry for him, because when he bring the little bit of tourists, they get robbed right there in the Brian Lara, and they don't want to come back because there's video going. So I empathize with him because there's other ministers, but he can't say that because them above me, they have different levels, right? So Rowley, the member for Diego Martin West and the Prime Minister says that if he does not implement the property tax, we will have to go to the IMF. Yet the Honorable Minister of Finance says, we're doing better, so we ain't have to go to the IMF, we're looking good. But here the problem. All the prescriptions they're talking about, even today's debate, the minister said certain Caribbean islands, they are in the throes of the IMF and they must do their prescriptions and they have no choice. But since 2017, 2018, this PNM has been implementing IMF prescriptions, just that they didn't have to borrow money because Kamla left money there. So they borrowed it from the children's future. They borrowed it from the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. They borrowed it from the reserve requirement. They borrowed it from local banks. They borrowed it because Kamla left the economy strong. But what are the prescriptions of IMF? Reduce subsidies. You reduce subsidies 5 times. No riot yet. You're coming now to raise the antique rate. You want to charge more for water. You're reducing. Then what's the next thing you do? Lower the public service debt, the wage bill. So they put a freeze on contracts. They send home 300 IT workers from the Ministry of Education. They send home 400 that the Honorable Minister Tim Gopeesingh had as Minister of Education, social workers and guidance counselors across the board in the public sector. They didn't leave. They left just the ones on the establishment. But all the contract workers, they cut by 200% going away. Cut the wage bill. Then they also said, 8 years we didn't negotiate any labor deal with you all. Here you get 0001, 01001, like a binary unit from a maths class in Standard 4 in UE Primary School, this Minister of Finance, and tell the people take 4%. 4%, and then he comes here today with statistics that only a PNM could believe. I hear the PNM boasting that we are at 3%, 3.1%. Unemployment. Do you know what that equates to? Full employment level of unemployment. That means jobs. Anybody who wants a job, I can get a degree, you can get a job. Everybody aspires to that. So when we see 6,000 young people applying to work in a prison work is not an easy work. The prison is not a nice place. Not only if you get locked up, but to work there, no air condition, no ventilation, buckets of feces all over, danger, stabbings, fighting, overcrowded. But to see our children so desperate for work that they rush down there and they're thousands with a resume, but we have full employment level of employment. These sapper children were climbing over banister like the PNM former Minister of Finance to get work on a cruise ship. When they announced that we could get something, over 9,000 young people with their resumes rushing for a Carnival Cruise Line job, which is nothing wrong with hard work, but that is real hard work. But I thought we have it nice, full employment. I don't know where they get the statistics, but they repeat their nonsense that is illogical, untrue, and they believe it. But the people outside here, the people outside know it, feel it. Children cannot get any jobs out there. Right now we're suffering from brain drain. 90% of our intelligent children who go abroad to study are not coming back. Because of the PNM, they're running children. And then the Prime Minister says, after all the squandermania, after all the wastage, after spending $240 million at NGC for a pump that a year after they realized is the wrong pump, after all of that, their Honorable Prime Minister, who in 2009 said, $100 property tax is too much because the people cannot afford it. It is an imposition. It should not be brought. Now we want to bring thousands and thousands of dollars of property tax. And the conditions here now in 2024 on every indice, worse, unemployment up, joblessness up, crime up, inflation up, food price inflation, medicine, fuel subsidy gone. People are suffering more than 2009. But now he wants to put property tax and he's willing to lose an election because of it. Well, I tell the people, make him lose. Make him, let him blow the candle, make his wish come true. And then I heard, and the Minister of Finance sits down here so glib.
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you. I wish I could have gotten 20 minutes from the Minister of Works and Transport. He wasted his time. It could have been used, put to better use. The Minister of Finance sits there, and he couldn't say anything when the member for Sawa Barataria read out that people are coming to value people's property. First and foremost, the concept that you are punishing success. You are punishing human beings who work hard, discipline themselves, study hard, save their money, spend frugally, and develop their homes for the comfort of themselves and their family. You coming now to stand up on the curbside. This Minister of Finance must explain that. He's not answering. How is it that there's a report that they were given instructions, a memo under the Ministry of Finance, at the Inland Revenue Office and so on, the Valuation Office, to stand up on the curbside and check and see what kind of pillar and steel and foundation and pool and so on to give people. That's why there are different evaluations across the board. Some people get 3 evaluations for one house. Others get...
Mr. President, Standing Order 46-1, there is likely to be a debate on this matter in the near future.
All right, so Senator, you have just about 4 more minutes left. Again, just keep tying it into what is before us by way of the motion and the fact that a motion has been moved to borrow a certain amount of money.
Thank you, sir. You know what? I will hold that fire because I know they're frightened. That debate coming, and I'll get full time for that. So that is good. I am guided willingly. You know, the PNM also said that the People's Partnership had budget deficits. Yes, we did. But those budget deficits, what did the People's Partnership, what did the UNC, what did Kamala Prasad-Bissessar spend that money on?
Yes, tell them.
143 wage negotiations and back pay for the people of the country. What did she spend it on? laptops for the children and the people of the country. 106 schools for the children and the people of the country. The NPI vote in sport from 10 million to 140 million for the children of this country. 18,000 to 42,000 food cards on school feeding, from 48,000 meals to 76,000 meals, breakfast and lunches. She's spending money on the people. She kept the fuel subsidy for the people to go in the gas station and squeeze. Right now, every day you drive, you're seeing 4 or 5 cars on the road with man with Jalita bottle point gas in car. That's P&M and people suffering. She spent the money on special needs grants. So yes, there was a deficit funding. She spent the money on investment, on Children Life Fund to save 153 children life. Do you know the P&M now? Anybody come to apply for Children Life Fund, they're running them ring around the rosy, letter after letter. Children are dying waiting to answer a letter from the query because they've been instructed, do not fund that. Over the last 8.5 years, only 23 children have received life-saving surgery from the P&M. Kamla Prasad Bisesa, in 5 years and 4 months, saved 153 children's lives. That is where she spent the money. And when you and the P&M could come and talk about deficit spending, and the minister today admitted that in 2022 the deficit was the largest in the history of not only Trinidad and Tobago but the Caribbean at $17 billion. The truth drop out his mouth today. $17 billion in deficit in his budget. And then he's talking here today about global shocks and COVID-19 and pressures. All of those things should be dealt with in the budgetary process. You don't just put some numbers together and come and say, oh, look, a budget. You have to use your brain, analyze, check trends, look and see where there are gaps, where there are alternate revenue sources, and create a budget that makes sense. Peg your budget on somewhere that you can believe. But when this minister today said that he needed a crystal ball to know that the prices of oil and gas would have gone below where he pegged the budget. We didn't need no crystal ball. All he had to do was listen to Wade Mark, listen to Senator Roberts over on this side. When he budgeted at $91 per barrel and the price was up at $92 per barrel, we showed that the convention was that ministers of finance normally leave a gap for any fluctuations. You don't go right up to the price right there. That's irresponsible. He admitted today that he was irresponsible and tried to pretend that you need a crystal ball. You don't need a crystal ball. You need a brain. What they wanted to do, you know why they did that? Because in the bill, in the Heritage and Stabilization Fund, any amount of gas and oil above 10% has to be saved for the children. P&M is anti-children. They don't want to save for the future, and that's why they must go. This bill we will not support. The P&M has wasted and squandered enough of taxpayers' money. We will not allow the minister to borrow, and he must tell the people what he's spending it on. The Minister of Works and Transport has already let the cat out of the bag. The P&M must go. We're not giving them any more money to corruptly dwindle away. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Dr. Paul Richards.
Thank you, Mr. President, for what I hope will be a short discourse. Let me start with some hope. I think the country, if it's one thing we need, is hope. And I would like to start, and I'm sure on behalf of all of us in this August House, to welcome home and congratulate Asha Abrahams, who recently represented us proudly in Bombay, India. And she showed that despite darkness that very often pervades our country, young people are doing great things. And she represented us proudly and flew the flag of Trinidad and Tobago and promoted us to the tune of millions of dollars around the world in a positive light. So I just wanted to acknowledge that and welcome back home. I thought that, just before I get into my substantive, I thought Senator Roberts was a bit hard on the Minister of Tourism, who I think is doing a good job, quite frankly. I think, yeah, I am seeing vessels coming in. I saw a well-managed Carnival 2024, so I am seeing light in tourism that I hadn't seen for some years. So let's give credit where credit is due. Well, next thing, right? Let's give credit where credit. I am seeing some positives in tourism, right? Mr. President, may I just reference, and I would like to thank the Minister of Finance for making available the copy of his speaking notes, because some of us clearly, and I share the views of Senator Thompson-Ahye and others that I couldn't hear sometimes for some reason. So thank you for the speaking notes. They were very helpful. Let me just start by going back a bit to budget fiscal 2024, when total revenue is projected at 54.012 billion, total expenditure at 59.209 billion, with a deficit expected of 5.197 billion. I identify this to lay some context in terms of some questions I have that I hope the Minister can clarify. And also, at the start of this document, it identifies part of it, and I quote, "Whereas it is necessary for the government to borrow further sums of money for the purposes stated in the said section, be it resolved that for the purposes stated in the said section, the government is hereby authorized to borrow money externally or internally in a further sum or in further sums not exceeding in the aggregate $10,000 million, 10 billion, in the currency of Trinidad and Tobago." And I know the Honourable Minister of Finance spent a lot of time identifying that the intention is to borrow domestically because of the favourable interest rates. But this identifies the option to borrow externally. So I would like some clarity on that in terms of, because if it's passed in the present form, my understanding is that you can also borrow externally. So I guess it opens some options to you, Honourable Minister. If you could clarify that. I'm not going to be long. All right? Also, I find it interesting that Budget 2024 was just 5 months ago, and the midterm is 2 months off. So I'm trying to figure out why this was not accommodated for in Budget 2024, and what are the options for a midterm review in the context of this, and what is the potential impact of this, because it's an option to borrow. You don't have to borrow. What is the potential impact on the projected deficit of just over $5 billion if you do actualize this borrowing on the domestic and or the international market? So some clarity on that, right? And $10 billion in a roughly $60 billion budget is a significant percentage of the overall budget projection. So it is not a small amount of money. It is a significant amount of money for the government to have the potential to borrow. So let's not minimize it as a small amount of money. It's a lot of money, particularly in the context of debt to GDP. And, you know, there is some interesting news. The Minister identified the debt to GDP at 81.5% of GDP, and in 2023, improving to 71.2% in 2024, which is admirable. And also, I did some research in a document focusing on, let me get the title, right. The ECLAC Sub-Regional Headquarter for the Caribbean, Preliminary Overview of the Economies of the Caribbean by Dylan Allen, Michael Hendrickson, Sheldon McLean, Marshall Panton, and Nyasha Skerritt. And they focused a bit on debt in the region. And we can get some context on this in terms of where our debt to GDP ratio is in relation to the rest of the Caribbean, and where we sit in relation to other major economies in the Caribbean. And I quote from the article, following a spike in public debt in 2020, when significant capital and current outlays were undertaken to cope with and mitigate the impacts of the pandemic, debt moderated in 2022, improved. The average debt for the region contracted by 3.2 percentage points from 87.3% of GDP in 2020 to 84.1% of GDP in 2021, partly reflecting the reduced deficit, public debt declining by 15.3% points in goods producers. They also provided an interesting table. Among the service producers, debt increased by 12.9 percentage points to 99.1% of GDP in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, reflecting higher spending to deal with the pandemic. Also, it referenced Barbados' debt increased by 4.9% to 111% And by contrast, public debt declined by 6.7% in Anguilla. Now, there's a table that has been provided which puts the source as the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean on the basis of official figures. And for good or better or for worse, Trinidad and Tobago is not doing too badly, sitting quite in the middle, ahead of Jamaica, Suriname, Grenada, St. Kitts and Nevis, Anguilla, Guyana, and Montserrat. No, sorry, behind those countries, and ahead of St. Lucia, Anguilla and Barbuda, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Bahamas, Belize, Dominica, and Barbados, identifying the highest debt to GDP in service producers. So, and that is 2021. So I don't think we're doing that badly, but I think it's important to monitor it. I know there's a knee-jerk reaction to borrowing and to increasing debt. There have been questions asked, and I think very valid questions asked as to, one, what is going to be the impact of the borrowing in the future, because we have to be very mindful that our debts now are already the debts of generations to come, and we should not be leaving them holding the crappy end of the stick for our, in some cases, mismanagement. I'm not saying that's the case here, but I'm saying we have to be mindful of that. One of the things that confused me, and I have to say, it really confused me. The minister also identified, Minister Imbert, that is the Honorable Minister of Finance, in one of the pages, and I'm quoting, Mr. President, and I'm quoting, "It should be noted that the government borrowings directly impact the economic development of our country through the provision of funding for capital projects and public amenities, including hospitals, the armed forces, and for continued support for the vulnerable in society. I wish to emphasize that this government borrows not only to ensure that our citizens can operate on a day-to-day basis, but also ensure that future generations reap the long-term benefits of our development projects. Moreover, we are required to have sufficient headroom to safeguard the country from unforeseen circumstances or macroeconomic shocks that may result in the collapse of government revenues. As we have recently seen, such circumstances require substantial government intervention to support households, the healthcare system, and businesses. Therefore, in order for the government to quickly respond and provide the necessary resources for emergency purposes, it is fundamental that the government has sufficient borrowing capacity." Therefore, it goes on that the government is seeking to raise the debt ceiling. That is all well and good, but it also seems very contradictory to a lot of the contribution by the Honourable Minister of Works and Transport, who identified several projects that don't seem like emergency projects to me, that seem like development projects that are ongoing or that are planned or that should have, and in some cases have been accommodated for in the fiscal package 2024. So I'm kind of confused by that. On one hand, it seems to be for emergency circumstances, exigent circumstances, and development projects that have not been identified by the Minister of Finance, but seemingly some by the Minister of Works and Transport, which I'm confused as to why in 5 months these are popping up now as having to be funded potentially by this debt ceiling increase. That is a little confusing to me, because in my mind, the government has never proffered itself as a reckless government, a government not capable of planning, a government not capable of foresight. So if those projects, and I know many of them were identified in Budget 2024, why is this ceiling necessary, as has been identified by the Honourable Minister of Works and Transport? That is confusing to me, and I hope to get some clarity on that. Because to me, there's a lot of information here about the intention, the primary intention for the increase in this debt ceiling as identified by the Honourable Minister of Finance. So I guess, I hope I can get some clarity on that. In addition to that, and as I said, I have no problem, and I haven't heard anybody have a problem in principle with borrowing. All countries borrow once they have to. Countries borrow for many different reasons. The world still has not, contrary to popular belief, fully recovered from the COVID-19 pandemic. The world is still, in most cases, moving slowly out of the negative impact of the pandemic. And it is understandable that some fiscal measures will have to continue to move the country out of that circumstance back to pre-pandemic levels. And we're certainly nowhere near pre-pandemic levels in many of our metrics. So it's understandable that there would be some continued expenditure in those regards. But I think it's very important through you, Mr. President, to the Minister, that if we could identify past just using the word development, is it development for past projects that need continued funding? Is it development funding for present projects that are now starting or are ongoing? Or is it funding for developmental projects that are yet to begin in the government's estimation? And more importantly too, and I think many of us agree with this, is it development for projects that will, not only infrastructural, but that will have the potential to generate revenue down the road, productive investment? And I think these are the kinds of questions most people want answered in more detail. The government has the right to direct fiscal policy. That's what the government was elected for. But I think transparency and information is also part of the social compact between the government and the people of Trinidad and Tobago. The people of Trinidad and Tobago shouldn't operate in the dark. And it's almost like when you say development in a broad term, trust us, we know what we're doing. I think this is an educated population who can understand and look at the government's plans critically and objectively in most or many cases, if not all, because we're in a contentious environment, and understand, well, yes, this is the plan, we can buy into this, and this is where we're going, this is what we're sacrificing for in terms of expenditure and borrowing for expenditure and investment. So those are some of the questions I would really like answered by the Honourable Minister of Finance in his winding up, if he can, because I think those questions will allay quite a bit of concerns that have been articulated by many speakers before myself in the Minister's wrapping up. And with those views, I thank you, Mr. President.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing me and presenting the opportunity to intervene briefly in this important debate in the Senate. I want to congratulate off the bat Senator Paul Richards for his contribution, which was measured, reasonable, and very direct and efficient. And by the same token, to extend my congratulations to the Minister of Works and Transport for a very inspiring presentation. You don't hear from him very often, Mr. President, in this chamber, but it's always of value. And along those lines, I also want to congratulate for her contribution Senator Laurel Lezama-Lee, who, under very difficult circumstances, not feeling well at all today, rose to the occasion and delivered on behalf of the government in support of the motion brought by the Minister of Finance. I want to take a page from Senator Richards' book because he began by offering a bit of a tribute and salutation to our returning Miss World contestant. And Mr. President, we have not had a sitting since the untimely passing of Mr. Reginald Dumas. And I just thought, and I will tie it in shortly, but we should pause for a moment as senators to recognize the contributions to Trinidad and Tobago made by Mr. Reginald Dumas, intelligent, respectful, erudite servant of this nation for many, many, many years as an ambassador, a permanent secretary, high commissioner, and then like an elder statesman, giving advice and opinion and analysis where he saw fit. Thank you, Mr. President. He wasn't always the loudest voice in the room, and that brings me to some of the commentary offered and directed toward the Minister of Finance this afternoon, Mr. President, because I heard the word subdued used on a number of occasions. I think Senator Hazel Thompson-Ahye started the ball rolling in that regard, which is an unusual description for the Minister of Finance. Those of us who know him wouldn't always characterize him as subdued. But on several occasions, he was described as subdued, and maybe there's nothing wrong with that. But I would say that there's a question about the functioning of the microphone, and which is why at the end of his presentation, another microphone was deployed. But I just want to add that in this government and this people's national movement, we do not always gauge and value the quality of a contribution simply by mere volume alone. Who the cap fits, let them wear it. Mr. President, I want to congratulate the Minister of Finance for bringing this motion and justifying it, and I know further justification and clarification will be provided toward the end. But we need to recognize that this minister is now the longest serving Minister of Finance in the history of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And he had his critics at the beginning. He may have his critics still at this point, but we don't always take criticism as enmity. We listen, we respond, and we adjust where adjustment is necessary. The longest serving Minister of Finance, who is also, against the odds, has steered this country and our economy through some of the most turbulent times faced by any Minister of Finance since our independence. None of these things could have been predicted, Mr. President. The COVID-19 pandemic, I remember the early days. I remember the very early days when we were being reassured this is not going to be as bad as some people were saying. And then it became as bad as, in fact, worse than anyone would have predicted. The entire planet, the global economy was affected. Every single country from the richest to the poorest was affected and remains affected to this day. And then as we are beginning, we, the international community, are beginning to recover from the devastating impact of that pandemic, we have a war in Ukraine. And by like measure, some persons thought it would be over very quickly. I suspect President Putin himself may have thought that in the early weeks. Here we are 2 years later, and the impact on the global economy, the impact on food, fuel, fertilizers, feed, and everything else remains to this day. So again, the Minister of Finance could not have predicted all of these things, but has steered the ship of state and our economy efficiently to this point. And I heard Minister Roberts wrestling with the reality, not Minister Roberts, that is gone, never to return. The Senator Roberts wrestling with the reality that this government, notwithstanding all of those challenges, has not embarked on any retrenchment of public servants whatsoever. That has distinguished us from many other developing countries. He wrestled with the reality that the Heritage and Stabilization Fund is doing well today and performing very well today, notwithstanding those factors as well. He was wrestling with the reality that inflation in Trinidad and Tobago has one of the lowest rates in the Latin American and Caribbean region. And I say that without fear of contradiction. I remember when the United National Congress was basically building an agenda around inflation. They have not used that word for a couple of years now, simply due to the performance of this Minister of Finance and the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. They have to find something else to talk about, Mr. President. And then the debt to GDP ratio, as revealed by the research of Senator Richards and others, we are performing exceptionally well in the circumstances. So, Mr. President, But this is a debate. This is the Senate. And in my view, when I read the motion, I said to myself, you know, Stevie Wonder could have seen where this debate was going. Stevie Wonder, or any of my blind friends, Lingo, or anyone else, could have seen where this debate was going, because it presented an opportunity for political ramage and explanation and shouting and screaming and electioneering. And one may have pondered whether the UNC could resist the temptation and remain relevant to the measures and proposals before us, but they could not resist that temptation, Mr. President. And that's what we got, started by the captain of that motley crew, the goodly Senator Mark, and maintained by all others with consistency, just all over the place, not really offering any alternatives, because they're very poor at doing that, not offering any other approach that would have been advisable from their perspective. But I will give you the reason why they were unable so to do, Mr. President. Now, I do not have the habit of dwelling much on contributions made by the last speaker from the opposition bench, because there usually is very little of substance. I mean, if you want to get into a to and fro and more low-level discourse, I suspect that's the person to engage, but the Senate is not really the place for that. But, Mr. President, I heard a reference. Let me see if I could find it. I heard a reference from those quarters, from that quarter, to cowardly attacks against citizens. And he positioned himself as a defender of citizens, private citizens, against cowardly attacks. And I told myself, this is the gold standard of political hypocrisy being demonstrated here from the UNC bench. That senator speaking about cowardly attacks, defending citizens against cowardly attacks, when speaking from a bench in this Senate that is very familiar with the most cowardly practice of personal attacks against private citizens, family members of public officials, even the wife of the holder of a very high office in this country. The most cowardly and lowly attacks being mounted on social media and elsewhere on a regular and consistent basis, and then to come here and pose as a defender of citizens against cowardly attacks. Mr. President, I feel it is our duty to call a spade a spade, a spade a spade, and to repudiate those assertions as made by the United National Congress today. And then he ended in loud fashion, this bill we will not support. This bill we would not support. And I rushed to my order paper again because I did not realize that there's a bill being debated here. So after 40 minutes of shouting and screaming, he clearly was on a planet of his own. Clearly was on a planet of his own. But Mr. President, I don't want to get too distracted. I want to look a little bit at the domestic history of this type of motion, because this is not the first time the Parliament has been called to action in such manner. And I want to look a little bit at the regional history. That has already been touched on by the Minister of Finance. And I want to give some global examples as well, because the Minister of Finance said many things very important today, but one of the important things he said is that this is not an unusual measure for Trinidad and Tobago, and it's not an unusual measure for any economy on planet Earth right now. Let us stand here and start to scream about borrowing and the children will not be able to pay and it's irresponsible. How else is infrastructure paid for, Mr. President? I want to find an example of any country that funds its infrastructural development by using revenue. Show me an example. And if whoever may speak after me, I invite the presentation of such examples. This is par for the course. And so let me take you back, Mr. President, for the last 2 decades in Trinidad and Tobago. This parliament has been convened time and time again in similar approach by the then Minister of Finance to address the borrowing ceiling under the Development Loans Act. You can go back to the year 2003. Minister Ken Valley at the time gave a detailed presentation as to how such a measure is relevant to the servicing of the needs of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. At that time in 2003, the first session of the 8th Republican Parliament, the ceiling was increased by 3 billion Trinidad and Tobago dollars. Can move forward to 2008, Mr. President, when, and interestingly, her name was called a little earlier in the debate, a former PNM Minister of Finance, who I encountered recently on the margins of a state funeral, brought a motion in 2008 to increase the borrowing ceiling by $7 billion. It went up, the limit went up to 20 billion, and justification was provided. And in all of these cases, Mr. President, the vote was taken, and there was no dissent on the vote. And then we move forward, Mr. President, to September 2011. September 2011, when the borrowing ceiling was increased by how much? 10 billion Trinidad and Tobago dollars to a limit of 30 billion Trinidad and Tobago dollars. You know who the Minister of Finance was at that time, Mr. President? Wasn't Minister Imbert at all. It was someone by the name of Winston Dukaran, the Minister of Finance of the United National Congress conglomerate, or whatever they were called at the time. And I took a look at his justification. Identical measure, Mr. President. Identical measure, identical amount, way back in 2011. To suggest, and I'm just quoting a few words from the Hansard of that debate, on that motion, to suggest any alternatives that will expose us further either to a no-growth scenario or to a reduction in entitlement scenario, or to in any way that will put at risk what essentially is our ultimate goal to serve the needs of the people as a first priority. A little bit of a word salad there. The basic needs of the people must give them hope that tomorrow will be better than today. It is in that context that these limits have been put together for consideration of this honorable House. And I hope that in this part of the debate, we will be able to not undo the false arguments of the past, but at this stage should turn a different leaf and move forward to support this measure, which is relatively small in terms of the level of limits which we are searching for. $10 billion in 2011, Mr. President. And then he uttered some words which should be very familiar in the context of this debate. Again, may I re-emphasize, arriving at a borrowing limit does not mean that we are going to borrow all that money now.
He said that?
He said that. We do these things. We do these things every few years, not on an annual basis, so that puts the debate into perspective. So we would not have the false claims that we are putting the country into some debt problem for the future. Mr. President, The man maybe was an oracle. And you would take note that fairly soon afterward, he demitted his position in the Ministry of Finance. Maybe because he was making sense, and maybe because his words then hold true today and echo in defiance of the rhetoric being uttered by members of the United National Congress bench in the Senate. And I commend those words and their relevance and consistency with the words of our current distinguished Minister of Finance to the Chamber and to those listening to this debate. And then there were some questions raised about the use of the money. How is this 10 billion going to be used? And I don't want to go too far down that bizarre path, Mr. President, because again, it seems to assume that this is some kind of appropriation being effected. And it is not an appropriation. And there was an attempt to misconstrue everything the Minister of Works and Transport presented as some sort of addendum to the budget of Trinidad and Tobago for this fiscal year. But let me respond briefly. How is the money to be used if we increase the borrowing ceiling to service the development of this country? Well, I could start by identifying the ongoing digitization of the society of Trinidad and Tobago at an advanced pace led by an exceptional Minister of Government who has created basically a new sector, a new frontier against which Trinidad and Tobago is being compared very favorably to countries that have been more developed than we are. We are punching ahead of our weight class with respect to digitization, and resources are required for those efforts. I want to identify if the rhetorical question about how is money going to be used for the future, I could identify our social support system as led by the Minister of Social Development and Family Services in a robust and effective manner, Mr. President, reducing inefficiencies and corruption wherever it resides and ensuring that we are able to maintain a social support network and system that is the envy of many other countries our size. That takes tremendous resources, billions of dollars per annum, requiring budgetary support, requiring raising of resources by the Ministry of Finance, well captained by the current Minister of Social Development and Family Services. I can speak as well to the trade and industry sector, Mr. President. I've already told the Senate that we have a remarkable and exceptional Minister of Trade and Industry. We should be privileged and honored to have her here with us, serving the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And just looking at the performance of the non-energy sector coming out of a devastating COVID-19 pandemic, it tells us that the prescriptions have been working. Our private sector, our manufacturers, our entrepreneurs are performing, and the incentives and other measures that have been elaborated are producing results. So those are some of the answers to the questions being provided. I don't need to talk about culture and tourism because I think we've already had an accurate summary with respect to Carnival and the performance of our burgeoning tourism sector, which is A+ for if you wanted to advance a grade. But I just want to add two other sectors, Mr. President, to this listing. One is youth development. One is youth development. We talk about sustainable development. We talk about financing the development of Trinidad and Tobago. We heard a lot of shouting from the other side. But I seem to recall not too long ago there was an administration in this country that set about shutting down the youth development sector for our people. I seem to recall there was an administration in this country that was closing down youth camps and youth programs right across the landscape of Trinidad and Tobago. And Mr. President, I just want to tell the Senate, this is an opportunity to remind Trinidad and Tobago and to highlight the fact that the youth development sector is at its strongest right now than it has ever been in our independent history. Exceptional programs across the board. In fact, one of the questions sometimes directed to the minister without telling tales out of school is, maybe you're doing too much because there's so much going on in that sector. That takes resources, Mr. President. It doesn't happen free of charge. It takes all of the experts and the facilitators have to be paid. The sites that are being reopened, it requires infrastructure, it requires funding, it requires resources, it requires furnishing, security, maintenance, upgrade. All of that is taking place. And Mr. President, this is something that the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago should be very proud of. And the final sector I just want to mention in this very brief review of where's this money going is the housing sector. It's the housing sector, which collapsed to a great extent. I see Senator John starting which collapsed to a large extent under the United National Congress, which is being revived, where now every week you are seeing sod turnings, ribbon cuttings, a revival of the public housing infrastructure in this country, all of which, and the question came earlier, how is this going to impact our future? Those types of investments, Mr. President, are designed to stimulate our economy and to impact ordinary people in a positive manner across the landscape of Trinidad and Tobago. So the plumbers, the technicians, the architects, the carpenters, everyone else is participating in this renaissance of public housing, Mr. President. So that's just a quick review. And then I heard Senator Wade Mark, regale us with a song and dance about the energy sector. I didn't know when he became an energy expert, but it certainly wasn't today. Energy reserves are declining, oil and gas, and he gave some little snippets from, I don't know where he got that from. Oil and gas is going down as if this is something that is a surprise in a mature province like Trinidad and Tobago. So he posed a challenge, but he never responded. He never gave any alternative to the course upon which...
Minister, you have a procedural.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 14.5, I beg to move that this Senate do continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the Senate continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The business of the Senate will continue until the completion of the business at hand. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, we got a song and dance from Senator Mark about oil and gas. And then he asked the rhetorical question, where will we get the gas from for the future? Where will we get the gas from for the future? And I want to ask Senator Mark, has he been living in a concrete silo buried under the ground? Has he been insulated and isolated from the hard work and progress being made where Trinidad and Tobago, recognizing our limitations, recognizing the maturity of this province, has been in a very innovative manner pursuing opportunities even outside of our borders, much to the envy of many others, and to great success under the current Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago and the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries. Senator Mark should be standing here congratulating the government for seeking the future of this country. Where's the gas coming from? I would love to hear his alternative to locating gas for the future of our economy. Where will we get the gas from? Low prices. He talked about low oil prices, and we're getting less now. Again, is he living in a concrete silo? Fossilized, as someone is saying. Not giving credit where it is due, or due recognition to the exceptional negotiations that are not ongoing, have successfully been concluded with our partners in the petrochemical sector to ensure that Trinidad and Tobago, our people, our children, our economy gets the maximum value for every barrel of oil and every cubic foot of gas that comes out of this country. That is performance, Mr. President, and that is something that should be recognized and acclaimed by stakeholders, as opposed to what we have heard a little bit earlier today. Financing for development. Financing for development. The development of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, the truth is, every major and important development that has been achieved in this country has been obstructed and resisted and fought against by the United National Congress. Talk about gas. I remember when we were pursuing a policy of monetizing the gas that the good Lord put under the ocean and the land of this country. You know who were the strongest opponents of that progress, Mr. President? The same UNC that is coming here to lecture us about development. They resisted that stoutly, and here we are today where that is now taken for granted, and they're complaining. The industrialization of Trinidad and Tobago, Point Lisas and all of those other developments resisted by the United National Congress. The expansion of our national road network to service people right across the national landscape, and they're still resisting it today. You're hearing that. Every major advancement in our development, even our very independence journey, Mr. President, was resisted by some of the forerunners and predecessors of the senators that would stand here to lecture us today. Every major development has been resisted. The floating of the Trinidad and Tobago dollar, doom and gloom. Doom and gloom, it will spell the end of ordinary people in Trinidad and Tobago. Now we take it for granted, and the same people are enjoying the opportunity to work and progress in this very society, in this very economy. The people of this country, now and tomorrow and in 2025, should accept no economic prescriptions from the United National Congress. I want to repeat that, Mr. President. The people of this country should accept no economic prescriptions from the United National Congress. And the list goes on. They've resisted every major development. And even on the issue of constitutional reform, but we'll get to that a little bit further. They have offered no ideas or alternatives, but soon they will have the opportunity again to contribute to our process that we have put in place, Mr. President. And then I heard Senator Jearlean John talking. She gave a mini lecture about a prime minister in the departure lounge. She gave us, Mr. President, a mini lecture, this senator, about a prime minister in the departure lounge. And Mr. President, that was another case of a pot calling a kettle black. Because, Mr. President, given the performance of the current UNC leadership, the dismal and unfortunate electoral performance or non-performance of the current UNC leadership, if anyone is to be considered in the political departure lounge, it is the leader of that side and her entire band of misfits. In fact, in terms of a serious governance prospect, they have already departed, Mr. President. They're not just in the departure lounge, they have already departed. They gave us the most corrupt government in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. And Trinidad and Tobago has not forgotten that. Talk about hitmen, what was it? Hitmen in some unit of national, hit squad. What about when there were hitmen being paid under life sport and these programs, marauding through Port of Spain, calling scores and getting revenge? No, I'm not going there. Have the people of Trinidad and Tobago forgotten that? What about when we had a Minister of National Security under their administration, Mr. President, who could not even travel to Haiti for a meeting? The president went to Haiti. He couldn't go. It was on security. He couldn't go. Nor could he travel ever to the United States of America while he held the seat of Minister of National Security. I want to come to lecture us about development, Mr. President. Senator John, empathy and hard work is a UNC thing. And then she gave us a quote which I think we would have to dwell on a little further. If the devil, what was it? If the devil bring it, God sent it. If the devil bring it, God sent it. And this is now on the Hansard record as a philosophical position of the United National Congress. Mr. President, I hope and then someone else was quoting the Bible, I hope the people of Trinidad and Tobago, those who pay attention to the parliamentary channel, would have heard a United National Congress senator in 2024 commend to this country the saying, if the devil bring it, God sent it. Mr. President, we need to be very, very careful with our choices. Mr. President, shocking. Mr. President, I promised some of the international perspective.
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
The Minister of Finance told us about Guyana, which is one of our closest neighbors geographically and also in terms of the good work being done at the Caribbean community. And the fact that in the last 3 years, on 3 occasions, the government of Guyana has taken a similar measure to that being proposed here today. So that is already on the record. But I want to give the example, Mr. President. I wouldn't be disturbed by Senator John because no one disturbed her when she was making the assertions that I quoted. I want to give the example of the United States of America, often quoted and misquoted by certain stakeholders in this country. Because the concept of adjustment to the debt limit or borrowing limit is something quite familiar to those who pay attention to US politics. Mr. President, the Congress has always acted when called upon to raise the debt limit in that country. And I saw an amazing statistic. Since 1960, the United States Congress has acted on 78 separate occasions to permanently raise or temporarily extend or revise the definition of the debt limit. 79 times under Republican presidents and 29 times under Democratic presidents. And congressional leaders in both parties have recognized that that is a necessary reality for the good service of the American economy and the people of the United States of America. Now, they have a little bit of a different system where a letter is written to the congressmen basically requesting their support, and it is granted on every single occasion. There was one occasion in 2011, which is called the debt ceiling crisis, where there was some stonewalling, and that almost caused the U.S. economy to run into some jeopardy. This has been addressed. This issue of financing for development has also been addressed by the Caribbean community in working with the current U.S. administration, and in fact is one of the key points that came out of the Summit for the Americas that occurred in Los Angeles, and Trinidad and Tobago participated via a delegation led by Prime Minister the Honorable Keith Rowley, Mr. President. So I've given some of the regional and international perspective, Mr. President. What is being proposed by the Minister of Finance is nothing unusual. It is nothing bizarre. It is nothing sinister. It is a motion and a request that has been advanced successfully time and time again in Trinidad and Tobago by successive administrations and governments without being turned back, disturbed, or negated by either House of Parliament, routinely. It is also being applied in other CARICOM jurisdictions routinely. It's also being applied in the largest economy in our hemisphere, the United States of America, routinely. 78 times they've raised their ceiling since 1960. It's not always apples for apples, but you get the picture, Mr. President. This is a motion that can and should be supported. We've gotten good evidence from sectoral presentations from this bench that this money is not just going into the sky. It's being committed and will be spent, if the borrowing occurs, for the good service and development of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I want to commend the Minister of Finance for his presentation, Mr. President, and I look forward to the support of this Senate for this routine and important measure, looking ahead in the interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, I thank you.
Senator Dr. Gopeesingh.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. This afternoon and this evening, we have been discussing and debating a motion on finance, and particularly the Development Loans Act. Well, before going into further discussion on that, let me inform the leader of government business, Senator Amery Browne, that our political leader is as strong as ever, coming strong to defeat you all in the election as soon as it is called. She has been the best performing Prime Minister this country ever had between 2010 and 2015. She defeated the PNM in the last local government election, and she's going to defeat you all again in the general election when it is come. So at the departure lounge is your Prime Minister who said that he doesn't mind losing an election because of the property tax. And that property tax, he will lose that debate on that property tax. The people of this country do not want the property tax. I know it is coming up for debate, I won't dwell on it, and they will vote him out as just from that alone. The last speaker, the Honorable Senator, spoke about the United National Congress on this side has never supported any developmental project. Absolute rubbish. Absolute rubbish. The United National Congress has worked with the government on many occasions, has supported bills on many occasions, have supported the Point Lisas Industrial Complex, which Ken Jearlean started, admittedly. Prime Minister Basdev Pandey was the one who dealt with Atlantic Trains 1. Atlantic Train 1, Senator Mark will know that. And so when they come with this nonsensical statement, but we never support anything that the PNM wanted for the development of the country. Tell me what development PNM has done for this country, except the Point Lisa's industrial estate. First of all, Prime Minister Eric Williams closed down the railway line, East-West railway line. Then Prime Minister Manning closed down the sugar industry, where 100,000 people lost their jobs and employment, and thousands of lives have gone into making people snow cone vendors and doubles vendors. And then recently with Petrotrin, where thousands of citizens of Trinidad and Tobago lost their jobs. So who have done the destruction of Trinidad and Tobago more than PNM? 3 major plants, the railway they closed down, the sugar industry they closed down. And I remember Prime Minister Pandey, Minister Pandey at that time, leader of the opposition, telling Minister Rahel, you have scorched the earth and you have scorched the lives of thousands of people. That is the pain and suffering of the people had to endure under PNM.
And now Petrotrin too.
And now Petrotrin. Billions of dollars wasted, and they cannot get somebody to even consider buying it or taking it for free. And they have the audacity to say that UNCN support anything. We support what is good law, we support what is benefit for the country and what is important for the country. We're not bothered about all nonsensical statements on that side. Mr. President, I want to congratulate my colleagues on this side and the independent senators as well. Senator Mark, who opened with the fury and the facts, undisputable facts. And then Senator Jearlean John and my beloved friend, Senator Roberts, who spoke the truth on this important piece of legislation. Mr. President, let me take this Senate to a situation where we are in now. Where are we? After $500 billion, $500 billion have been spent by this PNM government in 8.5 years. What have they to show for it? Nothing. Absolute nothing.
Nothing.
And you know where we are in terms of borrowing now? How much we owe as a country? I want to quote from the Auditor General's report of 2022 financial year, Volume 1, Accounts of the Treasury and Accounts of Receivers of Revenue of Ministries and Departments. On page 34, summary. Central government as of September 30th, 2022, domestic loans, $66,963 million. External loans, $28,443 million. Loans service under Head 18, $3,400 million. Total of $98,810 million. Then they included the bold project recently, $232 billion. That's the one wrongly, Savannah. It costed $232 million for that project. Contingent liabilities as at September 30th, 2022. Loans and credits guaranteed by the state, $14,913 million. Letters of comfort, $16,329 million. Promissory notes, $5,378 million. And open market operations, re-treasury bill, $8,479 million. A total of $144 billion. $144,143 million is what Trinidad and Tobago owes. And the PNM government is the one mostly responsible for all this money that we are owing. So if we calculate it, 1.4 million people, and we owe $140 billion, it's 100,000 each citizen of Trinidad and Tobago will be owing. You mortgage the lives, our lives, the lives of our more seniors, and their children's lives, and the ones to be born. Because most of these loans are not going to be paid before 2040, some of these loans. The Minister of Finance comes. I had the privilege of, during the COVID in 2020, when I was in the other place, having to respond to him on the same type of bill the Development Loans Act, and then we only had about 4 of us on either side to speak. So we had about 10 minutes to speak. And we made objections then in 2020. So in 2015, the nation was being asked to accept what the PNM wanted, to have a development loan move from 30 to 45 billion in ceiling, and 2 others, not only the development loan, but external loans from 15 to 30 billion. This is what they asked for in 2015. An expansion of 15 billion on the external loans, and also a guaranteed loans of 25 to 40 billion, which is another 15 billion. So in that one sweep in 2015, they moved the development loan ceiling from 30 to 45, that's 15. The external loans from 15 to 30, that's another 15, that's 30. And the 25 to 40 for the guaranteed loans are 25 to 40, that's $55 billion. In 2015, 4 months after they came into office. In 1 year, they asked for extension of ceilings of 3 of the areas where you can borrow money. And let me repeat it. Development loan went from 30 to 45. External Loans Act went from 15 to 30 billion. And Guaranteed Loans Act went from 25 to 40 billion. And then now he says he has a headroom of 12 billion in the External Loans Act and 20 billion in the Guaranteed Loans Act. If you name man, why you go under these rather than hiding under the Development Loans Act and borrow the money from these? You have $32 billion available for you under the External Loans Act and the Guaranteed Loans Act. So why are you coming surreptitiously now and want money for the Development Loan Act? And you're making all sort of nonsensical type of statements saying we don't like to borrow externally, and the Development Loans Act, we could borrow from everybody locally, and you will get the support locally, and you'll ensure economic development locally and so on. What utter rubbish. There is a hidden agenda in this. The hidden agenda, they want to have that 10 billion available for if the Prime Minister calls the election, that will be available for the Minister, the Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
He sell them
and he spoke about it, everything he has in the plans this evening. He said all the things that he wants to do.
Tory jump out.
And that is what they want to win the hearts of the people. But the time has come. The people are fed up of them. They want them out as fast as possible. So no matter what they do and how much money they spend, the people will vote them out. And it will be like a 33-3 again. It will be like a 33-3. Mr. President, the Honourable Minister of Finance speaks about they don't like to borrow external. But as far as I can see here, external loans is $28 billion. So who borrowed that? External loan is $28 billion.
Who borrowed that?
I feel sorry for my friend, you know. They put him in the wrong ministry for 8 years and he's suffering there as Minister of Finance. You know how much times? We go back a long way. That's my friend too.
He's unqualified, right?
But he wanted really Ministry of Energy. He did his master's in energy and so on. He has 2 masters, 3 masters probably. Bright guy. But he can't run Ministry of Finance at all. He learned it on the job, but he's still learning. You know, to be a specialist doctor now across the world, you have to go through 4 years in medicine, another 4 years after that. 12 years it takes. He has another 4 years before he can even reach to understand what finance is about. No, but coming back to a serious part of it, the Honourable Minister of Finance said he doesn't like to borrow externally. But the Andean Development Bank, Honourable Minister, how much money have you borrowed from them over the period of time? The Andean Development Bank was a bank that Minister Dukaran at that time had to make a strong decision, come to cabinet and get cabinet approval for us to pay the amount of money, billions of dollars, to be able to join the Andean Development Bank. They wouldn't give you money, so you have to have money within the banking system. Is your contribution that you will be borrowing back from. And the Andean Development Bank, $20 billion have been borrowed from them by this government. Andean Development Bank. And I can give you the dates.
Please say you make it up. Tell him.
No, the dates. Yeah, loan agreement, Andean Corporation, CFA.
Tell him.
And the number is 2017009. The amount is 195 million TT, July, and that was taken out on July 21, 2017, and ending July 2032. The next one, 120 million, taken out on April 23rd, 2020, and ending on April 23rd, 2033.
That minister there?
13 years from now, you have to pay it. And then they have another one from the Andean, the 1.3 billion. 1.3 billion, loan agreement August 13, 2019, repayable in 20 semi-annual installments commencing August 2024. This 2024, this just borrowed, and ending August 2039. You see how they have mortgaged the lives of our children and our people? 2039 to finish pay off for this.
My daughter will be 24.
I remember when he had to travel the rapid rail, I think, and he had borrowed $500 million. It took us about 10 years to pay that $500 million. And where is the rapid rail now? Correct. I mean, they must be honest about themselves. Yeah. And then more from the Andean Development Bank, 2019, another one, 2020, and that is 100 million US.
US?
US, converted into TT, 674 million TT. Another one, 24 billion, 208 million US, 1.6 billion TT, and so on. The whole page is filled with it.
So
this is the whole page from the Auditor General report
he accepts that
of
it's the truth
2022.
now. He accepts.
And then we went on to borrow from IADB. IADB, a whole heap of money from IADB. And their loans expiring in 2041.
Oh, Lord, we poor children.
2041.
So, Senator, you don't need to read out every single one. I understand the point that you're making.
Sorry.
And that point has been made. So if you want to move on now, I invite you to do so.
Nothing wrong with re-emphasis. Nothing wrong with re-emphasis. It might have slipped the minds of the brain of some people. So external loans.
Yes.
Come up to 29 billion in external loans. And the minister says that they don't like to borrow externally because the interest rates are high and you have to meet a lot of conditionalities and so on. So where do we borrow? We borrow under the Development Loans Act, and you hope to be able to get money to do the things. I was looking up a while ago. We under the Development Loans Act. And he wants to get his ceiling moved and so on, from 65 to 75. So in 4 years, the ceiling moved from 30 to 75, 45 billion more on that ceiling, where he still has money available on the other two miscellaneous, the corporation one and the other.
So why he do that then?
So, development, we're talking about development for the entire day. And you know what development, the dictionary says? It's a process that creates growth, progress, positive change, or the addition of physical, economic, environmental, social, and demographic components. Advancement, evolution, expansion, improvement, increased progress, structural development, construction, etc. Positive change in quality, quantitative change always valued. This is what development. Can this government tell this country, have they created growth in this country? No. Have they created progress? Is regress. Have they created positive change? Is negative mindset in the minds of the people? They have fear in them. We go around here. I sleep in my home and I'm fearful because there was someone at the back of my home, and because I'm observant, 2 o'clock in the morning. Social and demographic components. The people are suffering. People cannot eat. They skip a meal a day. Some people skip a whole day without eating. You have thousands of citizens without job. You have thousands with low menial job. You have about 100,000 people only doing security work. You have brought down the meritocracy in education. You have reduced the amount of scholarships. You have reduced GATE. So you're bringing the country back to where we would have been 100 years ago. And you want to say that that is progress and that is development, and you want development, you want money for a development loan? Where is it? Is it in the sky? We can't see it. We cannot feel it. So, Mr. President, growth is biologic. Development is social. People have to improve the quality of their lives. It's emotional, how you feel. People don't want to live in this country. In 1987, I remember, over 80,000 citizens left this country. Now, thousands are leaving, begging to go to the United States and Canada, where things are not as good. But they want to move out. If I were my age, now, I might seriously consider going abroad myself, because it is terrible. It is terrible, and that's how I can describe it. It's the worst state that I have seen Trinidad and Tobago in, and I have been here for decades. I was offered a job in Canada in 1988 to be an assistant professor in my field. I turned it down because I said I could go to Maracas in short pants on a Sunday. But where we now, we can't even leave to go out from our homes. I want to ask the Minister of Finance now. They had to do a refinancing of the World GTL loan that was taken in 2009. 900 million US. And to pay that in 10 years. We were part of a government for 2010 to 2015. We had to pay the interest. It was 9.5% interest then that Malcolm Jones and his team put World GTL on Trinidad's thing. For 10 years, we paid 95%, 9.5 by 10 years, of 900 million US. That is about 6 billion US, TT. So it came for refinancing. So we almost had to pay the full amount of 950 million US in the 10 years, but it came for refinancing in 2019. And ask him, the Honorable Minister of Finance, what was the interest rate that they decided on? The same 9.5%. And that's a minister who's saying that they go externally because they could get interest rates low. So in other words, the World GTL project, 950 million US plus 950 million, again, payment in interest, and then you still have this 950 million to pay for the next 10 years. That is what the World GTL cost us. And there was another borrowing of $750 million US in 2007. Senator Mark, you would remember that. I've been around a long time, you know. I've been in this area for 30 years. I mean, it's destroyed my medical practice, but I fought for my country, and I fought for what I wanted, and I'm still fighting for it. I will still continue to fight for it. Mr. I had to leave when I was associate professor at the university and clinical dean to come and do some work to help Mr. Pandey, and it started then. So it irks me to see that when we want to develop young people in Trinidad and Tobago to be at the best level, the highest level of their capability, and they're stymied because they can't get the opportunities. The parents can't send them to school. 9,000 children failing to get more than 30% in the SEA examination. Their mothers don't have money to send them to school to buy the clothes, to buy books. Honorable President, this is a very sad state of affairs, very sad. And then in addition to that, they talk about the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. They withdrew from 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010. The Heritage Fund stood in 2010 at $3.621 billion. In 2015, it stood at $5.655 billion. So they had gained almost $2 billion more in the Heritage and Stabilization Fund during our administration. From September 30th, 2015, they began to borrow from the HSF. 2016, $375 million. 2017, $252 million. In September 30th, 2020, they lost $979 million in the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. This is confronting global turbulence. Trinidad and Tobago Heritage and Stabilization Fund, Appendix 1, Financial Year End Portfolio Valuation in US dollars. And in 2021, they lost another they borrowed $892 million. So 892 plus 252, that's 10, 11, 40, plus 375, 14, 15, 1.5, 1,500 million US. That's nearly 9 to 10 billion TT they borrowed from the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. In addition, all these things about Development Loans Act borrowing and borrowing, what they're doing with the money? Absolutely nothing. And the Minister of Works come in today to tell you something about what they have done and so on. What he has done in the Ministry of Works and so on. We spent about $350 billion, Mrs. Kamla Prasad Bisas's People's Partnership Government in the 5 years. $350 billion. Mr. President, and this is for the viewing public and the listening public, what we did in health, the Children's Life Fund Act, 150 children benefited, $36.7 million.
So, Senator,
renovation of the Arima District Health Facility, Arima Hospital.
So before you get into that, what is happening now is that you're repeating arguments made by senators that have gone before. We've heard about the Children's Life Fund. We've heard about the number of children that received funding under one administration versus another. So I'll ask you now to just move on to another point.
On to our accomplishments. That was just one of the accomplishments, Honorable President. The Coover Children's Hospital, the Coover District Health Facility, the Carenage Health Center, the Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex Women's Hospital.
53(1)B, tedious repetition.
So 53(1)B is tedious repetition, but like I said, you're moving on from the Children's Life Fund or anything of that sort. We've heard about that already. Just bring new points coming forward.
It's painful for them to listen to the truth. Yeah, Honorable Minister, I am giving an expose of what the United National Congress, the People's Party, did with our $350 billion in our development. Yes. And we borrowed money from the development loan just once.
And she like children.
And 4 times they have gone. So it is incumbent upon us as the opposition party and the next government of Trinidad and Tobago to remind the people this is what we did during our time, which they understand. So I don't know what they're making of us. They can't come and say what they have done, so they don't want me to say what we have done.
The IY is only ACT.
The National Oncology Center, Penal Hospital and Rehabilitation Center, Palo Seco Health Center, Point Forte Hospital, we started. Sangre Grande Hospital, we finished the tender for Sangre Grande enhancements.
Point of order.
Yeah.
Point of order. We heard all of this.
Both, no. Minister, have a seat. Senator Gopeesingh. Yes.
We heard all of this.
But don't let that happen again. If there's a point of order, allow it to be raised. I will rule, and then you're allowed to continue speaking based on that ruling. There's another point of order in relation to tedious repetition. Like I've said, we've heard arguments coming from senators before along the lines of development under one administration versus development under another administration. That has been the repeated argument all day. So what I'm asking you to do at this point is bring new information to the fore, because you will run afoul of tedious repetition because of the position that you're coming in this debate.
Honourable President, am I to understand? I cannot
Point of order, please. Point of order, please.
Again?
Yes. 46.5. A remark was made in reference. No.
Okay. All right. So the standing order is
It's nonsense. Absolute nonsense.
Minister and Senator. The point of order raised is in relation to the use of the proper titles of members in the chamber. I have reiterated from time and time again in debates past, debates today, and of course debates going forward, that we refer to members by their proper title. Be so guided. Continue, Senator.
I publicly apologize to my distinguished colleague who has part of my surname, Gopi, Senator Gopi, and I apologize to her.
For calling
no need to...
Senator,
members. Senator Roberts, Minister of Finance, Senator Gopeesingh, have a seat. We are veering way off what it is before us right now. And time is just running. Senator Gopeesingh, no need to repeat or respond to anything I've said. The point of order was raised. I've ruled. Just continue with the arguments.
Thank you very much, Honourable President, for the opportunity. I just thought I need to respond to the Honourable Minister of Works in terms of infrastructure programs that he was saying that he did. So I want to juxtapose what the United National Congress did in 5 short years and what he didn't do in 8 years. And just to go, the Diego Martin Highway Expansion Program was a UNC project. Taruba Link Road Upgrade Project, Valencia Bypass Project, reconstruction and widening of the Churchwell
Okay, so
Highway.
Senator, I've indicated before there's no need to reiterate all the projects on one side versus the projects on the next side. We've dealt with that already. We've heard many projects throughout the entire day. Again, any new points that you have, bring them forward. You could come off the developmental aspect of this now. I don't need to hear about any projects on any side. That argument has been made ad nauseum.
Yeah, I will move from that. I mean, the whole country knows the achievements of the United National Congress under Mrs. Kamala Persad-Bissessa's administration. Undoubtedly, the best performing government this country has ever. And I'm filled with pages. I remember the leader of the opposition in the other place displayed a booklet with about 420 pages of pure achievements of the People's Partnership Government. We would spend days here trying to indicate, to say what we did. The country knows it. It's on the website. It's on YouTube. It's on Facebook. Anybody can see what we did. So I don't really need to repeat. But I think I wanted the government to be reminded that this was a performing government, just unlike their government. It's been a non-performing government.
Correct.
So I want to just consolidate on this point about the expenditure and so on. The interest payments that accumulate as a result of the borrowings. In 2020 to 2021, $4,938 million. In 21-22, $4,927 million. Up to October 23, $198 million. And 2022 to 2023, the interest rate on all the loans of Trinidad and Tobago, $5,229 million. And in 2023 to 2024 so far, $5,128 million. So this interest alone to pay $5 billion on an annual basis, interest plus the principals, you're taking a chunk of about $12 or $13 billion every year from our budgetary allocation, our budget expenditure. How could a country move forward with any development when 12 to $13 billion come out just repaying loans and paying interest? Can we go anywhere? That is what the People's National Movement between 2015 to 2024 now have been putting out to this country. We can't go anywhere because of the quagmire that they have put us in. And we can't seem to be able to get out of it. It will have to be a United National Congress government, soon to be, to take us out of the abominable mess that we are in at this moment. Mr. President, Honorable President.
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I think what we're seeing here now is a government in desperation, a government who sees an election coming up and want to have funds available for it and going about it in a surreptitious manner. When funds are available, almost $25 billion on the other two loans, but want to get it under the development loan. So, Mr. President, in conclusion, one of the issues that stands out to us in this whole debacle is the government's lack of a clear plan to repay these billions of dollars in loans, which we just spoke about. Can they tell us what is their debt management and debt repayment strategy? They have none. What are the accompanying strategies to support the racking up of debt? They cannot come to this Parliament and say they are coming to ask for a raising of the ceiling for the fourth time to a record $75 billion and keep refusing to account for where the money went. Where did the money go? They can't tell us anything. They're fumbling to just find a few things to say what they have done. As well as they're failing to tell us what is the debt management and debt repayment strategy. So, Mr. President, I cannot say in any good conscience that we on this side want to support this motion. It will be against our grain and our value system. We want the country to do well. We want the country to continue to not continue to start some development process, but we have to wait until we come in. I see this motion as conmanship, misinformation, I wouldn't use the word corruption, an avenue for the government to perpetuate, I would call it destructive and less honorable economic terrorism against the people of this country. There's no transparency, accountability, nor any development from this measure. Instead, the citizens of this country are forced to endure the government's wanton wastage, misuse of the taxpayers' dollars, and blatant corruption every time they come here to raise the debt ceiling. They are callously endangering not just our present, already unstable economic system, but also our future economic viability by this reckless, sinister, and highly questionable act. I say to the Honorable Minister of Finance, withdraw this motion and spend your time today telling us in your closing up, for once and for all, can you tell us where the money going? And after you account to this population for your wastage and destruction of our economy, resign and call the election off. Because you have been tried, you have been tested, and found wanting by the people of this country. And they must be counting down the days to the people are counting down the days to consign you all, once and for all, into the political wilderness and take their country back. The 1.4 million people want the country back from this dictatorship and road to ruins. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Senator Lutchmedial.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have been asked to come here today to debate a motion to increase the debt ceiling and the ability of the government to borrow under the Development Loans Act. And Mr. President, just for the benefit of those who might just be tuning in, I'll just recap briefly that from 2015 to present, that ceiling under this particular, which is just one of different types of facilities available to the government to borrow, has moved from 30 billion to 45 billion to 55 billion to 65 billion in 2021. And now we are being asked to raise it to 75 billion Trinidad and Tobago dollars. So an additional $10 billion in the form of a facility and the ability to borrow domestically or externally is what the government is here. And every single speaker, and coming low down in the batting lineup, is difficult because a lot has already been said, but every single speaker has really focused on two major points. What is the money going to be used for, and how is the government going to repay this debt if it is that they incurred? And up to now, apart from the election gimmickry plans rolled out by the Minister of Works and Transport, who apparently didn't get the memo that it's a secret what they plan to use the money for, no one has really outlined a development plan for this country that this government can really speak about. And that is what borrowing under this act is about. It is financing general development of Trinidad and Tobago. So they have come here. I don't think that they understand what development is. Development, you have to either solve an existing problem, or you have to create opportunities for citizens to uplift themselves and to create a better standard of life for the people who live in this country, and on whose behalf you are asking for the ability to borrow this money. Because you are not borrowing it for yourself, you are borrowing it on behalf of someone else, and it must be for their benefit. But not one single real solid plan for development has actually been discussed here today. Let us look at every aspect of life in Trinidad and Tobago. After all of the borrowing and all of the expenditure that has taken place over the last 8 years, I think it's something like, 500 million that they have already, billion, 500 billion that has already been spent. Which sector can you point to that has shown real development? It's not the energy sector. It is not the education sector. It is certainly not infrastructure. It is not any social services. Well, it is most certainly and definitely not in national security. So where has the development been for the last 8 years? Now you are coming to ask for additional money for development. Well, if you go to a bank as a regular person and you ask to be pre-approved, because that's what this is like. This is like the pre-approval process. I'm sure many people went through it. You ask to be pre-approved for a loan for your business or pre-approved for a mortgage or something like that. Wouldn't they look at your history? And that's what every single speaker, I know it gets to them after a while. They can't listen. They can't take it, you know. When we talk about our track record and then we show all of the failures and all the mismanagement and wastage and expenditure and cost overruns over the last 8 years, it bothers them, so they've started objecting now and so on. But we are looking at your history because you are asking us to pre-approve you for additional borrowing. And in the same process that any individual approaching a financial institution would go through, that's what you have come here to do today. And you cannot show a real track record that is deserving of an additional facility. The Minister of Works and Transport say everybody's borrow. No, everybody would like to borrow. Not everybody should be entitled to borrow. Those who are entitled to borrow are those who can make good use of the money and for the purpose that it is there for, and who have a plan, a real plan about how they are going to repay it. Because if you approach any financial institution as an individual and you look like you have a good idea and a good plan, or you have, you know, grand ideas and you want to borrow, or you have an ambition, they will say that's all well and good, but do you have a real plan about your repayment? And that has been completely lacking in this debate. And the reason it is really lacking, Mr. President, is because we have not seen, with all of the money spent and all of the money borrowed by this government over the last 8 years, we haven't really seen that they have devoted a lot of their plans and their development and invested that money in ways that can improve their revenue generation. And without doing that, then all you're doing is just incurring additional debt, but you're not really putting that money towards things that can improve your revenue generation. And as I said before, development must either show that you're targeting an existing problem, trying to eliminate it, or you're doing something to improve the standard of life of citizens. So we ask again, and Senator John spoke about empathy and, the UNC administration and our plans and policies, how a lot of it is rooted in empathy. And I asked them today if they can't find some empathy and tell us, if you are asking us to give you the ability to borrow an additional $10 billion, at least tell us how you will save the lives and prevent the slaughter of innocent children. How will you give children access to schools when the roads leading to and from their homes are crumbling and are almost impassable? How will it keep the children safe when they do get into a school and they see violence, because every single day violence erupting amongst children in schools? How will it help alleviate the suffering of those who cannot afford access to private health care and they depend on the public health care system solely? Are you going to build more health centers in rural communities? Are you going to upgrade the existing facilities? Are you going to offer better primary health care? Under the UNC administration, we insisted on longer opening hours for our primary health care centers, because we recognize that when somebody gets sick in a rural community, traveling from a rural community to a major health facility in the city or the town or having access to something right in your community is the difference between life and death. And that is development. So my contribution is to try to educate this uncaring government about what is development, because they don't seem to understand what development is. We are not simply here to criticize them for wanting to increase our borrowing limit. We are here to criticize their track record of what they have done when they have the ability to borrow. And we ask again, are you going to build new sporting facilities? Not a waste of money, Skinner Park, where you can even play an intercall match, while Mani Ramjan Stadium is falling down and cannot be used. That is development to them. But I don't think anybody else sees it as development. Are you going to offer more services through community centers that will be a viable option to keep people away from a life of crime? No one has talked about that. So what we are criticizing them for is for the $500 million and raising the borrowing limit 4 times and having absolutely nothing to show for it. What has this government built except Alizé House? What have they built? Seriously, what have you? I remember recently I was talking to, a citizen, and he was saying, at least under the Manning administration, you could look at the Hyatt, you could look at, they had some things to show for the development. Well, UNC, we had to spend the whole night here to talk about all the things that we have built. If you go back to the Pandey administration, the Kamla Prasad administration, we can't even finish talking about all the things that we have built. But what have they built? They cut ribbon for standpipe, mailbox, and I think they put up some billboard. Apart from that, nothing to show real development in this country. So when they come here now and they try to pass this off as a run-of-the-mill type of motion that will just give them a facility, we are saying to them, borrowing is not a bad thing. And I think it was the Minister of Works trying to say that, look, we are talking about borrowing as a bad thing. Borrowing will not be a bad thing if you spend it on real development, if you spend it on the creation of jobs, if you spend it on the creation of new revenue streams. Every budget debate we go through, we have a whole conversation about diversification. How will additional borrowing and expenditure help with our efforts towards diversification? We're going to move from 1 boat to 2 boats? What is the plan? I would be happy if the Minister of Tourism, instead of putting up 1 boat, could put up 2 boats. But tell us how you plan to attract more tourists and more cruise lines to come to Trinidad and Tobago, because we are trying to diversify and build our tourism sector. But you cannot tell us that, because nobody can point to any real successful diversification effort in this country in the last 8 years. Nothing. So we have to look at revenue generation plans, not just incurring this debt. And without proper revenue generation plans, then they are just filling gaps in their fiscal policies. They are not really trying to increase the revenue, but this is really, and I think one of my colleagues said it, this is a borrow and tax government. If it's not borrowing money, it's finding ways to impose taxes. But creation of revenue has escaped them. Now, I want to make mention of one thing, because I think the Minister of, and this comes to the second part of the argument, when we deal with the repayment and we deal with accounting for your expenditure, the Minister, in piloting the motion, said that they incurred a lot of debt during COVID to protect the most vulnerable in society. Mr. President, COVID spending remains a serious question mark hanging over the head of this government. And that is because during the COVID pandemic, and these things are well documented and highlighted in reports from the Auditor General and so on, but we have to remind this population that apart from the $1.87 billion, which was withdrawn from the Heritage and Stabilization Fund during the COVID period, $150 million was borrowed from the CAF. The government had loan agreements with the Inter-American Development Bank.
Senator, you would notice, that one second Minister of Finance, that Senator Gopeesingh would have gone through what was borrowed from various entities. As I've reiterated to him, we've heard about what was built, what wasn't built, and throughout the course of the start of this debate, we've heard about answering the question, what are you going to use the money for? I understand the difficulty at the position that you're coming in, and any other speakers that wish to come. The question is, there's money to be borrowed. That's what the motion is about. And at this point in time, I really have to ask senators to bring information that's new or come with some angle that we have not yet heard. But it's going to be difficult. I understand that. Please continue and try your best.
Yes. Mr. President, thank you. I'm guided. I am focusing on the COVID period specifically and the amount of assistance. The amount of assistance that Trinidad and Tobago received and the amount of borrowing that we did during that COVID period specifically to deal with the COVID pandemic, which by and large is unaccounted for. They talk about they created things, we protect the vulnerable, we buy vaccines, whatever, but an actual proper audit of how all of that money was spent is needed. And again, we have to look at this government before you can ask us to give you permission to borrow additional money. We have to look at your track record of accountability. That is what we are here for. We are here to hold the government to account and to ask them to account. And if they cannot do that, then they cannot, in good conscience, ask anybody to give them permission to borrow more money. And I want to point out that there was in the Auditor General's report that they talked about $100,000 donated by the Republic of Korea, not reflected on statements provided by the Ministry of Health. So that's just one example of many examples of irregularities and a lack of accountability when it comes to that COVID period and the amount of money that was spent. That is all we could ask, where the money has gone, and that's what everybody has to ask, because the examples are all around us of the money. Because you have borrowed, you have received donations, you have done so many things, and you talk about the fact in piloting this motion about incurring debt for COVID, and you have not properly accounted to the population for that type of expenditure. Those, some of those loans and grants that we got through CAFA and all of the other, and IMF and loans and so on, were very specific for certain things. And for example, one of the IDB loans specifically dealt with housing, and I heard that one of the ministers talked about they were going to revitalize housing. Well, you're saying now that you want to borrow additional money because you want to put money into housing. Can you account for how the expenditure, for all of the expenditure from that IDB loan that specifically identified housing? So you have grants and you have loans and you have all of these other things done during the COVID-19 period, which we still don't have proper accountability for, but yet you are asking for permission to borrow more. Mr. President, on the eve of the 2020 general election, we were hearing about all kinds of grants. And I want to refer specifically to some of the grants given out by this government during that COVID-19 period. I sit on the JSC for Finance and Legal Affairs, and we had a particular session that was very, very, very illuminating, because we heard about people accessing grants for entrepreneurial relief grants. Entrepreneurial relief grant, that is what the program administered by these special purpose companies, by NEDCO and others. And you hear about people getting grants who don't have a registered business, who don't have any proof of BIR registration, and grants were shared out. When? June, July, early August 2020. And that is the fair, and that is why nobody trusts this government, because we see the track record. Because the fair is, and everyone knows it, and it is the elephant in the room, that what they want is the ability to borrow money to spend for an election. Exactly. And that is the bottom line, and that is why we have to come here and ask the hard questions about accountability and ask them to be more accountable to the Parliament when they have, about what they have already borrowed and what they have already received. Because they turned COVID grants and COVID assistance and all of those things into election gimmicks. Yes. That's what they did. So raising the debt ceiling, Mr. President, without clear and development-oriented outcomes just means that you're incurring debt and you're accessing money that you can spend without accountability. It essentially underscores, because they cannot even present their plans for how they wish to borrow money and how they wish to spend it, it really underscores, they vexed us for asking, but it underscores the fact that they have not taken effective measures to really boost revenue generation, because the only way that they can talk about development is by borrowing or by increasing taxes on an already beleaguered population. So In 2022, the minister boasted that there was an uptick in revenue through no, real strategy of his and so on, but we had something like an energy windfall. Well, how was that energy windfall managed? What did we do? I think the minister was boasting, I remember, in the midterm review in 2022 about the fact that we had no longer had a deficit as projected, but we had now, we have this big windfall from energy and so on. Have you really accounted for how that money has been used? But you're coming to raise the debt ceiling again. It doesn't make sense. It just does not make sense to us. And the reason why it doesn't make sense, and it doesn't make sense to most of the population, and why most of the population is really going to be against, and when you talk to everybody on the street and you try to get their opinion on what it means for a government to borrow some more, and if it is for development of trying to go, people are against it, because what does development look like under a PNM administration? Let us judge them not just on their track record, but what they have said here today. And so I'll respond to a couple of things raised by them today. They are boasting about how a drainage plan and a highway network and coastal protection, after the Manzanilla Road washed away in a flood, they spent $14 million on a bypass road, and within 2 months after opening that bypass road, it was looking like an obstacle course. If you fell into one of those potholes in the Manzanilla bypass road, you could end up in Maracas. That is development, PNM style. Minister Sinanan, in his contribution, boasting about development, because on the port of Spain, we moved from 298,000 containers roughly up to 317,000 containers. But you know what he doesn't tell you? He doesn't tell you that the scanners on the port were not working for a long period of time. They only had one fixed scanner and no mobile scanners. And according to the evidence given to a joint select committee of the parliament, only 3,998 containers out of 23,000 containers, less than 20%, were scanned during the year 2022. And that is why every criminal in this country now has a high-powered weapon to go and commit massacre, not murder, massacre in this country. So that is what development looks like for them. Thousands more containers coming in and we're scanning none. So we're not looking for the drugs, we're not looking for the guns, we're allowing citizens to die, but we are patting ourselves on the back because more containers coming in the country, left unchecked to ruin the lives of young innocent children in this country. That is development, PNM style. They think that development is a $132 million car park for the hospital in San Fernando, so that when your relatives are in the hospital and you have to run back and forth because you have to go and buy the medication privately for them, there's none in the hospital. You have to go when the doctors order certain types of tests, you can't get it done in the hospital. You're going on a waiting list and saying that the machine breaks down and we don't know when you're going to get it. And to save their life, you have to pick them up and carry them to get it done privately and then bring them back to see the doctor through the hospital. You could park your car for $8 an hour or $60 a day. That is development, PNM style. Dr. Gopeesingh talked about the WGTL project. Development PNM style is making sure that after we borrow that $950 million that we had to pay interest for against the man who was accused of breaching his fiduciary duty to Petrotrin. That is development PNM style, and that's how they spend money. The Minister of Foreign Affairs went through certain aspects of what he considers to be the development and the PNM's contribution to the development of this country. So he identified social services and the social safety net. Today we sat here and we listened to the numbers, growing numbers of the homeless population in this country, and I am 100% sure that those numbers do not include the migrant population who are hiding and dodging from the authorities, because most of them were allowed to enter here illegally through the lack of protection of our borders by this government. But they are probably not included in those very high numbers of the homeless population. Every single bank, pharmacy, along, mostly towards the entrance of residential areas that you drive through now, you see persons, mothers with babies in their hands. I was downstairs trying to have a meal and listening, and I heard Senator Lezama-Lee talking about how responsible government and responsible expenditure, and criticizing, and of all the things, the senator chose to criticize, she singled out the milk grant given by the Honorable Kamala Prasad-Bissessar to mothers.
Shame.
Well, I have never felt so ashamed in my life that somebody can make, because you know what the senator said? The senator said that we gave a grant to encourage people to make children to access a milk grant.
Oh, gosh. Shame. Wow.
You know, last week we celebrated International Women's Day and the role of women and how to support women who are also mothers to balance their family life and so on. And to listen to a female senator make such a degrading and demeaning statement about women today is really a disgrace. Because apparently, because while talking about some kind of special milk that, you know, she could have bought for her children, she's disparaging people who would want to access a baby milk grant. But you see, they don't understand that not everybody could benefit from a P&M slush fund scholarship. Right? But there are some people who never benefited from those kinds of benefits, right? But what they are trying to do is ensure proper nutrition for their government, and real development is focusing on the development of babies in the first year of their life. Because real development is making sure that they are healthier, because then you relieve the burden on the primary healthcare system going forward. Everybody in the whole world knows that. That is why there is so much focus on infant mortality. The World Health Organization will tell you 45% of infant deaths is as a result of poor nutrition. And Kamala Prasad-Bissessar, not just because she's intelligent, but because she also has empathy, would have introduced a social safety net type measure like a milk grant. And they have the audacity to come here today after cutting grants left, right, and center to identify that grant of all the ones that you could identify.
And them children go pass the exam, they wouldn't fail.
Right. The minister goes on, so that is development for them, not tackling poor nutrition in infants, so that you can tackle the scourge of NCDs and so on later on in life and save money in the health center, but criticizing Kamala Prasad-Bissessar for a milk grant. He mentioned digitalization. Development for them is removing access to digital technology from children who you should be training from the age of 11 years and making sure there's equity. That is a concept that they don't understand, you know. They don't understand the concept that development is for everybody. They think development is only for friend, family, and financiers. They don't realize that every child in every rural community in Trinidad and Tobago who could have gotten a laptop in their hand at 11 years old when they wrote SCA and went into secondary school, that is how you do development, and that's how you do it properly. You don't wait for COVID to come, shut down all the schools, and then have thousands of children with no access to online learning. That is not development. Right? They talked about what? Oh, youth development. Oh boy. Well, the youth development plan that they have come up with with the explosion of school violence is to take the children and put them in Milat. There's evidence all over the world that those type of military-led interventions do not work, and that more children actually turn out to get involved in criminal activity and so on when they are forced into programs like that. But that is their idea of youth development. And then, of course, housing. Well, boy, housing. Development to me is 100 houses a week being delivered and people getting keys in their hand. Development. And I want to acknowledge the efforts of Senator Jearlean, who executed those projects with impeccable efficiency. Right? Impeccable efficiency. That is UNC development. You know what is PNM development in the housing sector? Terrestrial. $100 million project stalled because defects. They boasted that they were going to get the contractor to fix it. They're going to enforce all of the provisions under the contract. No, afterwards, when they had to start refunding people their deposits because they cannot occupy the houses, they backpedal now and say the HDC will now have to explore their legal options, but they're going to try to fix it. And you know what is the biggest part of that development under the PNM? The contractor responsible for the defective work and the defunct project at Terrestrial continues to get contracts under the Ministry of Works and Transport. So the Minister of Works, who outlined how he planned to spend the $10 billion, apparently a good portion of that might very well end up in the pocket of the same person who refuses to remedy all of the defects in the $100 million stalled HDC housing project, whilst this government boasts about development in the housing sector. So, Mr. President, to summarize, this administration has added in the last 8 years, in terms of the debt ceiling, they have grown that debt ceiling and the ability to borrow more than every administration in this country's history put together under this particular Development Loans Act. They are continuing to borrow money and they are continuing to spend, and the people of this country are seeing no material benefits from all of this expenditure, yet we and our children and our grandchildren are inheriting the debt based on the poor decisions, the poor management of this particular government. They are being saddled and chained with public debt that they continue to increase, and the only way I could really see us coming up, the only plan that I have, that I could put forward to make any of this debt, to deal with it, to have proper repayment plans, to see real development under development loans that we can take in this country, is to remove the PNM from government altogether. That is the only answer, please, Mr. President. And whilst they are here talking about all of the, and they want to talk about the different ways in which they can thing, and it's not really borrowing, it's a simple, it's a simple motion that, is run of the mill and all of that. The population sees what you are doing. The population knows what the plans are. I again think the Minister of Works and Transport let the cat out of the bag, because he has made it very clear that what they intend to do now is to run up a whole set of debt to try to make it look like they have done something for the people of Trinidad on the eve of a general election, which they know is coming, and they have nothing to show for the last 8 years, and they want to come now and try to make things look good by saddling us with further debt. Mr. President, in 2020, and I know that they love to say, well, we win 2 elections. In 2020, they campaigned on two things. One, they were going to take a trade union and turn them into a big enterprise because they promised OWTU the refinery. That fell through. And they say only a PNM government could do that. Only a PNM government could probably pull wool over the eyes of a trade union like that. I could tell you that much. And they campaigned on their management of COVID. And as immediately post-election 2020, we saw the death figures start rising in this country. And so everything that they campaigned on in 2020, they have nothing to campaign on right now. So what they need is a little stash of money that they can access, money that they have very, very timely come to this parliament in anticipation of the mid-year review to bring supplementations so that they could spend in the lead up to a general election. And so we reject this motion. We will not support it. As any person who goes to a financial institution, who goes anywhere, even if you're going by your friend or your family to borrow money, you have to show that you have a track record of responsible spending. You have to show that you have plans for repayment. You have to show that you deserve the ability to borrow money. And this government has not shown any of that and has not proven any of that to this Senate, please, Mr. President. And so we will not support this motion. I thank you.
Senator Nakhid.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. Mr. Vice President, I do enjoy coming late because it presents a challenge where I have to find a whole new angle to a debate that I think our side and the independents prosecuted quite well. But this one was particularly low-lying fruit, to be honest. When I listened to that opening by the Minister of Finance, And as Tony Cozier would have said, I'd rather pain than tortured knock. In 45 minutes, he made one run. And that point was that we didn't go to the external markets because of external fluctuations, so we went to the local market. But I would say to him, what you have done is expose the citizens to increase debt by going to any market, because you have not explained how you're going to pay it back. So I'll take a page out of his book and say, enough about what he said. There's nothing more to be said. As usual, the Minister of Finance took us down many roads, as we've said. None of them went and pointed to the motion. As a matter of fact, when I saw the tail enders that came after the Minister of Finance, and they were, to be honest, tail enders, none of them of any quality. And I'll go to the first one in that batting lineup, which was sad. And I will not repeat what Senator Lutchmedial said, but I was shocked by listening to her motion, because I thought maybe when she was coming inside, someone gave her the paper, the motion, and the motion was that we brought a no-confidence motion in the Minister of Finance, because that is all she spoke about, how brilliant the Minister of Finance was and what he did. But she never once addressed anything to do with the motion. What the money was for, what the money will do, why we borrowing, not one thing she said. All the Senator Laurel Lezama-Lee talked about was how brilliant the Minister of Finance was, and he did a great job in COVID, and chalala, chalala. So, I do not know why, as someone said, they didn't bother to at least the Minister of Works and Transport, at least he tried to address the motion, albeit putting the government in tremendous embarrassment. Because he talked about what they intend to do after the minister himself stated that they didn't know what they wanted to do. So I am thinking, what if I went to Mr. Nakhid, deceased? I said, Pop, I want a $20,000 loan. My father asked me, okay, but why you want that loan? And I tell him, I know, you know. Just give me a loan. It will be David Nakhid deceased. Because anything could come in his mind. Why his son, mature, university graduate, just come and ask for a $20,000 loan, and I have no logic, no reason, no rhyme, no rhythm as to why I want a loan for $20,000. They come in for 10. I'll try and make it sound the narrative like the Minister of Finance, and not make it sound as hard as it would sound. Why we come to about $10,000 million, $10 billion, and they have no reason, they have not given one reason behind why they want to do it. And I am asking myself, after 9 years, has this government become so smug, so overconfident, so assured of their power and position, that they feel they don't have to account to us? They feel they don't have to account to the people of Trinidad and Tobago as to why they would want to borrow $10 billion? That the Minister of Finance, who we have stated before, and he's a colleague of my brother, and I know him as an intelligent man, but yet he comes here with no intelligent argument as to why we should give him $10 billion. It's all about what the United National Congress did between 2010 and 2015. That is the only thing they came up with. That is the only thing. But after 9 years, the people of Trinidad and Tobago are fed up with the same arguments, the same tired, bored narrative. Mr. Vice President, people are dying in the streets of Trinidad and Tobago. And that is because of inconsistent, incompetent, poor developmental policies by this PNM government. tried it. You're not talking about one term, 3 years or 4. You're talking about 9 years, going into 10 years. And you all can't even come and make a cogent, coherent argument as to why you want $10 billion. And yet still, you have the audacity. Somebody, I heard one on their side, I think it was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, he called this bench here a motley crew. Misfits. But we have a Minister of Foreign Affairs who's a medical doctor. We have a Minister of Finance who's an engineer. We have a minister, we have an Attorney General who's a stranger to the truth. A note taker. And I could go on and on. We have some people on that side who can't put 2 sentences together properly. And one thing for me today is the mystery has been solved. Senator Alan Roberts always asking where that $500,000 went for someone's education. Well, now I know where it went. It went down the drain. It went down the drain. Poor argument. Not only poor,
Begrudging people milk.
no empathy. And that is what's sad about this, you know. Listen.
She get $500,000, but people can't get a little milk.
A little milk.
If, after 9 years, you come to the Senate, and you know you're coming up, as the Minister of Finance said, expecting a battle, expecting a fight. And you can't even account for $10 of $10 billion. I'm feeling sorry for the Minister of Works and Transport. I could imagine what awaiting him in Bali's house.
But he died in the hell of good.
I could imagine what awaiting him. Because I'm confused. I am a legislator waiting because they always say we non-cooperative. So I'm waiting to hear argument. I swear to God. And it's the month of Ramadan. I'm fasting. I'm waiting to hear something that I could give them some kind of credibility. You know, some kind of credit with. Nothing. Anybody who tell me they heard anything from that side that gives them any credit with this particular motion, I'd have to say is going to be untruthful. It was embarrassing today. I mean, this is a government that has failed, but today was a really poor day for the government. A really poor day.
Shocking.
And you know, before I get into my angle on what is development, because we heard a lot of things about the oil and gas and you know what? You know, let me help them. Let me help them. Doc, let me help them. You would think with our decline in the oil and gas, you know, it wouldn't be a brain surgeon to say, well, you know what? Let me come and fool the people one more time, as the PNM are accustomed to. Let me tell the people, the Senate, well, we have in our developmental plans that have, you know, nothing, energy related, not related to fossil fuels, for example. Let's have some wind energy, solar energy. We're going to have investment in that. They can't come up with that. A serious intellectual deficiency on that side. But I would be thinking that if they, as they would like to say, oil and gas going down, all our resources being depleted, we couldn't find something. So we had to go to Dragon. We had to go to Venezuela. We had to go all over the place. Then the Minister of Energy and Energy Affairs boasts about that. He's traveling everywhere. He getting claims and plaudits all over the globe. You understand? He getting so much claims and plaudits that a long-standing servant of this country for 61 years, who entered his profession at the age of 18 as a post office boy, a postal clerk. And I relate to that, a postal clerk. You know, because people here in China, they see a so-called white Trinbagonian, they like to think, you know, they just have a silver spoon. He went into his profession at 18 years old, worked himself from the ground up, finally had enough of this government and spoke his reality. This government has failed us. And what did the Minister of Energy and Energy Affairs? Lambast the man under parliamentary privilege. Lambast him, talking too much, he have a big mouth, he opened his mouth, he was getting fired. You know why I relate to that? You know why I relate to that, Mr. Vice President? I myself, I am 2 generations away from peddling with textile on my back, trying to sell to people in Trinidad and Tobago. Because when my great-grandfather came over, that's what probably he would have done. Coming from Lebanon, that's what Lebanese used to do, peddle textile on the back. Sleeping under somebody's gallery, when they go too far, they can't get back home. Likewise, many of our people here. Maybe Senator Lutchmedial or Senator Timal, 2 or 3 generations away from being an indented laborer. We have tortured histories, all of us. So we have one of our people, loyal citizen, rose by his bootstraps. And all this government could do, lambast him, criticize him, buff him up. So the question asks, where did the Minister of Energy and Energy Affairs, he feel he dropped out of the movie The Lost Emperor? He was part of the elite dynasty. No, he 2 generations away from making pow. Who knows? There's a reality. You can't come and lambast a citizen for speaking his mind. I don't care if he's white, black, yellow, Chinese, I don't care. But you have to respect that, and that's what this government doesn't do. First of all, they do not understand development. And that brings me to my point. Development is not only about infrastructure. At that they have failed, admittedly. Nothing works in the country. That has been stated, I'll not go over it. Nothing works. Everything has gone wrong in every industry you can imagine. We are the least in sports. We don't produce top athletes anymore in anything. One or two, and we celebrate them. They do. Because that's the only thing. Before we were champions of the Caribbean in football, champions of the Caribbean in cricket, running, all kind of, everybody has gone past us. Netball, everybody has gone past us. They want to tell us about healthcare. We have the worst healthcare that you can imagine for the resources we have. They cannot deny, they can say what they want. I was part of a JSC with Senator Paul Richards. We did that. We saw the kind of healthcare we had with people waiting 2 years for a screening. They can tell untruths to the public, but they cannot tell untruths to us who know. Education, we have the most school fights that you can find probably per capita. Every day is a school fight. And not just school fights, horrific scenes. Horrific scenes. Where's that anger and frustration coming from? And that's what I get into. Where is it coming from? Just out of thin air, like they want people to believe. They want to come and blame the church, blame the mosque, blame the mandir, blame the parents. So what are we paying them for? What are we paying them for? Part of governance is to make sure that social and economic policies are in place to ensure the happiness of the citizenry. And that is where I come to in terms of development. Development is not only about infrastructure and building this, it's about what we call the happiness index. You know where we are? In a 2021 study, we're in the bottom 10, 144th in terms of happiness. You know, is the percentage of people who don't trust this government? 70% of the people. And that's in 2021. If you take that now, it might be more. I don't know. But I only talk the truth. I don't talk about what I don't know. 70%. In that same report, and I have it right here, that same report talk about the social inequity. They say have luxurious places, and right next to them, shanty towns. who has perpetuated that? The UNC, MSJ, whatever name you want to call, they have 52 years in government. They are primarily responsible, as they have said, for the development of the country. Well, you have failed miserably.
And they continue to fail.
And now they want 10 billion to fail more.
The report goes on. Frequent outages of internet, electricity, and water restrain productivity and anger citizens. You remember you talking about the happiness index? Happiness is a part of development because it relates to mental health.
Traffic alone.
So when the member for Diego Martin West come and ball up everybody and tell them, don't go and do your nails, go and do that, it shows a disconnect with the people of Jayanti. You know what it is when a poor woman could go and do her nails, hand and feet? You know how she feels? You know a youth from the hood, when he go and take a haircut, nice it up, fade it back, how he feels? You know what I'm talking about, brother? It's a whole new lease on life. I'm telling you, just that little thing, you don't know what that could do to him. But they can't understand that. They can't understand that. And it's a pity, I feel sorry. Because the Minister of Finance, I know him as an intelligent man. But they have no more any connection with the ground. So the Honorable Prime Minister could come and harp on that. Don't do this, pay that, don't go to the beach. You know how many marriages are saved? How many domestic abuse situations are saved when that man could take his family to the beach every Sunday? Or at least one Sunday every 2 weeks or one Sunday? You know what that could do to the mental health? That is part of development. What have they done? If the country then, having stated all that I've stated to you, if the country then is in such an angry state, and hear what? I don't want to get into personal situations, which I never do, but I hear somebody refer to my honorable colleague here and a statement about if the devil bring it, it's God who sent it. And he tried to say, for some reason, that statement is somehow diabolical. That's somebody who shows no understanding of what God means. Because, listen, the devil cannot do anything except by permission of God. Those of us who know who God is, understands that. God is omnipotent, and even the devil, he must take the permission of God to do anything. And that is what that statement means. So I'll say to that gentleman who made that statement, I'll give him something that I used to hear in my house all the time. I grew up in a house, you know, one of them houses when mother and father, they have a rhyme, a poem for everything. That was my house. Hamlet, King Claudius, chief minister, Polonius, this is years going back here. Polonius, speaking to his son on his way to university, was telling his son about how he should behave and all that. This years going back. This is in Mary's literature. He said to him, to thine own self be true. Above all, to thine own self be true. And it must follow as the night, the day. I know you know it. Thou canst not be false to any man. I said to that person, and also to woman. So don't come and talk about this, the quote by Senator John, when you're not true to yourself. Come out of that closet. Come out.
Be truthful.
They went on to say, young people with college degrees cannot find stable employment. So all the talk we hear about full employment. When we know, listen, it's something else to lie to people who's so busy trying to put food on the table. And that is the situation we have in Trinidad and Tobago. And that is the situation I said about this government, they want to perpetuate. You know why? When you're so busy putting food on the table, you didn't have a chance to really read through the lines and see what they're about. But Ronald Harper did that. This is a man who went through 61 years and obviously clearly had had enough. He said we have to hold this government accountable for our tax-paying dollars. That's what he said. For me, that was extraordinary because people of that ilk, normally they don't speak. They don't speak, but now they're starting to speak because they've realized how diabolical, how dastardly this government has been in a disservice to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. This is a government, Mr. Vice President, where the statistics clearly do not lie. If you have gone down in almost everything, if not everything, what are you going to come to us here and tell us that you've developed the country? Based on what? You're going to come to us here and tell us you want $10 billion. Based on what? I don't worry about paying it back if we can develop the country. If you can put situations where people don't need to just feel they have to go into another community with people who look like them, going through the same socioeconomic circumstances that they are going through, and just riddle up the place. People are not mad. Poor people are not necessarily innately mad or insane, where they just feel they have to take guns and go and just shoot up people. No. And we as a government, well, we certainly as the government that will come into power and try to fix this wrong that they have done, we certainly feel that even though you target surgically the offenders, you must create a holistic situation where people don't feel, as somebody said, it's easier to get that gun than to get a job. And we're talking about meaningful employment. Not employment that only caters to who finances that side. It cannot be like that anymore. We are fed up. Because I'll tell you why, Mr. Vice President. I had the unfortunate desire, because I guess it's how I was brought up. I had the unfortunate desire, I wish I didn't go. For one time, I wish I had taken a more cowardly approach to it and did not go. But something compelled me to go to her place. I had to go. So I went down. Amidst immense protestations from the family, here and outside, I went down. You know, and there's no politics. I wish the representative of that constituency had gone down, or anybody on that side, to see the faces of the people in her place. I went in there before they put up all the barricades on. They put up that after. I went in there. If you saw the confounded, confused, bewildered looks, like, you know, because we always feel that these people, they don't feel pain like we do. Eh? We always feel that. Because if 5 of some upscale neighborhood had get shut down, oh gosh, this place will be rocking. But 5 are my people. And I say my people. Because my mother does a stone throw up in Picton, grew up. I grew up right there. 5 of my people were shut down. And not one person from that side went down there just to look at that community in their face. Because they would have loved it. You know why? They're not UNC. They don't vote for us. They vote for them. You don't think they would have loved to see one of them come there?
Busy, they're too rich.
But they send statement, member for Digo Martin West. They send our next statement, member for Maloney, what do you want? Aruka Maloney send a statement. Minister of Energy Affairs, the direct representative, sent a statement. Not the decency, not the humanity, not the love. What is our government supposed to do? Run around the world talking about things that they want to do and will do? Negotiations is not policy. I talk about that here. One-off events, one-day events is not policy. That is mamagism. They have plenty of that. Minister of Sport, same. To be fair, I agree with Senator Richards in a way. The Minister of Tourism, he tries. He tries, but we know, hands tied. Hands tied.
One vote.
One vote. All right.
And him sticking now, one vote.
And you know, Mr. Vice President, although we might find some jocularity in their incompetence, it remains a stark reality that we're in a very bad place in Trinidad and Tobago right now. If we could treat our most vulnerable, which is clearly places like Harp Place, Shafford Court, Scorpion, Big Yard, if we could treat those people, give them the wealth, and don't get tapped, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, with the government, and the government fine is $500 billion in the 9 years they have spent. You telling me they couldn't one community? But let me tell you why, and this is a selfish concern. They don't realize, and this is I want you all to look at this, and maybe you all might understand. Look at it well. You have your people here. You have the people at Harp Place here. The more that you contribute to the middle here, you raise here. That is economic logic. Look, I want you all to look good. The more you have those at the high end contribute properly here, and that is you all, with policies that will live here. I'm not saying directly, you know your Prime Minister said the rich get richer and the poor could what?
They could trickle down.
They could trickle down. No, I said contribute to the middle. So you see those 6,000 small and medium enterprises you all close down? If you all had helped them contribute there, they then in turn employ here. So you all contribute here, live here. And in the end, all you all do is make yourselves safer. So it's a selfish interest. Maybe that might work. Maybe that might be of interest to you all. But I want you all to understand that model. If you all want, I could put it on a blackboard for you all.
Them don't pass exams.
So, Mr. Vice President, this happiness index that nobody really touched on, I repeat, where we are 144th in the world, in the bottom 10, because of all the things that I outlined. No developmental policies, no proper resourcing of those communities that will, in the end, make us feel safer as a country. Because we have good people in this country on the high end. Don't feel like blazing them, We have good people there who want to see those people here reach there in the middle. They want to see that. But now, this government has taken a role of bully. You talk out of place, you have nothing to get. All you have to get is public obliteration. We'll embarrass you. We'll insult you. And who's doing that? Somebody who the Express describe as undistinguished. You know what undistinguished mean? It means mediocre.
That's diplomatic.
Less than average.
A nice way to describe it.
Achievement, nothing.
Zero in achievement. And you there, all you could do is try your best to insult citizens concerned about the welfare of this country. And he's on the high end, eh? Mr. Harford, I would assume after 61 years in banking, is on the high end. So if you silence their voices, I want you all to look at this. I want you all to look at this. If you silence their voices, who's going to speak for them? Who's going to raise them to the middle? And that's what you're being paid for. Hey, you're being paid for that. Taxpayers' money. Allowing you all to sit down here like allowing us to sit down here. But it's in your hands, your job. Minister of Finance. You have a slightly higher intelligence than the rest of the people around here. Come on, help your team, as we say in football and cricket. Help your team. It was a poor effort today. Poor effort today. So, Mr. Vice President, I leave you with this. If you have a government that in 9 years and $500 billion develop no new income streams, no new income streams, and their only income stream is to invade the accounts of taxpayers. What does that tell you? Give them an next 10 billion that we have to pay for in the end, our children have to pay for? Their only income stream in 9 years is the tax.
And borrow.
I'm going to the borrow, and I'm going to that because that's something deferred. That's kicking it down the road. I'm talking about the immediate effect. Their only solution is the tax. And we're waiting for all when they come down. Waiting for you. So if after, and I go back to governance, whether it be on a national level or corporate governance, or even governance of a team, a club, it's the same. If after, as owner of a team, I give you, my coach, my director, $10 million, and after the end of the year, you win 2 games and lost 22. And you come for me the next year, and you want the next $10 million. You tell me, Mr. Vice President, what you going to tell me? You might tell me what the Prime Minister tell Selwyn Kajo. True? You might tell me that. I'll give you $10 million. They come in now after $500 billion. Nothing to show for it. Not even nothing to show for it. Forget that. I'll give them a blind. I feel sorry for the Minister of Finance. He let himself down and they let him down. Nothing to show for it. They can't tell you what they want to do with it. And asking us and telling us we are unpatriotic because we're not agreeing to that foolishness.
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you. Boy, never in a million years we'll agree to that. You all are incompetent. Bold-faced. And as the young people say, like, oh, they're thirsty, well, they want $10 million for. To do what with? An election? I won't talk about the election. I don't talk about the election. I don't talk about election. No, I don't talk about election. I ain't studying that. But at least, show me one community where I grew up playing football. I make this point again, Mr. Vice President. Show me one community that you all have represented. Not after 8, as Senator Jearlean said. After 52 years, direct representation. Show me one community you all have improved. You cannot. You are failures as a party. with your policies and your programs. You know why? The ethos is not about people. It's not about people. Your ethos is around staying in power. And we know that 10 billion is just a guaranteed that you're trying to stay in power. But I think the people have had enough. They've had enough. So, Mr. Vice President, in closing, I urge all these senators, at least on this side, some of the independents, if they care to listen, our job is to the people of Jayanti. And I go back to Mr. Nakhid, God rest his soul. You can't come to me and ask me for a loan. You don't know what you want it for. You can't tell me what you do with what I give you before.
And you know how you pay it back.
You know you're paying it back to me. I'll leave it with my father will tell me. Go on scratch. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Minister of Finance.
Let me turn on two mics so that those who were not able to hear me before can hear me now. Mr. President, as I listen to all 6 members of the Vice President, all 6 members of the opposition, who in different ways regaled us with fantasy, fiction, delusions of one kind or another, I thought about medieval torture devices and methods. And let us look at them. One medieval torture was keel hauling, dated back to ancient Greece. And in keel hauling, an offending mariner would be pulled under a boat. Sometimes they died because, they were scraped to get death by the barnacle. Sometimes they drowned. That was a terrible form of torture. And when Senator Mark was talking, I thought of being keel hauled. Another form of torture was live burial, which happened in ancient Rome. And when Senator Gopeesingh was talking, I thought about being buried alive. Another form of torture was lynching, death by 1,000 cuts, to just cut and cut and cut until you bleed to death. And that is how Senator Lutchmedial made me feel. And another form of torture was elephant trampling. Senator Roberts made me feel like that. And then the final form of torture was the rack, where they stretch you apart. And that was Senator John. And that is the sum total of the contributions of the 6 opposition senators. It was like medieval torture, because you had Senator Gopeesingh. I don't know what his problem is, Mr. Vice President. What is his problem? What is his problem? For some reason, this honorable gentleman reminded me of the story of Cain and Abel in the Bible. Yes, I do. And I'm quite versed in it as well. And in the story of Cain and Abel, the lesson we have to learn is you don't have to be envious. You don't have to be envious. Because it is true, Senator Gopeesingh, it is true that it is only recently Senator Gopeesingh. Yes, definitely. Because if I read from the 2024 Article 4 mission, this is what the IMF had to say just a few days ago. And this is not me speaking. This is not the government speaking. This is the International Monetary Fund, which sent a very high-powered mission to engage in Article 4 consultations with Trinidad and Tobago. They sent their senior economists, experts in finance and economy. And they investigated Trinidad and Tobago, they grilled us, they examined us, they spoke to the private sector, they spoke to the central bank, they spoke even to the opposition. And this is what the IMF had to say just a few days ago. For the first time in a decade, that means 10 years, Trinidad and Tobago is undergoing a gradual and sustained economic recovery. And we have achieved that with the price of oil in 2015 dropping from $110 in July 2014 down to $40 when our first budget was read in October 2015, down to $25 in 2016, and a loss of revenue of $20 billion. After that, we had to deal with COVID, where we lost revenue of the amount of $18 billion. And yet, with all that, for the first time in 10 years, Trinidad and Tobago is undergoing a gradual and sustained economic recovery. After we see all that trouble as a country. So don't be envious, please. Don't be envious. That is why Cain killed his brother. Pure jealousy. Now, I have heard honorable members say, before I get to the sensible questions asked by members of the independent bench, I've heard members on the lower bench say, they told us nothing, we know nothing, we don't know what this money is to be spent on. And you know, Mr. Vice President, Mr. President, let's return. I came to the Parliament in October of 2023, and I laid 10 budget documents. And included in those budget documents were two very important budget documents. One of them is the Public Sector Investment Program for 2024. It's 310 pages long, and it gives all of the government's development projects for the fiscal year 2024. It deals with social protection, health, community development, sport and recreation, housing and shelter, education, culture and the arts, communication, digitization, public safety, law enforcement, administration, capacity building, information technology, transportation, roads and bridges, drainage, water security, electricity, economic restructuring, agriculture, tourism, manufacturing, industrial development, youth development, science research and development, foreign policy, and energy, as well as social protection and so on. 310 pages describing our development program for 2024. And yet, members on the lower bench will say, what's it for? Or what you spending money on? And worse than that, and it just proves to me they don't read. There is another very important budget document laid on the table in October 2023, and that is the 3-year public sector investment program, 2023 to 2025. That's 130 pages long, and it gives the government's development plan from 23 to 2025, a 3-year development plan. And we have been producing these rolling 3-year development plans every year for the last 9 years. Everything is there. The government's entire development program, past, present, future. Hundreds of pages of detail. And yet, members on the lower bench want to know, what is it for? It just proves to me they don't read. They don't read. And I heard the member Senator Lutchmedial, asking about accountability for the expenditure in COVID. That ridiculous question was also posed in the other place. And I had need then to read an article written by the Caribbean Investigative Journalism Network. And those who know me will know that journalists and me don't mix, okay? So if an article written by the Caribbean Investigative Journalism Network actually praises the government and the Minister of Finance, well, you know it has some sense in that. And it was written by no less a person than Mala Dukaran, who everybody will know is no fan of mine. And in this article written by Mala Dukaran in August of 2021, entitled Accounting for Pandemic Relief Funding, the lady goes on to say the following. Provides a table, a tabular representation of the funds borrowed by, assistance given to various Caribbean countries. And it starts with Antigua, got 61 million US dollars a total in terms of loans and grants for COVID. Bahamas got 316 million US dollars. Barbados, 220 million US dollars. Dominican Republic, 1,137 million. Grenada got 31 million US. Guyana, 30 million. Haiti, 105. Jamaica, 661 US million dollars. St. Lucia, 45 million US. Suriname, 20 million US. Trinidad and Tobago, 321 million US dollars. So that puts paid to the first untruth, that there is no recording of the money borrowed and the assistance given to Trinidad and Tobago for COVID. And Mr. President, I know they don't like to hear truth. It bothers them. They are allergic to truth. I know that. But the other point this economist made was a calculation of the money that came in and the actual money spent on COVID by the various Caribbean governments. And again, there is a difference between money coming in and money spent on buying vaccines and various other expenditures and so on. The Bahamas received 316 million US and had outflows of 290 million US, and therefore there's an unaccounted amount of 26 million for the Bahamas. Barbados received 220 million US dollars, outflows of 82 million US, an unaccounted difference of 137 million. And so it goes. Dominica received 43, has an unaccounted expenditure of 43 million US. Guyana received 30. They could account for 14. There's an unaccounted difference of 16 million. You go all the way down. You come to Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago received 321 US million in terms of loans and grants and spent 441 US million. In other words, Trinidad and Tobago spent more than the money that came in. And this is the words of Mala Dukaran. Trinidad and Tobago is the only country where the government has outlined spending that exceeds the pandemic-related disclosed amount being received by US $120 million. The Minister of Finance must be congratulated for his level of disclosure. That's what the lady said. That's there in the article. I know they can't handle it. The behavior of the lower bench is quite childish, Mr. President. It is quite childish. I had to listen to 6 of them scream at the top of their voice. I had to listen to the Senator Gopeesingh.
All right, Minister. Senators, okay. So it is Minister 10. Please allow the Minister of Finance to wrap up. And don't allow the level in the chamber to get so high that he has to raise his voice in order to make his contribution. Continue, Minister.
Yes, as I said, this article, I know the truth bothers them. They're allergic to it. This article actually documents the fact that Trinidad and Tobago was the only Caribbean country that accounted for the funds it received during the pandemic. The only Caribbean country that was able to account for it. I heard Senator Gopeesingh in his rambling discourse allege that we had borrowed $20 billion from the Andean Development Bank, also known as CAF. That's absurd. You can go on CAF's website right now. Go right now, and you can see exactly how much money Trinidad and Tobago has borrowed from the Andean Development Bank since we became a full member in 2017. And do the maths, and you will see the total equals 7 billion Trinidad and Tobago dollars. Senator Gopeesingh is famous for just saying anything that comes into his head in the expectation that those that listen to him will believe the nonsense. It's absurd. It is childish, and it is pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Now, Mr. President, let us go on to what points that were made. Let's start at the end. Senator Richards wanted clarification on the fact that we can borrow externally under the Development Loans Act. We are limited under that particular legislation to borrow only from local investors. So if we want to borrow in US dollars, we have to borrow it from Trinidad and Tobago commercial institutions. That's the difference. But the fact is that the only lending law that we can borrow Trinidad and Tobago dollars for public spending in Trinidad and Tobago is the Development Loans Act. So it is very rarely used to borrow US dollars, very rarely used. In fact, it's not cost effective to borrow US dollars from local banks because they charge you a pound and a crown. I've seen it. We have tried to raise US dollars locally. Just before we did the last roadshow in 2023, when we raised $550 million US dollars, and the rates we were being quoted by Trinidad and Tobago banks were about 2% higher than we eventually got when we went on the international roadshow in the United States. So we don't use that aspect of it, and in any event, we have to borrow locally. So the only act that allows us to borrow locally in Trinidad dollars is the Development Loans Act. I just want to clear that up. That's what that's all about. In terms of the impact of the borrowings on our debt to GDP, as I've indicated, there was a belief, and if you look at what the rating agencies said in 2020, there was a belief that our debt to GDP ratio might hit 100%, because the UK had hit 100%, US was over 100%. During COVID, everybody was crossing 100%. Barbados, 150%. St. Kitts, I think, 180%, that sort of thing. So everybody believed we had crossed 80, and they thought we were going to 100. But that never happened. We were able to manage our debt. Our GDP has expanded considerably. In fact, between COVID and now, our GDP has increased by 42%. It had gone to $140 billion in 2020, and it hit $200 billion at the end of last year. 42% increase. So when I have to listen to Senator Nakhid say, the country gone through, the economy has collapsed, nothing has happened, I just wonder, what is this all about? What is this all about? It reminds me of 2019, when all of them were bawling, call election now, call election now, call election now. And we call it and we win. And as we win, they say call election, call election, call election. I mean, they live in a fantasy world, they live in a silos of their own. What you want us to call election for? So that you'll go into opposition for another 5 years? Opposition not nice, and you all have tasted it for 10 years. You want to taste it for 15? Stop. Be careful what you ask for. Be careful what you ask for. Because all this screaming and hysteria about PNM is the worst thing, call election, we go beat all you, and then you go back into the opposition for yet another time. be careful what you ask for. But, yeah, I heard that in 2019. Yeah, you and all, I hear you in 2019 too, Mr. President. I hear he too. Poor fella, didn't win his seat. But let's go back to Senator Richards. You asked about the impact of borrowings on the debt to GDP, and these are good questions. And I do realize, a friend of mine pointed out to me that not too many people will go and read the 300 pages in the public sector investment program or the 130 pages in the 3-year development. Nobody reading that, okay? Especially we're all busy, right? And therefore it is necessary to explain what's going on. So we thought our debt to GDP would hit 100%. It didn't. It dropped 20 points. It dropped from 85 down to 65. It's now around 70%. The impact of this borrowing, if we borrowed all of it, the whole 10, would add another 5 percentage points to our debt to GDP. It would take us to our soft target of 75% because we've recalibrated. We had previously had a soft target of 65%, but COVID has changed that all over the world. It has increased the targets for debt to GDP all over the world. So if we borrowed everything here, it would take us to our soft target of 75%. So it's not out of the order. It's not crazy. And I want to make a point. I heard the screamers in the front bench say that this is for election. Every single one of them, tedious repetition. But I was very clear to say the following. The headroom under the Guarantee of Loans Act stands at $22 billion. That means we can right now finance development through the state enterprises up to $22 billion. We are not required to come here and seek permission because we got permission for that since 2015. Mr. President, could you ask Senator Gopeesingh to stop mumbling, please? He's disturbing me, Mr. President. I'm asking you.
Okay. All right, so it is a bit late, and yes, we all a tad bit testy. Again, allow the Minister of Finance to just finish his contribution so we can get on with the proceedings of the day. Minister of Finance.
Very much. You know, and the problem with the senators on the lower bench, they ask questions that have already been answered. Already been answered. So as I said, if we wanted to electioneer, if we wanted to just spend money wild and borrow money wild, we could use the Guarantee of Loans Act and borrow $22 billion. And the thing about that is a lot of that is off budget. You wouldn't even have to appropriate it. Because when companies borrow, quite often it's off budget. So we wouldn't even have to present the same level of disclosure that we have to present with central government borrowing. In addition, we have headroom of $12 billion under the External Loans Act. So right now, and when you borrow externally again, you don't have the same level of disclosure that you have in the domestic sector. We have available to us $34 billion in headroom in these borrowing acts. I would ask, Mr. President, if you would ask Senator Gopeesingh to stop grumbling. As I said, and I will come to it in a little while, I'm dealing with the sensible questions asked by Senator Richards, not the rambling, incoherent, I don't know what to call it, delusional fantasies of the lower bench, so that we do not think the impact of this particular increase will cause us distress with respect to our debt to GDP ratio. Now, the other question Senator Richards asked, and this is the crux of the issue, are these borrowings for general development in the past, now, or in the future? It's primarily for the future. Because when you go for an increase in the ceiling, you're looking down the road. So when the former UNC government, for example, came in 2011 and asked for an increase in the ceiling of $10 billion, they also didn't plan to borrow that whole $10 billion in that particular year. That was for several years. So this $10 billion is not for fiscal 2014. Part of it is, I've made that point, that the headroom that we have is $2.5 billion. We've borrowed about $3 billion out of the projected $5 billion deficit. And therefore we have approximately $2 billion more to borrow. So if we left it as is, and we complete the plan that we presented in this place and the other place in terms of our fiscal deficit for 2024, then when we finish that, we would have very little left. We'd have nothing left for 2025, 26, and so on. So that $10 billion is not for now, it's for future. That's to answer your question. And what is this money that we spend every year spent on? Because I need to explain again the concept of a deficit. All of the agencies tell us that when you're coming out of a recession, when you're trying to deal with some sort of economic catastrophe, you have to spend your way out. You can't just compress expenditure and crunch down. You're going to crash the entire economy. You're going to cause a situation, if you cut expenditure to unreasonable levels, you're going to have to send home public servants. You're going to have to make people the true cost of electricity, the true cost of water. You'd have to make people pay for health care. You're going to have to make them pay for education at all levels. You would have no subsidized transport. People would have to pay the true cost of the bus service, of the ferry service, and so on. And those countries that are in IMF programs, Jamaica, Barbados, that's what happens there, you know. The IMF forces them to force their population to pay the true cost for all government goods and services. There's no free stuff in those places, you know. Very little subsidy. So that we run a fiscal deficit because we want to drive development. And it's showing up in the numbers. You're seeing it in the statement from the IMF that says we are now in a phase of a gradual but sustained economic recovery. Our economy is recovering. It grew last year, it's going to grow this year, and it's projected to grow the year afterwards. And that's because we're using spending for our development program. I can give some idea of what we spend money on every month, because we spend close to $5 billion every month. And I asked my permanent secretary to give me an idea of what we must spend. So every month, we must spend money on salaries and wages, pensions and gratuities, and that's significant. Public sector pensions is hundreds of millions of dollars every year. I'm not talking about senior citizens. Mr. President, could you ask I think, what was the water torture there? Trampling by elephants. Could you ask Senator Roberts to stop grumbling at me, Mr. President?
Okay. There's no need. There's really no need at this point in time. Again, for the last time, if you have something to ask of the Minister of Finance, raise and ask him to give way. It's his choice to do so. But outside of that, please don't talk across the floor at the Minister of Finance. Allow him to wrap up in peace. Minister of Finance.
Yes, Mr. President, I understand, they spent hours talking a heap of foolishness. Nothing that they said was true. Nothing that they said was sensible. Nothing that they said was productive. It was not useful. It was just incoherent rambling for hours.
Okay. So, no, Senator Mark. Senator Mark. Senator Mark, I'm not going to call your name again. No, you don't hope so. I'm telling you so. Senator Mark, don't answer me. Senator Mark. Senator Mark. I don't want to hear anything else again until the Minister of Finance wraps up. Minister.
Thank you. As I said, the members opposite are allergic to truth, the ones on the lower bench. So every month we have to spend money on salaries and wages. That's billions. Pension and gratuities, hundreds of millions. Social expenditure, senior citizens pension, disability grant, social assistance, food card, etc., $500 million a month.
Debt service, absolutely unavoidable. Transfers to the Tobago House of Assembly. Every month we have to give the Tobago House of Assembly $200 million. CPEP, URP. Then you have our capital expenditure projects. You have subventions to government-assisted children's homes, homes for the aged, subventions to NGOs. You have janitorial and security services. You have public utility payments. You have food at institutions. You have operation of the inter-island ferry and water taxi, heavily subsidized. We subsidize the ferries to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars every year, Mr. President, and to members opposite. Transfers to UWI. We give UWI $600 million a year. A lot of these things are unavoidable, inescapable. So that is how we end up with an expenditure profile of somewhere around $4.5 billion a month. What are we supposed to do? We're supposed to say, all right, let's stop funding UWI. Let all students pay the economic cost. Let the fees go from $3,000 to $30,000. That's a choice we could make. We could say everybody has to pay for healthcare, as it happens in the United States. If you don't have insurance, you show up in a hospital in the United States, they send you back in. They say, sorry, let me see your insurance. You don't have it, get lost. In Barbados, if you are not a citizen or resident of Barbados and you run into trouble, you have to pay. That is what is going on in Barbados. While we in Trinidad and Tobago, we take care of our CARICOM citizens. That's what we do. So understand the structure of the whole thing. So that this package before us, this motion to increase borrowing, and they understand, you know, all that screaming that we heard from the members on the other side, they understand that this is not just for this government. This is for any government over the next 3 to 4 years, where you want to use the most cost-effective form of borrowing. Because I've made the point, and I'll repeat it, because Senator Gopeesingh keeps grumbling about this. Why are we doing this? I'll say it again, that we have options in borrowing. We can borrow through the state enterprises, but it's more expensive because the banks deem it as higher risk, and therefore they add on 1 or 2%. And if you're borrowing $500 million to do a project, then 2% on $500 million is $10 million a year. This is not chick feed. And if it's a 10-year loan, that's $100 million. Why should the government incur additional expense of $100 million on a loan when you can borrow directly and you get it at a much cheaper rate? So we try to avoid borrowing through the state enterprises. And then, as I said, the external loans, we try to avoid that as well. You have exchange rate risk. You have the fact that you have to find the US dollars to pay it back, and then it costs more. Okay, and then it's not as speedy. You know, if you have an immediate need, you can't rush overseas and borrow. So what we are trying to do is to give ourselves flexibility, that we already have $34 billion available to us under the other borrowing legislation, but we figure it's prudent to have greater flexibility under the Development Loans Act because it's far more efficient. In terms of other questions posed, I mean, Senator Maharaj, I'm sorry Senator Maharaj is not here, but I think in my answer to the questions raised by Senator Richards, I think I've answered most of the points raised by Senator Maharaj. And the real question is, you know, what's the money for? Why are we doing this? And why should we do this? So I hope that I have explained properly. In fact, I'm confident that I've explained it in such a way that the members on the upper bench understand why we're doing this. This is not a VAPS. It is not for electioneering. As I said, we could use all the money available under the Guarantee of Loans Companies Act. That's $22 billion. And just borrow there and electioneer. We have no intention of doing this. This is for the general development of the country and for the service of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And I think, having explained that, I think it's now time for me to beg to move. Thank you.
Honourable Senators, the question is, be it resolved that for the purposes stated in the said section, the government is hereby authorized to borrow money externally or internally in a further sum or in further sums not exceeding in the aggregate $10,000 million in the currency of Trinidad and Tobago. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no.
No. Division.
Dr. Browne?
Aye.
Mr. Armour, SC?
Aye. Aye.
Ms. Gopeesingh?
Yes.
Mr. Sinanan?
Yes.
Ms. West?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Aye.
Ms. Cox?
Yes.
Mr. Bacchus?
Yes.
Dr. Ibrahim?
Yes.
Mrs. Sagram Singh Suklal?
Yes.
Mr. Sukai?
Yes.
Mrs. Lezama-Lee Singh?
Yes.
Mr. Hislop?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Aye.
Ms. Betelmi?
Yes.
Mr. Mark?
No.
Ms. John?
Nope.
Mrs. Lutchmedial-Ramdial?
No.
Mr. Nakhid?
No.
Mr. Roberts?
No.
Dr. Gopeesingh?
No.
Dr. Richards?
Yes.
Mr. Vieira, SC?
Yes.
Mr. Timal?
Yes.
Mrs. Thompson-Ahye?
Aye.
Dr. Dylan Remy?
Yes.
Professor Hutchins?
Yes.
Dr. Patterson?
Yes.
Mr. President, the result of the division is as follows. 22 senators voted for, 6 senators voted against, and there were no abstentions.
Honourable Senators, the results of the division is as follows. 22 votes for, 6 votes against, and 0 abstentions. As such, the motion is carried. Business.
Mr. President, I wish to advise the Senate that there is agreement that all amendments listed at Appendix 2 of the order paper be considered together.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I beg to move the following motion in my name. Be it resolved that the House of Representatives amendments to the miscellaneous provisions, Registrar General, companies, registration of business names and non-profit organizations, Bill 2023, listed in Appendix 2 to the order paper, be now considered.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the House of Representatives amendments to the miscellaneous provisions, Registrar General, companies, registration of business names and non-profit organizations, Bill 2023, listed in Appendix 2 to the order paper, be now considered. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 4A, in paragraph D3, in new subsection 1C, delete the word 45 days and replace with the words 30 days. B, in paragraph 5, in new subsection 2C, delete the words or if there is any doubt that the person identified is the beneficial owner. C, in paragraph W, in section 337B, 2B, delete the words ceased to be the beneficial owner and replace with the words became and the date on which he ceased to be the beneficial owner, as well as the basis on which he was considered a beneficial owner. D, in paragraph X, in section 337C, A, in subsection 3, insert the word effect, insert after the word effect, the words, comma, together with any supporting documentation, and B, in subsection 7, insert after the word shall, the words verify the identity of the beneficial owner by conducting adequate due diligence procedures, and E, in paragraph Y, in subsection 337D, in section 337DA, insert after the word shall the words take reasonable steps to. F, in paragraph AJ, in new section 489.7, delete the words or by other means and replace with the words and by other means. Clause 5. A, in paragraph A1A, delete the words means and replace with the words act dash. B, delete paragraph H and replace with the following H in section 15-1. In subsection 1, by deleting the words, comma, or if he is dead, comma, his personal representative, comma. 2, in subsection 3, by inserting after the word post the words or by electronic means. And 3, by inserting after subsection 4 the following new subsection. Open brackets 5, where a firm or individual registered under this act ceases operations and all partners in the firm or, comma, in the case of an individual, comma, the individual dies, comma, an interested person shall, comma, within 3 months of the death, comma, make a declaration accompanied by supporting documents to the Registrar General, comma, notifying of the death of the partners or individual and the ceasing of the operations, close brackets, close quotes. 6, in subparagraph G2, in subsection 7, comma, delete all the words after the words controller, comma, where it occurs first, and replace with the words an interested party shall, comma, within 3 months of the death, make a declaration accompanied by supporting documents to the Registrar General notifying of the death of the controller and the ceasing of operations, close quotes.
Attorney General.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this Senate agree with the House of Representatives in the amendments to clauses 4, 5, and 6 of the miscellaneous provisions, Registrar General, Companies, Registration of Business Names, and Non-Profit Organization Bill 2023. Mr. President, I hope you will forgive me being brief. My voice is a bit challenged. But I think that the amendments before this House are clear and fairly brief. The amendments which are proposed to Clause 4 all concern the Companies Act, which was passed in this House not too long ago. The amendments in Clause 5 all concern the Registration of Business Names Act, and the amendment to Clause 6 concerns the Non-Profit Organizations Act. The proposed amendments to Clause 5 were brought about mainly because, and this House will recall that this House actually passed the bill that is the name of this amendment bill on the 12th of December 2023. And we took it to the other place a fortnight ago on the 6th of March 2024 for the House there to confirm what this August House had done in December 2023. And the coincidence was that while the bill was being considered before the other place, we were being visited by members of the Global Forum who were able to work with our drafting department and the Registrar General's department and made a number of suggestions which were literally brought to us fairly late in the day as we sat in the House of Representatives to clause 4 of the bill before the House at the time. And they all really concern better transparency in relation to the effect, in particular, of beneficial ownership, so that one will see that the Clause 4 provides for the reduction of the time for filing a return of beneficial ownership. That is provided for in Section 33(1)(c) of the Companies Act to reduce the time period from 45 days to 30 days. That is for purposes of expedition. Secondly, the removal of an ambiguity from the definition of beneficial owner in the Companies Act by deleting the words, if there is any doubt that the person identified is the beneficial owner. That is an amendment to Section 337A(2)(c) of the Companies Act. Thirdly, a provision indicating the date when a person, and this has been introduced as an amendment, a provision indicating the date when a person became and the date on which he ceased to be a beneficial owner, as well as the basis on which he was considered to be a beneficial owner. That is an amendment to Section 337B(2)(b), all caps B. Fourth, the insertion of a requirement, and this is all the Companies Act, the insertion of a requirement that a statement provided to a company be accompanied by supporting documents. So you will see that amendment in Section 337C(3) in congruence with all the other sections requiring a statement to be so provided. And one will see, Mr. President, 5, a stipulation that a company verify the identity of a beneficial owner by conducting adequate due diligence procedures. That is the amendment to Section 337C, subsection 7. Next, a requirement that the Registrar General should only take reasonable steps to monitor the filings of companies of beneficial ownership information, Section 337DA, and an amendment to Section 489(7) of the Companies Act, enabling the Registrar General to publish a relevant notice by deleting or by other means, and instead introducing and by other means, so that the Registrar General publishes by gazette and all other means to make the amendments as published as possible. And then we take, so those are the amendments to the Companies Act, Mr. President, and then we take the proposed amendments that were suggested, and this came from an opportunity that the Registrar General took to
Attorney General.
Yes. Sorry to interrupt, but
Senator.
We can't find the bill. We've been trying to locate it.
Paper, the amendments. So the debate is only on the amendments. If you look at Appendix 2 at the back of your order paper, you'll see everything there. Continue, Attorney General.
Thank you. It's Appendix 2 to the back of the order paper, as the President says. And you will see from that Appendix 2 that what has been proposed, 2 very simple amendments. First of all, in the opening lines of Section 2, there had been an erroneous word, means, that was deleted and is instead replaced with the word act. That is to say, in this act, here are the following definitions. And then paragraph 15 is amended so that the entire paragraph is first of all deleted and is replaced in section 15 by the words that are set out in that paragraph. And you will see that that concerns essentially enabling persons fixed with the obligation to notify the Registrar General of the cessation of a business name or firm registered pursuant to the Registration of Business Names Act or of the debts of either an individual, sole trader, or of one or all of the partners in a firm, to so inform the Registrar General by filing the appropriate declaration together with supporting documents. And Clause 6 in relation to the Non-Profit Organization Act is to similar effect, and in fact was introduced, and I say this quite candidly, as a result after reflection between this Senate August House and the House of Representatives, was introduced as a result of comments that had been made by Senator Ahye when we were looking at the Non-Profit Organization Act, so that one sees that the amendment that is proposed in the Registration of Business of Non-Profit Organizations Act proposes that in place of, right towards the end of that section, we propose that in place of the section which had previously read, where a non-profit organization ceases operations on the death of the controller, the legal personal representative of the controller shall, within 3 months of the death, give notice to the Registrar General of the death and ceasing of operations. Those words, the legal personal representatives to the end, are deleted, and instead, Clause 17, subsection 7 of the Non-Profit Organizations Act will now read, where a non-profit organization ceases operation on the death of the controller, an interested party shall, within 3 months of the death, make a declaration accompanied by supporting documents to the Registrar General notifying of the death of the controller and the ceasing of operations. And I believe that both Senator Ahye and Senator Vera had been concerned about the less than clear language of the original subsection 7. So we took the opportunity when we were in the other house to make this correction, and we now bring it back to this August House for your affirmation. In summary, Mr. President, all of the amendments, as I said, with respect to Clause 4 of the bill are to introduce amendments to the Companies Act to increase transparency and to lend greater accountability and clarity to the term of beneficial ownership and related issues, and in relation to sections 5, Clause 5, that is to introduce an amendment to the Registration of Business Names Act, and in relation to Clause 6, to introduce the amendment that I last dealt with to the Non-Profit Organizations Act. I am available to give any further clarification necessary. Thank you.
Attorney General, you have 4 magic words for me.
I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate agree with the House of Representatives in the amendment to the clauses 4, 5, and 6 of the miscellaneous provisions, Register General, Companies, Registration of Business Names, and Non-Profit Organizations Bill 2023. Senator Lutchmedial.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, both the AG and I have been here since 10 o'clock this morning with committees and so on. And I can assure you, I feel worse than he sounds, so I will be very brief as well. I'll get directly to just a couple of questions, and if the AG can clarify. With respect to Clause 4 and the amendments proposed to the Companies Act, the AG indicated that most of this came out of suggestions from the Global Forum. The specific amendment proposed at paragraph E, which is an amendment to 337DA. It's the original section, and I'm looking at the bill as was laid in the House, says, for the purposes of this part, the registrar shall monitor the filings by companies of beneficial ownership information. And this is now being changed from shall to take reasonable steps to. The AG did go through some of the justification of each other clause, but I don't know what is the justification for changing the wording to take reasonable steps to, because that seems to be a bit of a lower standard in terms of the requirement for the Registrar General's Department to monitor beneficial ownership. Now, we've spoken ad nauseum about beneficial ownership and the requirements of FATF and Global Forum and everybody else in terms of treating with beneficial ownership and having laws in place to really monitor beneficial ownership relationships, because we want to minimize the possibility of money laundering and all of these other things that can happen through corporate vehicles when you don't know or don't have accurate beneficial ownership information. So I thought that the clause as it stood was a bit stronger, but if there's a particular reason for saying that we want to add in the words take reasonable steps to, I'd ask the Attorney General to just clarify that and clarify the reasoning for that specific amendment. The other amendments here seem to be, they seem to make sense, verifying of the identity of the beneficial ownership, the implementation of adequate due diligence procedures. It all seems to be very much in line with the international standards as required. With respect to the amendments, the other two clauses, 5 and 6, now I recall the debate in this House and the issue of legal personal representatives, and I had a slightly different view from members of the independent bench, because their view about imposing the requirements on LPR is couched not in the fact that the LPR is not the appropriate person, but really that it takes very long to get a grant or sometimes people just don't apply to become an LPR. And that's a problem we encounter in litigation all the time. It's a problem that you encounter with dealing with financial institutions and so on. You have to have this application, and it takes years. In fact, I read recently a series of articles, I think more than one article, in the newspaper identifying some of the problems that people were having in terms of getting their probates processed. And I think they said it was something up to, 6 years? The newspaper identified saying sometimes people are waiting up to 6 years to get a grant of probate and letters of administration. So the proposal to replace an LPR is not really because the LPR is not the appropriate person. I maintain the position that I maintained when we had the debate and we had the discussion in committee stage, that an LPR really is the appropriate person to be dealing with the winding up of the affairs of whether a person is a business owner, a partner in a firm, or even the controller of a non-profit organization. In law, that's the duty of an LPR. Because of the inefficiency of the probate system, we are looking for an alternative. And so this concept now being introduced is that of an interested person. So an interested party. So an interested party is now the person, and the wording of the section says that where the firm or individual registered ceases to operate and partners are the thing and deceased, an interested person shall. So the language is compulsory, but how do we identify who is the interested person that must do this? Is it that if you have an individual, and let's be real about business structures in this country, most persons operating under the Registration of Business Names Act are small businesses, individuals, and who would be the interested party that shall do this? Is it that it will be imposed upon the next of kin? Is it that it will be imposed upon the children? What if you have 4 or 5 people that you can identify as the interested party? How do you compel that? And then secondly, and the same applies, of course, to the interested party of when a controller dies in a non-profit organization, which is what Clause 6 deals with. How do you enforce this requirement when it is difficult to identify who is the interested person? Now, it leaves it open for any interested person to be able to do what is required under the law. And that's great, because it means that any person associated or affiliated, for example, with the non-profit organization can then be the person to step forward, provide the documentation and so on, and ensure that the records are kept that the Registrar General Department, what they need to get. But how do you compel that person? How do you identify the person? What if nobody does it? What is the sanction? And I think when you are making a provision in law where you are making something mandatory, it is important to, one, clearly identify who is the person vested with that who is being given the responsibility under the law, and secondly, state, well, what are the consequences or sanctions that would follow if that isn't done. And with the introduction of this concept of an interested party, it is a bit vague, and so I just raised the concern as opposed to when you had the LPR being identified. And I totally understand the issues of why we wanted to move away from an LPR and the concerns being raised. But at least with an LPR, I felt that there was a specific requirement put on a specific person, and therefore consequences could have followed if it was not actually done. And that doesn't seem to be the case with this particular proposed amendment. So I raise those concerns, and I would just, ask the Attorney General to comply, to give us any other further information that he can with respect to the proposed amendments. Thank you.
Senator Thompson-Ahye.
The wording, an interested party, it doesn't go well with what Senator Lutchmedial was saying in that compulsion, because the whole concept of an interested party seems to me to be somebody been involved in the NGO and willing to take on that responsibility. And the fact is, it is not the personal business or assets, it is the organization. So it seems to me to be more suitable that someone involved, because maybe a member of the family, maybe the person represented, but not certainly someone who is involved in the NGO at all. So I think the use of the description of an interested person seems to fit in with what you want to do and with the particular organization you want to do it with. So I must differ from Senator Lutchmedial in this respect.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'm grateful to my colleagues on the other side. And if I can deal with the last first, the proposed amendment to subsection 7 of section 17 of the Non-Profit Organizations Act. First of all, I agree and endorse the remarks of Senator Ahye, because an interested party there comprehends persons within the organization and not necessarily exclusively related to the legal personal representative of someone who has died, because this is an organization, an unincorporated organization as well, which will have a larger body of persons who would be concerned to see after the affairs of their association after the passing of the controller. So that's my first point of response. Second point, addressing more particularly Senator Lutchmedial's question in terms of how does one go about determining an interested party. That question was actually raised in the other place by one of Senator Lutchmedial's colleagues, and the way I answered it was this: there is the intention to provide for regulations under the legislation, as well as pro forma forms. And it is the intention, through a process of consultation, to develop, in particular on this question of the interested party, pro forma forms that will identify clearly the criteria by which that interested person will become identifiable as a bona fide person who can seek the interest of the organization. So that's to answer Senator Lutchmedial's expressed concern on the language of an interested party, and to the extent that it may appear to be vague, but the point is it is not a standalone expression. It is going to be developed by regulations and pro forma forms. Going to section 337DA of the Companies Act, it really was a choice between the mandatory language of shall monitor, that is to say, the registrar shall monitor, or the registrar shall take reasonable steps to monitor. And the submission of the Registrar General in discussion with the Global Forum persons is that it gave them more latitude and were less liable to litigation, for instance, because the term shall monitor casts an onerous burden on them. So it was thought to be a more reasonable approach to the monitoring exercise that the Registrar General is required to take. I hope that answers the question. I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate agree with the House in the amendment to clauses 4, 5, and 6 of the miscellaneous provisions, Register General Companies, Registration of Business Names, and Non-Profit Organizations Bill 2023. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this Senate do now adjourn to Monday, March 25th, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. Government business on that day would be the Property Tax Amendment Bill 2024.
Honourable Senators, before I put the question on the adjournment, leave has been granted for one matter to be raised on the motion for the adjournment of the Senate. Senator Mark.
Mr. President. Mr. President, there's a matter that has been receiving the attention of the public that has been brought to my attention. It has to do with the establishment of a joint task force purportedly by the Minister of Health to clamp down on the sale to the public of unregistered pharmaceutical products. And I would add expired products. Now, Mr. President, no one can object or argue in the interest of public safety that issue of unregistered drugs or pharmaceuticals being accessed by members of the public in this country, whether they be unexpired or they be expired rather, or unregistered. However, we have to be very careful because whether it is unregistered drugs being retailed by small, medium, or large pharmacies, there must be equity, there must be fairness, and there must be justice for all. So what has happened is that the Ministry of Health, and particularly the Chemistry, Food and Drug Division, along with the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, have embarked on some operation called Operations Windsor to seize unregistered pharmaceutical products at these pharmacies. But the information that is being drawn to my attention is that it seems as though the government is targeting particularly small pharmacies. So it appears that the big pharmacists have the same unregistered drugs or pharmaceutical products, Pennywise and Superfarms, and they are allowed to retail their business. But this so-called joint task force with the police coming into your premises seem to be targeting these small pharmacists. That is the information that has come to my attention. And therefore, I am raising this to get the Minister of Health to indicate whether, by design, he's involved in any activity that is aimed at undermining the small pharmacists in this country. So he must indicate that, because there are, as we speak, 90% of our pharmaceutical products are controlled by Smith, Robinson, Alston, and Brighton. And Brighton and Smith Robinson, owned by the Christian Luther group, same group. So 90% of our pharmaceutical products are controlled by these people. So I want the minister to clear the air on this matter so we can get to the root of it. So scores of raids have been conducted by the so-called task force established by the minister. And they call it Operation Windsor, where they come into people's pharmacy with warrants and they seize products. Those products can be bought in America, over the counter, in Europe, over the counter, in Canada, over the counter. And those are countries with high standards that we support. So why can I get an emergency vitamin C from these over-the-counter pharmacies? No, they seize all. They seize all. So there's no more emergency in small farms. And you have reduction only being brought in by Smith Robinson. What nonsense is this? So you are denying ordinary people access to buy emergency vitamin C because they have been removed from the shelf on the pretext they are not registered. And that's it. So I am asking the minister today to clear the air. Now, Mr. President, the minister has the authority to issue free sale over-the-counter drugs. He has that authority because we have a chemistry, food and drug division that does not produce a list online of all registered drugs that these people who are pharmacists can access. So how can you tell these small pharmacists that it is illegal to sell unregistered drugs, and you who are responsible do not have a list online to allow these small pharmacists to know, Mr. President, what kind of drugs they can buy? And not only that, Mr. President, when these drugs or pharmaceuticals come through customs and they come to me as a pharmacist to sell, how can you blame me, Mr. President, for this thing? You can't blame me. So I am calling on the minister to clear the air on this. The minister has the authority.
Senator, you have 2 more minutes.
Yeah, to address this. So I'm proposing to the minister the following solution. Mr. Minister, you have the authority under the law to exercise a discretion. Once those drugs are unregistered, but they are safe, and they are coming from the United States, they are coming from the European Union, they are coming from Canada, I think the Minister of Health should allow a level playing field to be established. So everybody, small pharmacists, medium-sized pharmacists, large pharmacists, can all sell the products. Because I want to go in a pharmacy and buy something that is affordable and accessible. And Mr. President, in closing, these big mega pharmaceutical companies, every time they import something, it's 200%, 300%. Every time they bring in products here, it's between 8 and 12%. Crucifying the small man. That's another matter I intend to raise in this parliament to deal with not controlling because we don't have price control, but ensuring, Mr. President, there is competitivity, there's a level playing field, and a minister should never be taking the side of the mega pharmaceutical companies if he's doing that at the expense of the small pharmacists in this country. I am for a level playing field, And I'm saying if the minister is involved in that, desist, and make sure he establish a level playing field for everybody, and don't allow Smith Robinson to import reduction that I have to buy. But if I want emergency, I can buy, because you remove all provision. Why? Mr. President, I raise these things. Because I need clarification. This is not the end. This is the beginning. I have more matters to raise, but only 10 minutes today. Thank you.
Minister of Health.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the opportunity to refute these unsubstantiated, ridiculous, vexatious claims as put forward by Senator Mark and the UNC. May I read into the record two headlines? Gambia, 70 children die. Indonesia, 200 children die. Do you know why these children died, Mr. President? They died because of tainted cough syrup containing something called diethylene glycol. Do you know what diethylene glycol is? For the uninitiated, you see that green thing you pour into your radiator as antifreeze? That is diethylene glycol. That is why 270 children died, because the authorities in these countries did not clamp down on the sale of unregistered pharmaceuticals. Unregistered pharmaceuticals also has a component of organized crime, and I said so on one of the morning programs where I was. Mr. President, I have a duty under the Chemistry, Food and Drugs Act to make sure that only registered pharmaceuticals are offered for sale in Trinidad and Tobago. A registered pharmaceutical is one that has gone through a registration process by Chemistry, Food and Drugs, and that has been already authorized by a stringent medical authority, for instance, the US FDA, European Medicines England, the Canadian authorities, Australian authorities. And we register drugs based on the clinical trials done to provide efficacy and safety data. Site of manufacturing must be approved by WHO, the labeling, and so on. Every aspect of that drug comes in a dossier that the Chemistry, Food and Drugs will look at. I have a duty to protect the population. I reject all the claims made by Senator Mark about level playing field and after large and small. This has nothing to do with any wholesaler or retailer. It has to do with protecting the public interest. The task force was set up in 2018, under the auspices of the Ministry of National Security. Some of the items seized are 75 cases of alcohol, 91,000 cigarettes, 57,000 illicit hemp BDs, $1.5 million worth of unregistered pharmaceuticals, $10 million worth of pharmaceuticals were quarantined, 18 packs of Black-Hand pills, 70 packs of Panadol cold and flu multi-symptom, unregistered, 87 packs of Panadol Ultra, 90 packs of emergency, and let me talk about that emergency that Senator Mark is so on about. We cannot allow the sale of unregistered any brand. Emergency is available from the registered wholesaler. Who it is, I don't know. So to cry fury that you can't get emergency is just false. It is available from the registered distributor so that the public can have confidence that the Minister of Health has their backs when it comes to safety. Mr. President, I remember during COVID where people didn't want to take the vaccines because of vaccine hesitancy. I don't want to get into that again. They wanted to know all the ingredients in vaccines. One of the items we seized, and we are going to laugh at this one, but it's not a laughing matter, was something called Pleasure Hammer. You can imagine what Pleasure Hammer is. But you know, when we look at the vial, and I'm just shocked that the UNC can't see this. Pleasure Hammer is a little bottle, a dark liquid bottle. It has no list of ingredients, no manufacturer, no expiry date, no dosage, no contraindications, and I must allow Pleasure Hammer to be sold in pharmacies in Trinidad and Tobago because the day someone dies, the day
Senators, we only have a few more minutes. Just a few more minutes. Understood. We just have a few more minutes. Minister.
And the day someone dies, you know who's the first person the UNC is going to haul over the coals? Me. I know Senator Roberts is not an expert in pharmaceuticals. Oh, no, sorry. Senator Roberts is an expert in pharmaceuticals, especially the incendiary type with hallucinogenic effects. We know that. But to hear the UNC laugh about the sale of unregistered pharmaceuticals, when children die, Senator Gopeesingh, who are you going to come after? Who are you going to come after? So these are some of the things we are seizing. It has nothing to do with favoritism. All registered pharmaceuticals are gazetted. And we have been meeting with the pharmacists over the past 6 months to show them an online system. And they have given us their inputs. We are all over 40,000 registered drugs. It's a list of 40,000, because when drugs are registered since the 1960s, they don't fall off. They are still there. Over 40,000 pharmaceuticals, drugs, are on that list. And we have been meeting with them, with representatives from the retail sector, the wholesale sector, to show them exactly what this is so they can have access to our online registry. What is happening with unregistered pharmaceuticals is this. Pharmacies can save themselves the trouble of being, as Senator Mark says, raided by simply not purchasing pharmaceuticals from unregistered wholesalers. When we seize these items and we ask, give us a bill to show where you bought it from, you can't get a bill. You can't get an invoice. So where are the pharmacies getting these things from? We can't trace it. That is why they are seized, because they are unregistered. Unregistered pharmaceuticals...
Minister, you have 2 more minutes?
Yes, thanks. They pose a risk to the health and safety of Trinidad and Tobago. And I am not going to stand by. We are working with customs. I have no control over customs. We are working... I didn't disturb the senator, you know. We are working with customs through the Ministry of Finance. I have no control over customs. But we are working with them as part of the task force, especially to get access to the bond at PRCO. So Chemistry, Food and Drugs can have a presence there. And the Minister of Finance, who I wrote to, has given us that recently. I have no control over customs. So, Mr. President, this task force was formed, as I said, in 2018. And you see, calling names here, I know what Senator Mark is trying to do. He's trying to collapse the cases which will go to court by calling the names. And that should be condemned, because we are building a case with the TTPS, but Senator Mark has deliberately called names to collapse the case. So I know where the UNC is coming from. I know who Senator Mark is an agent of now, because he has made those intentions clear by calling names. The newspaper that carried the story never called a name. Never called a name. But tonight, that case may now collapse. And then we could thank Senator Mark and the UNC for endangering the lives of citizens of Trinidad and Tobago because we are going after unregistered pharmaceuticals, whether it's small, medium, or large, pharmacies or distributors, supermarkets, gas stations, hairdressers, everywhere that are selling unregistered pharmaceuticals, we are going after them, and neither Senator Mark nor the UNC will stop me from protecting the public's interest.
Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to Monday, March the 25th at 1:30 p.m. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to Monday, March 25th, 2024 at 1:30 p.m.